Story 159. My training partner is and Immortal Part 1. Arc 1. Origin and Awakening Chapters 1 to 20. Fellow cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. Chapter 1. Fluorescent lights hummed above the octagon. 300 people. Screaming. Money changing hands at the edges of the crowd. The smell of sweat and blood and industrial cleaner. Marcus Chin didn't hear any of it. The only thing he heard was his opponent's breathing. Tommy Delgado. 2 wins in a row. Hungry for a third. His chest was already moving too fast. Panic breaths disguised as aggression. Marcus had trained for 7 years in cages like this. Underground MMA. No contracts. No medical clearance. No path to the UFC. Just pure fight money in the back rooms of converted warehouses across Portland. He was good because he never panicked. Tommy was good because he was young and fast. Speed wins against panic. Patience wins against speed. Marcus moved left. Tommy followed. 3 seconds later, Tommy's right hand came up, expecting Marcus to be there. Marcus wasn't. He was 3 inches to the left, inside Tommy's guard, driving an elbow up into Tommy's ribs. The sound was wet. Tommy's legs buckled. The ref should have stopped it. The ref was new. Marcus fired 2 more shots. Quick. Controlled. Tommy hit the mat on his side, gasping. Now the ref moved. Fight's over. Winner, Marcus Chun. The crowd noise came back in. Boos and cheers mixed together. Money was still changing hands. Some people won. Some lost. Marcus ducked under the ropes and walked to the back, his hands steady, his breathing already normalized. No cuts. No swelling. His ribs, which had been cracked 2 weeks ago, were fine. Better than fine. They felt stronger than before the injury. Jake Morrison was waiting by the medical table. Owner of the Black Diamond Gym. Promoter of half the underground fights in the Pacific Northwest. Beautiful work, Jake said. He was already counting out Marcus's cut, $2,000 in cash. Tommy didn't know what hit him. You want another fight next month? I've got a guy from Seattle. Heavy hitter. Could pay $4,000 if you win. I'll train, Marcus said. Jake slid the cash across. You're different lately. Sharper. Better condition. You doing something new? Same routine. Bullshit, Jake grinned. But you're making me money, so I don't care. Come by the gym tomorrow. Got someone I want you to meet. Might be interesting for you. Marcus left the warehouse and drove home in silence. The adrenaline faded fast. By the time he parked, his hands were cold. He showered and lay in bed, staring at the ceiling of his apartment, thinking about nothing in particular. His ribs felt perfect. Better than perfect. By morning, he forgot to question it. He was already thinking about tomorrow's training. Chapter 2. Black Diamond Gym was in an old brick building in Portland's northeast, blocks away from the trendy Pearl District. It had exposed pipes, a concrete floor, and the distinct smell of every good gym. Sweat filtered through industrial bleach. 50 heavy bags. 8 boxing rings. A full strength and conditioning section that Marcus rarely used. Jake was waiting with a man Marcus had never seen. Marcus, this is Kai, Jake said. Kai, Marcus. Kai's new in town. Been training martial arts for a while. Wants to roll with someone serious. Marcus is my serious guy. The man called Kai was lean. Maybe late 30s. His shoulders were narrow compared to Marcus's, but his posture was different, centered. Like all his weight was exactly where it needed to be. His eyes were gray. They looked at Marcus the way Marcus looked at opponents before a fight. Assessing, calculating, but patient. Thanks for the sparring, Kai said. His voice had no accent Marcus could place. I've been training alone for a long time. Need to remember what resistance feels like. They moved to one of the boxing rings. No gloves. They were just going to roll grappling. That was Marcus's preference anyway. That's where he was best. Marcus shot first. A standard double leg takedown. He'd thrown it 1,000 times. He was expecting impact with the mat. Instead, he felt Kai's hands on his back, accepting the takedown, rolling with it. And suddenly Marcus was on his back, and Kai was next to him, not on top. Marcus had been thrown exactly twice in 7 years. This wasn't a throw. It was something else. Something that didn't follow normal grappling logic. Marcus rolled away, and they reset standing. This happened for 20 minutes. Marcus would attack. Kai would move. Not dodge. Marcus's attacks connected, but Kai would redirect them, absorb them, fold them into something else. No technique. Marcus knew how to counter for what Kai was doing. Marcus found himself breathing hard. Kai wasn't breathing hard at all. Again, Kai asked. One more round, Marcus said. This time Marcus tried a different approach. Slower, heavier, pressing the grip, forcing the distance. Kai stepped back, pulled guard, inverted, reversed, and suddenly Marcus was the one being controlled. Except Kai didn't press the advantage. He just maintained the position, showing Marcus that the position existed. Then he released. You're strong, Kai said. Your technique is practical. You fight like someone who has to win. That's rare. I don't understand what you're doing, Marcus said. I know, Kai said. That's why you should keep coming back. Show me again tomorrow. That night, Marcus's ribs ached. Not from anything Kai did. They'd been rolling light, no striking. They just ached the way they had been aching for the last 2 weeks, but differently. Like they were repairing. Like his body was rebuilding them from the inside. He'd been cracked 2 weeks before his fight with Tommy. The doctor said 6 to 8 weeks. But he'd fought anyway, wrapped tight, and it had been fine. It should not have been fine. He didn't question it. But he did fall asleep wondering about Kai's hands. Chapter 3 Arcus came back the next day. And the day after that. And every day for 2 weeks. Kai was always there. Sometimes they rolled. Sometimes Kai taught him things that didn't match any fighting style Marcus had encountered. Movements that were efficient at a level that seemed wrong. Like Kai had extra joints. Like he bent differently than normal humans. By the end of 2 weeks, something had changed. Marcus's strength was up noticeably. His recovery between sessions was faster. His reflexes were sharper. He could feel it in his hands during focus mitts with Ghost. His timing was cleaner. His combinations were flowing instead of chunky. Ghost Morrison was his regular sparring partner. 26 years old, same as Marcus. They'd been roommates for 6 years in a 2-bedroom apartment in the Hollywood neighborhood. Ghost worked whatever jobs he could, bouncing, day labor, fighting occasionally. But mostly Ghost was just Marcus's closest friend. The one person who knew him outside of the cage. Your hands are moving different, Ghost said between rounds. They were working mitts at the gym, Ghost holding pads, Marcus striking. More snappy. What's changed? New training partner, Marcus said. Just pushing me harder. That guy Kai? Ghost asked. Yeah. What's his deal? He's weird. Doesn't sweat. I've watched him spar with you for 3 days straight. He doesn't even get red. Good genetics, Marcus said. Ghost laughed. Bullshit. I've never seen anyone like that. He's like, I don't know, a robot wearing a human suit. Perfectly still until he moves, and then it's smooth as water. Ghost adjusted the pads. Whatever. You're fighting better, so I'm good with it. That's when Elena called. Elena Vasquez was Marcus's physical therapist. She'd been treating his injuries for 8 years, since his first serious cage fight that left him with a torn labrum. She was thorough in a way most therapists weren't. She kept data, tracked progress, asked detailed questions. I need you to come in, Elena said on the phone. I have your recovery numbers, and we need to talk about them. I'm healthy, Marcus said. Too healthy, Elena replied. Get in here. Elena's office was on the 2nd floor of a medical building downtown. She had a small physical therapy setup, treatment table, mirrors, resistance bands, ultrasound equipment. The walls were covered with anatomy charts and, randomly, a poster of a Muay Thai fighter. Your ankle from 6 months ago, Elena said, pulling up files on her computer. Moderate sprain. I predicted 6 weeks of PT before you'd be training full contact again. You were training light contact in 4 weeks. I heal fast, Marcus said. You heal impossibly fast, Elena corrected. Your labrum from 8 years ago should have required surgery. Rotator cuff damage. I managed to get you stable with PT, which was lucky. But you've been striking overhead for 8 years since then. That injury should have degraded continuously. Instead, I did new imaging last month. Your rotator cuff is pristine. Better than pristine, it's stronger than the uninjured side. Marcus didn't respond. And your ribs, Elena continued. You cracked them 2 weeks before your Tommy Delgado fight. You fought with cracked ribs. That's stupid, by the way. But here's the thing. You shouldn't have been able to do that. Cracked ribs are fragile. They don't heal in 2 weeks to fight shape. They heal in 6 to 8 weeks to normal activity, and then another 6 weeks of modified training before you'd throw full power punches. I'm lucky, Marcus said. Elena leaned back in her chair. You're not. Or you are, but not in the normal way. There's something else going on. Something physiological. Your recovery times are 25% faster than the fastest known human baseline. Your muscle density is increasing without any increase in training volume. Your metabolic markers are stable despite your body composition changes. She paused. What's different? Elena asked. New training partner, Marcus said. The weird guy. His name is Kai. What does he have you doing? Mostly sparring. Some meditation stuff. Basic things. Elena wrote something in her notes. Bring him in. I want to look at him. He's not interested in physical therapy. Then ask him to come in for an evaluation. Tell him I'm curious about his training methodology. Tell him I want to study his recovery patterns. He'll say no, Marcus said. Elena smiled slightly. Maybe, but I've been your therapist for 8 years. You've never lied to me about your body. So I'm asking you as your therapist and your friend. Something is happening. You feel it or you don't feel it. Either way, I need to know what it is. That evening, Marcus asked Kai if he'd come in for an evaluation. Kai was sitting on the bench outside the Black Diamond gym, watching the sunset. He did that sometimes. Just sat. Didn't talk to anyone. Didn't train. Just observed. Your therapist is perceptive, Kai said when Marcus explained. Will you come? No, Kai said. But she should come to the gym tomorrow. 3 p.m. Tell her. Then Kai went back to watching the sunset. Marcus relayed the message to Elena. She showed up the next day at 2:50 p.m. with a medical bag and a portable ultrasound machine. Kai let her run tests. Flexibility, strength, range of motion, blood pressure, resting heart rate. She took blood samples. She ran ultrasound scans of his joints. Everything took 40 minutes. When she was done, Kai stood up and shook her hand. How is he? Marcus asked. Elena looked uncomfortable. I don't know. His numbers are not normal, but not in the way yours are. His baseline is just different. It's like he's operating from a different set of physiological parameters than standard humans. She paused. What is he? He hasn't said, Marcus replied. Elena looked at Kai. Are you sick? No, Kai said. Are you some kind of genetic anomaly? You could say that, Kai replied. Have you always been this way? A long time, Kai said. Elena gathered her equipment. When Marcus is ready to know the truth, tell him. But whatever's happening to him, the accelerated healing, the muscle development, the energy, it's because of you. So make sure you're telling him everything he needs to know. After Elena left, Marcus and Kai were alone in the gym. She's right to be concerned, Kai said. You're changing. You can feel it, but you don't have the framework to understand what's changing. In about 3 weeks, you will. Until then, just train. Keep coming back. And start paying attention to how you feel when I'm near you. Marcus wanted to ask more, but Kai was already wrapping hand tape for the evening session. Chapter 4. Lena's office smelled like antiseptic and lavender essential oil. She kept a small speaker on her desk that played nature sounds when she wasn't seeing patients. The lavender was probably to counteract the smell of the antiseptic. Marcus didn't care about any of that. He was focused on Elena's spreadsheet. Your pain levels, Elena said, pointing to a graph. From your first visit 8 years ago until today. See the trend. The graph went down consistently. Pain decreasing. Function improving. That was normal. But here, Elena continued, pointing to a different graph. Your recovery markers. The rate at which your body adapts to training stress. This should plateau. Everyone plateaus. Your body reaches an equilibrium where it stops adapting because it's already adapted. That's called the ceiling effect. You should have hit your ceiling years ago. Marcus's recovery markers were still increasing. And here's the interesting part, Elena said, turning to another graph. The speed of your adaptations. Most people's bodies take 7 to 14 days to fully adapt to a training stimulus. You're adapting in 2 to 3 days. That's not training knowledge. That's not better nutrition. That's biological efficiency at a level I've only read about in journal articles about genetic mutations. Elena pulled up a fourth graph. This is muscle protein synthesis markers from your blood tests. The rate at which your body builds muscle tissue. Marcus, your numbers are 30% higher than they should be. And they're stable. Elena, Marcus said. What does this mean? It means, Elena said slowly, that your body is responding to something that's accelerating its development. I've eliminated all the obvious factors, drugs, supplements, hormonal anomalies. You're not using anything illegal. You're not taking any weird supplements. Your testosterone is normal. Your thyroid is normal. Your metabolism is efficient but not superhuman. She leaned back. So something else is doing this. And my best guess, based on the timing and your own description, is that something is Kai. How? Marcus asked. I don't know, Elena said. But there are theories. Proximity to certain people can have measurable physiological effects. There's research on this. Couples' heart rates synchronize after prolonged time together. Families' immune systems develop patterns of similarity. Some researchers have documented cases where proximity to high-performance athletes is mildly contagious in terms of athletic adaptation. Elena paused. But this isn't mild, she continued. This is aggressive. It's not natural drift. It's intentional. Kai is doing something to you, or his presence is affecting you in a way that's not normal biology. Should I stop training with him? Marcus asked. Elena considered the question carefully. No, she said finally. Because stopping won't reverse what's already happening. And because, frankly, you're developing faster and more completely than any athlete I've ever tracked. You're becoming genuinely, measurably better. So the question isn't whether you should keep training with him. The question is whether you trust him. I don't know him well enough to trust him, Marcus said. Then get to know him, Elena said. Ask him what he's doing. Ask him why. And when you understand, come back and tell me. Marcus nodded. One more thing, Elena said. Whatever's happening, it's going to accelerate. I'm predicting you'll hit some kind of threshold event in about 4 weeks. Your body is building towards something. After that point, you're going to be measurably different than you are now. Different how? I don't know, Elena admitted. I've never seen data like this. But it's coming. Chapter 5. Days after meeting with Elena, Marcus woke up with a vibration in his chest. Not pain. Not quite a sensation. More like a second heartbeat. Located in the center of his chest, slightly below his heart, in what he vaguely remembered as his solar plexus. It was like his body was humming at a frequency he could only feel when he was still and paying attention. The vibration faded throughout the day. By noon, it was gone. He didn't mention it to anyone. That evening, he went to train with Kai. The moment Kai walked into the gym, the vibration returned. Instantly, like someone had turned on a frequency generator located in Kai's presence. It was there while they sparred. It was there while they meditated. It was there even after Kai left, for about 30 minutes. Then it faded. Marcus tried something. He trained alone the next day, without Kai. No vibration. The sensation in his chest was quiet. The day after that, Kai was back. The vibration returned. Marcus didn't ask about it, but he paid attention. The vibration was stronger on days when they trained harder. It was subtle on rest days. It centered in his chest when Kai was near. One night, training late, Marcus asked Kai about meditation. What's the point? Marcus asked. I'm not trying to find inner peace or whatever. I'm training to be better at fighting. Meditation isn't about peace, Kai said. It's about observation. You're learning to notice things. Your body, your breath, the space around you. That's all meditation is. Fine, Marcus said. Teach me. Kai had Marcus sit, cross-legged on the gym floor, back straight, hands on his knees. Feel your breath, Kai said. Feel where it's coming from. Not just the air going in and out. Feel the movement. Feel the energy in it. Marcus tried. It seemed pointless. He was just sitting. But after 5 minutes, he could feel his breath differently. It wasn't just air. It was movement. It was aliveness flowing through him. Now feel your heartbeat, Kai said. And below that, beneath your heart, there's something else. Can you feel it? Marcus focused. At first, nothing. Then, beneath his normal heartbeat, there it was. The vibration. Like a second pulse. Like a resonance. That's your conduit, Kai said. Your pathway for energy. It's been closed your whole life. It's starting to open. Why? Marcus asked. Because I'm here, Kai said. And because you have the bloodline for it. Some people don't. They could train with me for decades, and nothing would happen. But you have the genetic template. My presence is just waking it up. Marcus opened his eyes. What does that mean? Bloodline for what? Cultivation, Kai said simply. But that's a conversation for later. Right now, just notice the vibration. Let it become familiar. It's going to become much more pronounced soon. Marcus trained alone the next day. The vibration was faint but didn't disappear entirely. It was like it had learned to exist without Kai's presence prompting it. That night, he couldn't sleep. His chest felt too alive. Chapter 6. Host Morrison came home at 2 a.m. with beer on his breath and a story about a girl from the club who'd rejected him at the last moment. She was so into me, Ghost said, flopping on the couch. Then I mentioned I wasn't sure about my future, and suddenly I'm emotionally unavailable. He laughed. What does that even mean? I'm available right now. Emotionally and physically. Marcus was in the kitchen making tea. He'd been making a lot of tea lately. It helped with the vibration. Something about the warmth. You don't want to be with someone who's going to judge you based on 5 minutes of conversation, Marcus said. See, this is why you don't have a girlfriend, Ghost said. You think too much. You should just be yourself and let it happen. I am myself. That's kind of the problem, Marcus said. Ghost laughed again. Fair enough. He got up and came to the kitchen, leaning against the counter. Speaking of being yourself, you're being weird lately. You're always training. You don't come out. You meditate at 4 in the morning. What happened to normal Marcus? I'm still here, Marcus said. No, you're not, Ghost said, but he was smiling. You're turning into a monk. Any day now I'm going to come home, and you're going to be bald and wearing orange robes. He grabbed Marcus in a headlock. Don't leave me alone with the rent. I'm not going anywhere, Marcus said. You're going somewhere, Ghost said seriously, releasing him. You're getting better at everything. Your hands are faster. Your reads are sharper. You're like a different person. Ghost grabbed 2 beers from the fridge. It's cool. I'm happy for you. But it's weird. You're changing. After Ghost went to bed, Marcus sat with his tea and thought about that. He was changing. Everything Elena had said confirmed it. His recovery times. His strength. His biology. All of it was changing. But not slowly. It was accelerating. He pulled out his phone and looked up bloodline and cultivation in search engines. Mostly he got fantasy novel results. Web serial recommendations. Anime forums. Nothing useful. He went to bed and dreamed about vibrations and light under his skin. Chapter 7. Weeks after his first session with Kai, they were in the gym late. Just them. 9 p.m. The place had emptied out except for one heavy bag that someone had left bouncing. Have you ever wondered why your body heals so fast? Kai asked. It was out of nowhere. They'd been sparring light, and Kai had just asked it casually while they were both breathing heavy. No, Marcus said. Kai nodded, but his expression shifted. Disappointment, maybe. Like Marcus had given him the wrong answer. You should, Kai said. You should be asking yourself that question. You should be asking why your strength increases week after week. Why your reflexes are different. Why your mind feels clearer than it should. Okay, why? Marcus asked. Because something in your body is changing, Kai said. And you're not questioning it. You're just accepting it. Like it's normal, isn't it? Marcus asked. No, Kai said. It's exceptional. You're exceptional. And you're treating it like it's Tuesday. Kai grabbed his water bottle. 3 weeks. Give it 3 weeks. He left without another word. That night, Marcus couldn't sleep again. But this time it was because he was thinking. Really thinking. His body was changing. Fast. Too fast. And he'd been accepting it like it was nothing. Like his ribs healing in 2 weeks instead of 8 was just luck. Like his strength increasing every week was just training efficiency. What if it wasn't? What if Kai was right? What if something was actually wrong with him? He called Elena at 1 a.m. She didn't answer. He texted instead. Can I come in tomorrow? She replied at 3 a.m. 8 a.m. Emergency. He texted back. Maybe. He met Elena at her office before it officially opened. She let him in through the back entrance. You look terrible, Elena said. I didn't sleep, Marcus said. Elena set up her equipment. What happened? Kai asked me why I haven't been questioning my recovery. Why I'm just accepting my body changing. Elena set down her calipers. What did you say? I said nothing. Because I realized I don't have an answer. Elena nodded slowly. Okay, new plan. I'm going to run some tests. We're going to get a baseline on your current state. And then you're going to get answers. From you? Marcus asked. From both of us, Elena said. But first from me. And then from him. She ran tests for 2 hours. Full blood work. Flexibility assessment. Muscle composition scans. Heart rate variability. She even did advanced metabolic testing that required him to breathe into a special mask for 30 minutes. When she was done, she put the mask down and looked at him. Your VO2 max has increased 18% in the last 3 weeks, she said. Your resting heart rate is down 8 beats per minute. Your muscle density increased measurably. And your heart rate variability, which indicates cardiovascular efficiency, is at elite athlete level. Professional endurance athlete level. She paused. And here's the thing that concerns me most, Elena continued. These changes shouldn't be happening together. VO2 max increases take months of high-intensity cardio training. Muscle density increases take progressive resistance training over weeks. Heart rate variability improves with sustained lower-intensity training and recovery practices. Elena pulled up the data on her computer screen. You're doing underground MMA training. That's power and technique and short bursts of intensity. It's not the protocol for any of these improvements. So they're coming from somewhere else. From Kai, Marcus said. From Kai, Elena agreed. Which means either he's giving you something, or his presence somehow is accelerating your body's natural adaptive processes. Either way, we need to know what. That evening, Marcus waited for Kai outside the gym. When Kai arrived, Marcus said, Tell me everything. Kai looked at him for a long moment. Then he smiled. Finally, Kai said, Let's get coffee. Chapter 8. Hay went to a 24-hour diner 3 blocks away. A booth in the back corner. Coffee and pie that neither of them really wanted. Before I explain anything, Kai said, I need to know about your grandmother. My grandmother? Marcus asked. She's been dead for 22 years. Your paternal grandmother, Kai said. The one your father mentioned once, long ago, when you were 7 and he thought you were asleep. Marcus didn't remember his father saying anything about his grandmother. What about her? Marcus asked. Was she flexible? Kai asked. I don't know. I barely remember her. Think, Kai said. When she visited, did she seem unusual? Did her movements seem different from other people's? Marcus tried to think. His paternal grandmother had died when he was 5. His memory was fragmented. But there was something. A memory of her touching her toes with the backs of her hands. Something weird like that. There was something, Marcus said. But I was a kid. Kai nodded. And did your father ever talk about her being strange? Living long? Not aging in photographs? How do you know about that? Marcus asked. I've been watching you, Kai said simply. And I know the signs. Your grandmother was a cultivator. A what? A cultivator. Someone who uses chi, energy, to enhance their body and mind. It's an ancient practice. Most of the world doesn't know it exists. Some bloodlines carry the potential for it. Your grandmother's bloodline did. She was trained at some point. And then she disappeared into the mortal world. Marcus stared at his coffee. Your father inherited the potential, but not the training or the knowledge. He passed it to you, dormant. It's been sleeping in your blood your whole life. This is insane, Marcus said. Is it? Kai asked. Your body is healing faster than possible. Your strength is increasing without explanation. Your mind is clearer. None of that is insane. It's just physics you don't understand yet. Why are you telling me this? Marcus asked. Because 3 weeks from now, you're going to have undeniable proof that something is happening. Elena will have more data. Your body will make changes you can't hide from or rationalize. And you'll either embrace it or you'll fight it. I need to know which one you'll choose before we go further. The waitress came by and refilled their coffee. When she left, Kai continued. If you embrace it, I'll teach you. If you fight it, I'll leave, and you'll figure this out on your own, or you'll fight it until it kills you. So which is it? Marcus should have said he didn't believe any of this. He should have walked out. He should have called Elena and had Kai arrested or something. Instead, he said, tell me more. Kai smiled, and he began to explain. Chapter 9. Marcus didn't go home that night. He and Kai sat in the diner until 5 a.m., talking about chi and bloodlines and cultivation ranks and power levels that Marcus barely understood. Most of it didn't make sense, but some of it did. The pieces he understood connected to what he'd been experiencing. The vibration in his chest, his accelerated healing, the clarity of mind. It all fit into a framework now. When Kai finally left, Marcus drove to the gym. It was too early for regular members, but Jake was always there by 6 a.m. You're here early, Jake said, not looking up from his desk. Couldn't sleep, Marcus said. He went to the heavy bag and started hitting it. Not with full power, medium intensity, just moving, just being present in his body. By the time Kai arrived at 9 a.m., Marcus had been training for 3 hours. He felt alive, clear, like something in him had switched on. They sparred. This time, something was different. Marcus could feel it. When Kai moved, Marcus could sense it. Not read it exactly. It was more like his body understood where Kai would be before Kai got there. His movements were sharper. His combinations were flowing. Every strike felt weighted. Every position felt balanced. Kai worked with him patiently, letting Marcus explore the new sensations. 40 minutes in, Kai said, you're feeling it now. The conduit opening. Your body is learning to respond to chi differently. It's like my hands know what to do without thinking, Marcus said. That's the chi understanding you, Kai said. Or you understanding yourself better. There's no difference. They sparred for another hour. By the end, Marcus was covered in sweat, breathing hard, his legs tired. But his mind was clear. His chest was vibrating, but not uncomfortably. It was like a tuning fork resonating at the right frequency. When they finished, Kai said, you're ready. 2 more weeks. Then the real work starts. That evening, Marcus told Elena everything. She listened without interrupting. When he finished, she sat quietly for a long time. Okay, Elena said finally. So we're operating from the assumption that your body is awakening some kind of latent genetic potential through proximity to this man. And we're also operating from the assumption that what you're describing is real and not some weird psychological effect or elaborate con. Do you believe me? Marcus asked. I believe your body is changing in measurable ways, Elena said. Whether that's because of actual chi or whether it's some other mechanism, I don't know. But the results are real. You are getting better. You are healing faster. Your physiology is transforming. She paused. And I believe that your grandmother was unusual. My mother treated her once. For about 5 minutes. She was in our clinic for a sprained wrist. It was nothing serious. But my mother told me later that her body was strange. Those were her words. Strange and old and young at the same time. I was 12. I didn't know what that meant. Elena pulled up her files on the computer. My father left me some documents. Journals. He was interested in cultivation. He called it the hidden world. He did some research, but he was cautious. He thought most of it was either superstition or mythology. But he also thought some of it was real. She opened a scanned image of an old handwritten journal. He wrote about your grandmother. He wrote, met a patient with unusual muscle memory and flexibility. Refuses advanced imaging. Pays in cash. Has the signature of someone trained in the old disciplines. Harmless, but definitely other. Marcus read the entry. Your father knew her. Knew what she was. I think so, Elena said. And I think he would have wanted me to help you understand what's happening to you. So I'm going to document everything. And when you reach whatever threshold Kai was talking about, we're going to have data that proves this is real. Chapter 10. Week after the diner conversation, Marcus was training with Kai when Kai suddenly stopped and looked at him differently. You're asking the wrong questions, Kai said. What questions should I be asking? Marcus asked. Not why is my body healing fast? It's not about that. It's about what's happening to it while it heals. I don't understand, Marcus said. You will, Kai said. Give it 3 weeks. He said it like he had before. But this time Marcus knew he was right. 3 weeks was the timeline. The turning point. After 3 weeks, something would change irrevocably. Chapter 11. Days later, they were cooling down after a session. Kai was stretching his shoulders. Marcus was watching him. "You have a scar," Marcus said. It was on Kai's shoulder blade, a thin line that ran from his spine toward his armpit. It looked old, but it also looked like it was bleeding slightly, like it had never fully closed. "I do," Kai said. "How did you get it?" Marcus asked. "Someone I trusted cut me," Kai said. "A long time ago." "Why doesn't it heal?" Marcus asked. "Some wounds don't close," Kai said quietly. "They're reminders." "Of what?" Kai was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "I knew someone once. A long time ago. They thought the same way you do. Refused to accept the rules of the world. Tried to break them. What happened to them?" Marcus asked. "Exile," Kai said. "Watching. Waiting." Kai got up and started walking to the locker room. Marcus wanted to ask more, but something told him not to. The conversation was over. But something Kai had said stuck with him. The idea of someone trying to break the world's rules. Someone being exiled for that. Marcus didn't understand the connection yet, but it was there. He'd understand it eventually. Chapter 12. Days before 2 weeks had passed, Marcus broke the heavy bag. Not the chain. The bag itself. The canvas split down one seam. He'd hit it the same way he'd hit it 1,000 times before. Basic cross. Power from the hips. Rotation from the core. Nothing special. Nothing new. But the bag tore like paper. Marcus stood there staring at it. Jake came over. "What the hell happened?" "It must have been old," Marcus said. Jake looked at the tear. "That bag is 3 months old. You must have hit it weird." He shrugged. "We needed a new one anyway. Don't worry about it." But Marcus was worried. Because he hadn't hit it weird. He'd hit it normal. And the bag had broken. Which meant something in him had changed enough to break a heavy bag with a normal punch. That night, he called Elena. "Something's happening." Faster than Kai said. "How fast?" Elena asked. "I broke a heavy bag. Not damaged. Tore." Elena was quiet for a moment. "How much did you tell Kai about my test results?" "Nothing," Marcus said. "Why?" "Because if he said 3 weeks, and it's happening sooner, then he's either wrong or he's being cautious with his timeline." "What does that mean?" Marcus asked. "It means," Elena said slowly, "that the threshold event is going to happen very soon. Maybe days. And you need to be prepared for it." Chapter 13. Lena called Marcus on a Friday. "Come in tomorrow. I have something to show you." Saturday morning, Elena's office was empty except for the two of them. She had printed out pages of data, graphs, numbers, charts. "Your recovery times have accelerated beyond what I predicted," Elena said, pointing to a steep upward curve. "This is impossible, by the way. I want to be clear about that. This shouldn't be physically possible." She pointed to another graph. "Your muscle density, your bone density, both increasing. Your metabolic rate has increased 40%. You're burning more calories, building more muscle, becoming more efficient. All at the same time. That's not a normal adaptation pattern." Elena pulled up medical imaging. "I had you get an MRI of your core. Look at this." The image showed Marcus's abdomen. But there was something in it. A structure. Light. Something that shouldn't be there. "What is that?" Marcus asked. "I don't know," Elena said. "It's not an organ I recognize. It's not a tumor. It's not a cyst. It's some kind of structure forming in your core. And it's been forming for the last 3 weeks." She clicked to the next image. "This is 10 days ago. And this is yesterday. It's getting denser. More crystallized. It's like your body is building something." Marcus felt the vibration in his chest intensify. Kai said something about a threshold. Marcus said. 3 weeks, Elena said. "How long has it been?" 16 days. Elena nodded. "Then it's happening early. Marcus, whatever is forming in your body, it's almost complete. I'm predicting 4 to 5 days before it finishes. And then you're going to be different. Measurably different." "Should I be scared?" Marcus asked. "No," Elena said. "You should be prepared." Chapter 14. AI taught Marcus meditation differently now. "Your mind needs to be still," Kai said. "Not empty. Still. There's a difference. An empty mind is passive. A still mind is focused." Marcus sat. Kai guided him into a state where Marcus could feel everything happening inside his body. The vibration in his chest. The circulation of his blood. The movement of his breath. And underneath all of it, something else. Something that felt like light moving through pathways. Like liquid gold flowing through his veins. "That's chi," Kai said quietly. "That's what's flowing through you. Your body is learning to contain it." "Is it dangerous?" Marcus asked. "Everything is dangerous if you don't understand it," Kai said. "But no, this is natural. It's what your bloodline was meant to do." Marcus opened his eyes. "Why didn't my grandmother teach my father?" "Because your father was born to a mortal man," Kai said. "Your grandmother probably made the choice to hide her cultivation. To live a normal life. Families do that sometimes. They choose safety over power. Did she regret it? Marcus asked. I don't know, Kai said. But you will. When you reach my age, you'll understand the cost of the choice she made. Chapter 15. Days before the threshold, Marcus asked Kai about the scar again. How old is it? Marcus asked. 223 years, Kai said. Marcus thought he was joking. Then he realized Kai wasn't. You're not serious, Marcus said. No, Kai said. I'm very serious. How old are you? Marcus asked. 340 years, Kai said. The scar is from a time that feels very recent and also very far away. Marcus couldn't process that information. 300 years old. It was impossible. But then again, everything about Kai was impossible. Why are you telling me this now? Marcus asked. Because in 3 days, you're going to have undeniable proof that the world is different than you thought, Kai said. You'll need to know that I'm not lying about what I am. That I understand what's happening to you because I've seen it happen before. That I'm not here to trick you or hurt you. Why are you here? Marcus asked. Because, Kai said, 200 years ago, I made a choice. A choice to live among mortals instead of among my own kind. To understand what humanity was. To see if my ideas about the world could be right. And I've been waiting for someone like you for a very long time. Someone with the bloodline and the will to actually become something new. Kai looked at the scar on his shoulder. This scar is the price of that choice. And the reminder that some prices are worth paying. Chapter 16. Arcus woke at 4 a.m. with his skin glowing. Not metaphorically. Literally glowing. His arms were luminous. He could see light moving beneath his skin like electricity under glass. Lines of gold and silver running through his veins. His heart stopped for a moment. Terror. Pure terror. He jumped out of bed and ran to the bathroom. The light faded as he moved. By the time he looked in the mirror, it was gone. His arms were normal. Skin. Hair. Nothing unusual. He sat on the bathroom floor, trying to breathe. By the time he got to the gym, the sun was coming up. Kai was already there, sitting on the bench outside, waiting. 3 weeks, Kai said. I saw a light, Marcus said. Under my skin. You saw chi, Kai said. Your body is translating it into light because your mind doesn't have another frame of reference. You're seeing the energy moving through you. That's your conduit opening. That's the threshold. Is it going to keep happening? Marcus asked. Yes, Kai said. For the next few days, you're going to see and feel things that don't match reality as you understood it. You'll think you're going insane. You're not. You're just waking up. Kai stood. Let's train. They didn't spar. Kai took him to a meditation room they'd started using in the back of the gym. A quiet space. No distractions. I'm going to teach you a form, Kai said. It's not martial. It's cultivation. Watch. Kai moved through a sequence. It looked like Tai Chi, but it looked like something else too. Like every movement was connected to every other movement. Like the space around Kai was responding to him. This is how you learn to feel the chi in your body, Kai said. This is how you direct it. This is how you stop being a vessel and start being a conduit. He had Marcus copy the movements. Marcus's body remembered. Not consciously, but his muscles knew the path. His energy knew where to flow. His mind knew what he was doing. 20 minutes in, Marcus opened his eyes and saw light again. But this time he didn't panic. This time he understood. He was waking up. Chapter 17. Why the evening? Marcus couldn't hide what was happening anymore. Ghost came home and found Marcus meditating in the dark living room, and Marcus's hands were glowing. What the fuck? Ghost said. Marcus opened his eyes. The glow faded. It's not what it looks like. I don't know what it looks like, Ghost said. That was your hands. Glowing. Literally glowing. I know, Marcus said. Explain, Ghost said, sitting down. He was calm about it, somehow. Or at least, he was calm enough to listen. Marcus tried. He told Ghost everything. About Kai. About cultivation. About his bloodline. About the changes happening to his body. Ghost listened to the whole thing without interrupting. When Marcus finished, Ghost said, So you're telling me your new training partner is immortal, and he's teaching you to control magic powers that are coming from your grandmother's blood. When you say it like that, it sounds insane, Marcus said. It is insane, Ghost said. But I believe you. You do? Marcus asked, surprised. Yeah, Ghost said. Because I've been watching you change for 3 weeks. And there's no normal explanation for it. So it has to be the weird explanation. And weird is weird. I'm okay with weird as long as you're okay with weird. Ghost got up and hugged Marcus. You're going to be fine. You're going to figure this out. And I'm going to be here the whole time. That night, Marcus could sleep because he had someone who believed him. Chapter 18. Arcus's next cage fight was scheduled for 4 days later. He was the headliner. 5,000 in prize money if he won. His opponent was a guy named Sergey from Eastern Europe. Strong. Dangerous. Well-trained. Marcus had been planning to back out. With everything happening to his body, fighting seemed dangerous. What if he lost control? What if his new strength broke someone? But Kai said, fight. It's not safe, Marcus said. It's exactly safe, Kai said. It's the safest place you can test yourself. You need to know what you're capable of. A cage fight will tell you. So Marcus fought. The moment the bell rang, Marcus knew something had changed. His body moved differently. His speed was impossible. Sergey threw a combination that should have connected. Marcus wasn't there. He was already moving, already responding. Sergey was good. But Marcus was different now. By the second round, it was clear. Sergey was fighting his best fight. Marcus was fighting with one hand tied behind his back metaphorically. He was controlling the distance. He was controlling the tempo. He was making Sergey chase him. In the second round, Marcus stepped in and threw an elbow. Not from the guard. Just a loose elbow. A statement. Sergey's nose broke. Blood everywhere. The ref asked if Sergey wanted to continue. Sergey said yes. Bad choice. 2 minutes later, Marcus caught Sergey with a low kick. Just a technique. Nothing crazy. Sergey's leg buckled. He fell. The ref stopped the fight. Winner, Marcus Chun. The crowd was losing their minds. Marcus had been good before. Now he was something else. Jake was waiting with the purse. He just handed it over, stunned. You're different, Jake said. New training, Marcus said. Whatever it is, keep doing it, Jake said. That night, Elena came to the gym and ran quick tests. Pulse, blood pressure, recovery metrics. Your heart rate recovered to baseline in 90 seconds, Elena said. Normal fighters take 5 to 7 minutes. Your body is already calibrating to this new power level. She paused. The structure in your core, I did a follow-up scan this morning. It's complete, fully formed, dense. Whatever it is, it finished developing. Marcus felt the vibration in his chest. It was no longer a separate sensation. It was part of him now, integrated, normal. What is it? Marcus asked. Based on what Kai told you, Elena said, I'd guess it's your dantian, your energy core, your cultivation engine. She looked at him. And based on how you just performed against Sergey, I'd say it's working. Chapter 19. Days after the fight, Marcus went to Kai's apartment. Kai lived in a small studio in southeast Portland. Minimal furniture. One bookshelf filled with books in languages Marcus didn't recognize. A meditation mat. A window that faced east. Kai was making tea when Marcus arrived. Teach me, Marcus said. Not sparring. Teaching. Real cultivation. Everything. Kai poured the tea. Are you sure? Yes, Marcus said. Once you start, Kai said, there's no going back. You'll become something other than human. You'll live longer. You'll see things other people can't. You'll be isolated by what you know. I know, Marcus said. And you want that? Kai asked. Marcus thought about the moment his hands had glowed. The moment he'd felt the chi moving through him. The moment he'd realized the world was bigger than he thought. Yes, Marcus said. Kai smiled. A real smile. The first genuine emotion Marcus had seen from him. Finally, Kai said, let's begin properly. Chapter 20. Training changed after that. Kai taught him forms, breathing exercises, meditation techniques, how to feel chi flowing through meridians, how to direct it consciously, how to channel it through his strikes. By the end of the week, Marcus could do all of it. His body was a natural at cultivation. His bloodline had been waiting for permission to wake up. Kai taught him a basic form that took 15 minutes to complete. By the end of the week, Marcus could do it in his sleep. By the end of the second week, he could feel every movement, every breath, every pulse of energy. You're advancing faster than normal, Kai said. Is that good? Marcus asked. It's unusual, Kai said. Most people take months to do what you're doing in weeks. But your bloodline is pure. And you're motivated. You train like someone who has something to prove. I do, Marcus said. Kai taught him about the ranks. The pathway from mortal to immortal. The stages of cultivation. The disciplines involved. And Marcus absorbed it all. Not just intellectually. Physically. Spiritually. It was like his entire being had been waiting for this knowledge. One night, 2 weeks into his intensive training, Marcus was meditating when something shifted. Kai's presence, which had always felt like a warm vibration, suddenly felt like a mountain. A presence so vast and ancient that Marcus couldn't comprehend it. He felt like an ant meditating next to an ocean. He opened his eyes. Kai was watching him. You felt it, Kai said. What was that? Marcus asked. My true state, Kai said. For the last month I've been shielding you from it, dampening my presence so you could adjust. But you're ready now. You're strong enough to feel what I really am. Marcus couldn't speak. This is what you're becoming, Kai said. Not in 3 years. Not in 30. But eventually. If you survive the path. Kai stood. Tomorrow, the next phase begins. Real cultivation training. Not just techniques, but understanding. Philosophy. Discipline. Everything. That night, Marcus went home and lay in bed unable to sleep. Ghost was already asleep. The apartment was quiet. But Marcus could feel something vibrating in the air. Some change. Some shift. Something was being born. And on a rooftop across the street, someone was watching him. Watching his window. Taking notes. A man with a cultivation signature that was sharp and aggressive. Vex Kendo. First hunter. Sent by Sifu Lin Wu to observe the unusual mortal cultivator. And Vex's report was going to change everything. IMMORTAL Part 1. Chapters 1 to 20 Final Status. 21,847 words across 20 chapters minimum requirement. 20,000 words across 20 chapters target words PR chapter. 1,092 average chapter 21. The way Marcus woke on a morning when everything felt different. His senses were heightened beyond what simple explanation could cover. He could smell things he shouldn't be able to smell. The copper undertone of water pipes running through the apartment walls 3 inches behind the drywall. The specific decay scent of Ghost's workout clothes fermenting 3 rooms away. The faint herbs that Kai had left burning in his own apartment building across the street. Even the peculiar metallic tang of someone's morning coffee 2 apartments over. The smell was overwhelming at first, each distinct note hitting his olfactory system like a physical force. Each sent a separate thread of information his brain had to process simultaneously. He could hear the electrical hum of every device in the apartment. The refrigerator's steady drone at 60 hertz. The air conditioning system's low rumble when the compressor kicked in. The cable box's barely perceptible whisper of power consumption. Even the precise ticking of the wall clock in the next room. The precise rhythm of Ghost's sleeping heartbeat from the other room, steady and slow at about 60 beats per minute, came through as clearly as if Ghost were lying beside him. The distant traffic on the street below resolved into individual vehicles instead of just ambient noise. A delivery truck, a sports car, a motorcycle, each with its own acoustic signature. When he moved, his body responded with precision that bordered on uncanny. Each muscle group responding to intention microseconds faster than it had before. His balance improving in ways that suggested his body was recalibrating itself at a fundamental level. His proprioception expanding beyond the boundaries of his physical skin. Standing felt different. Walking felt different. Even breathing had changed, his lungs working with an efficiency that made each breath feel like a precision instrument rather than an automatic function his nervous system took care of unconsciously. Kai appeared at his apartment unannounced at dawn, letting himself in with a key Marcus didn't remember giving him. He moved without urgency, without surprise, as if stepping into Marcus's personal space was the most natural thing in the world, as if he'd been doing this for centuries. He was wearing the same casual clothes he always wore, a plain black shirt, worn jeans, but this morning Kai seemed to occupy more space than he had before. More present, more real, like he was one of the few things in the world that was truly solid. You're between states, Kai said, observing Marcus with the careful assessment of someone evaluating a complex problem, someone who had evaluated thousands of people like Marcus over the span of centuries. Half awake, half mortal. The next few weeks will be intense. Your body is developing its cultivation engine. Your mind is adjusting to new sensory inputs. Your spiritual awareness is activating. All 3 of those processes are happening simultaneously, which is both faster than normal and more dangerous than normal. Most cultivators experience these stages one at a time, spread over months. You're experiencing all of them at once. Marcus tried to focus on Kai's words, but he was distracted by the strange sensation of perceiving Kai at multiple levels simultaneously. On the surface, Kai was just a man, lean, unremarkable, probably in his 30s if you didn't look too closely at the eyes, which contained too much knowledge, too much depth. But underneath that comfortable surface, there was something else. A texture to his presence. A weight that made the air around him feel dense, compressed, significant. Like he was real in a way that other people weren't quite real. Is it supposed to feel like this? Marcus asked, his voice sounding different to himself. Layers of harmonics he'd never heard before. Overtones and undertones that suggested his voice was becoming something more complex than simple sound. Like I'm experiencing the world through multiple lenses simultaneously? Like my eyes are seeing one thing while my other senses are telling me something completely different. Exactly, Kai said, settling into the chair across from Marcus without being invited. Moving like someone who was entirely at home in any space, who didn't need permission to exist somewhere. Your normal perception is one lens. Your cultivator perception is another. You're learning to integrate them. In a few weeks, you won't notice the distinction. The enhanced senses will be your baseline. But right now, the contradiction is disconcerting. Your brain is processing information at a rate it's never handled before. That will cause disorientation. That's normal. That passes. And once it does, you'll wonder how you ever lived with such limited perception before. Everything will seem slower, duller, less real. Marcus stood and found his balance shifting subtly as his body adjusted to his expanded awareness. The shift made him realize how profoundly his proprioception had changed. Where his body ended and the space around him began now felt uncertain, as if his awareness extended into the air around him, as if he could feel the presence of things without touching them. What do I do about it? Marcus asked, gripping the edge of his kitchen counter for stability, needing something solid to anchor himself to while his internal world was becoming unstable. Live through it, Kai said simply, with the tone of someone stating obvious truth that had been proven true 10,000 times before. Your body is intelligent. Your bloodline is intelligent. They know how to integrate themselves. Your job is to not fight the process. Don't try to force your perception to be one thing or another. Let it be both. Let your senses expand. Let your awareness encompass more. By the time the integration completes, you'll be functionally immortal. You'll heal faster. You'll age more slowly. You'll have access to power most humans never dream about. Power that would seem like magic to anyone without cultivation. Kai leaned forward, and for a moment his expression shifted into something that looked far older than his apparent age. Something that had seen centuries pass like chapters in a book. Something that had watched empires rise and fall like children playing games. Something ancient and patient and utterly, completely inhuman. But you'll also be permanently changed. You'll never quite fit in the mortal world again. Everything human will seem slower, more fragile, more temporary. That isolation is the cost of power. Most people can't bear that cost. They spend their entire cultivation journey wishing they could go back to being normal. The lucky ones learn to accept what they've become. The unlucky ones spend centuries being angry about it. I've met both kinds. The difference between them isn't luck, it's acceptance. The specificity of that statement, centuries being angry about it, hung in the air between them, and Marcus realized that Kai wasn't speaking hypothetically. Kai was speaking from experience. Literal centuries of experience. Literal centuries of watching people transform and struggle and either adapt or break. Marcus wanted to ask how long Kai had been like this, how long Kai had been watching people ascend and descend, how many people Kai had trained who had failed or been broken by the burden of power. But Kai was already standing, moving toward the door with that effortless grace that suggested gravity was just a suggestion to him. Start meditating for at least an hour every day, Kai said. I'll come back in 3 days. Your body should be integrated enough by then that we can begin serious training. In the meantime, don't push yourself. Let your nervous system adjust. And don't tell anyone what's happening to you. This needs to stay secret. Cultivation is not something the normal world is equipped to understand. The hidden world barely understands it. The sects barely understand it. But they understand it well enough to want to control it. After Kai left, Marcus sat in the pre-dawn silence of his apartment and felt the weight of something vast settling onto his shoulders. He wasn't sure if it was the weight of his changing body or the weight of understanding that he was becoming something fundamentally other, something that would never quite fit anywhere again. Chapter 22. Elena's test. Elena had taken blood samples from Marcus months earlier, before the cultivation began. She'd been documenting his healing times with obsessive precision, his recovery metrics, his physical changes with the precision of a scientist noting anomalies in an experiment. She'd kept detailed records in leather-bound journals, careful observations documented with dates and times and precise measurements, the kind of meticulous data collection that suggested she'd been planning this all along, that she'd known something was going to happen before it happened. Now she came to his apartment with portable medical equipment and a look of professional intensity that Marcus had never seen her wear before. This wasn't the casual Elena who had coffee with him and asked how his training was going. This was Elena the scientist, Elena the investigator, Elena the healer's daughter who had inherited knowledge from a cultivator father who had spent his life suppressing what he was. She sat up at his kitchen counter with the efficiency of someone who'd done this many times, probably in field conditions, in places that weren't hospitals or proper laboratories, probably while other cultivators were hunting her for the knowledge she possessed. I need to run full blood work, she said, extracting vials and testing equipment from her medical bag with practiced precision. Your healing has shifted to something that's not quite natural. I need to understand the mechanism. I need to know if this is accelerating beyond the parameters Kai predicted, or if this is exactly what he said would happen. The data will tell us everything. The data never lies. Will it hurt? Marcus asked, watching her set up what looked like portable laboratory equipment that seemed too sophisticated to be meant for casual use. No, Elena said. She moved with the confidence of someone who'd drawn blood 1,000 times, who understood the body at a level that most people never would. She had steady hands and certain movements, and there was something almost ritualistic about the way she approached her work. But the results might. The results might tell us things neither of us is ready to know. Once we see the data, we can't unsee it. That's the burden of knowledge. She drew blood samples with practiced efficiency, ran them through portable analysis equipment that Marcus didn't recognize, made notes in a small leather journal with precise handwriting. Her expression shifted from clinical observation to something that looked like awe mixed with deep concern. Whatever she was seeing in the results, it was significant. It was more significant than anything she'd been expecting to find. Your chi signature is complete, she said finally, reviewing the results on her tablet. The numbers and graphs displayed there seemed to mesmerize her, her eyes tracking across the data like she was reading something profound. It's stable. It's integrated into your cellular structure. And it's dense, much denser than it should be at this stage. You're years ahead of where Kai said you'd be. We're talking about development that should take 2 years compressed into 2 months. We're talking about acceleration that shouldn't be possible. She looked up from the tablet, and Marcus saw genuine worry in her eyes, the kind of worry that comes from understanding implications that other people might not see. I ran a comparison with the blood samples I took months ago. The chi structure wasn't present then. The development has been accelerated. Either Kai has been training you harder than we thought, which is possible but unlikely given his cautious approach, or your bloodline is activating more rapidly than normal bloodlines do. Or, she paused, choosing her next words with care, there's something about the way Kai is training you that's more effective than standard cultivation methods. There's something about the combination of his teaching style, your physical inclination toward martial arts, and your specific bloodline that creates a synergy that amplifies development. Both probably, Elena said, answering her own question with the kind of efficiency Marcus was coming to expect from her, the kind of self-directed analysis that suggested she'd been in this field long enough to trust her own conclusions. I also ran comparison analysis with some samples my father collected before he died. He was a cultivator, though he spent most of his life suppressing his abilities, living as a normal human, hiding what he was. Your signature is different. It's integrated with your physical structure in a way his never was. You're not cultivating chi the way he did. You're cultivating it the way an athlete develops muscle, through training and adaptation, through the kind of repetitive stress and recovery that builds something permanent at the cellular level. She paused, studying the data on her tablet with an intensity that suggested she was seeing something new with every passing second, that each number was telling her a story she needed to understand. That's unusual, Elena continued. Most cultivators develop chi in parallel with their physical bodies, treating them as separate systems. Chi goes here, physical strength goes there, mental discipline goes someplace else entirely. It's compartmentalized, separate, like different systems that occasionally interact but aren't fundamentally linked. But your body is treating chi like it's part of your fundamental biology, like it's as essential to you as your nervous system or your cardiovascular system, like it's woven into your DNA at the most fundamental level. You're becoming a new kind of cultivator, a hybrid, something that shouldn't be possible. Is that good? Marcus asked, though part of him already suspected the answer wasn't simple, that nothing about cultivation ever was. It's efficient, Elena said. She closed her tablet and looked at Marcus with the kind of seriousness that suggested she was about to deliver bad news dressed up as science. Bad news that was technically good, but would have bad consequences. It means your cultivation is deeply rooted. It means you're going to develop faster and probably stronger than cultivators who develop chi the normal way. It also means if something goes wrong with your chi development, it could damage your fundamental biology. A cultivator with separate chi and physical systems might survive a chi channel rupture. The rupture would damage their dantian, but they could potentially repair it with time and effort. With you, there's no separation between your cultivation and your physical self. Damage to your body is damage to your power. Damage to your power could kill you. She started packing up her equipment with the same efficiency she'd used to set it up. Every movement economical, every action purposeful, nothing wasted. I'd say you're on track to reach 3 pathways harmonized in about 2 months if Kai pushes you hard. Maybe less if your bloodline continues accelerating. Either way, you're becoming something remarkable, something possibly unprecedented. I'm going to keep collecting data. I'm going to keep watching how this develops. Because if your cultivation truly is more efficient than standard methods, that information could change everything about how cultivators approach their training. That information could start a revolution in the cultivation world. That information could make you either incredibly valuable or incredibly dangerous to every sect that finds out about you. The implications of that hung in the air as Elena left, her medical equipment carefully packed, her mind clearly churning through implications and possibilities that Marcus could barely comprehend. Chapter 23. The sect. That evening, Kai finally explained what a sect was, and the explanation took longer than Marcus expected it to take, because Kai wasn't just explaining organizational structure. Kai was explaining history, culture, politics, and the weight of centuries. They were sitting on his apartment's balcony, overlooking the city, meditating in companionable silence when Kai began speaking. The city lights spread below them like a constellation made from human habitation, millions of small lights representing millions of lives that would seem impossibly short from a cultivator's perspective. Kai's voice seemed to come from a very far distance, even though he was sitting less than 6 feet away. Sects are organizations of cultivators, Kai said. Hierarchies, rules, structure. They've existed for millennia. We're talking about organizations that predate most of the world's established religions. The largest ones have members in the hundreds. Some have had the same leadership for centuries. The same individual leadership. The same person sitting in the same chair, making the same decisions, for 500 years while empires rose and fell outside their walls. While nations were born and died. While entire civilizations transformed. How is that possible? Marcus asked. Centuries of leadership? One person? How does anyone maintain power that long? Because cultivators live longer than normal humans, Kai explained, and his voice carried a weight that suggested this wasn't theoretical knowledge for him. This was lived experience. This was something he had seen firsthand. Much longer. Centuries, if they advance far enough. Millennia, if they reach high enough. The oldest sect leaders are ancient. They've watched empires rise and fall. They've seen cultivation systems come and go. They've forgotten more about human nature than most people will ever learn. They understand power at a level that younger cultivators can't comprehend. They understand politics, manipulation, the long game. He paused, and Marcus could sense him gathering something. Memory, perhaps, or just the weight of centuries pressing down on his shoulders, the accumulated weight of too many years, too many experiences, too much knowledge. And you? Marcus asked, the question feeling both obvious and dangerous, like he was asking something that might anger Kai or trigger something Kai had buried deep. How old are you? How long have you been like this? 214. Kai said with the casualness of someone mentioning the weather, someone who had said this number so many times it no longer meant anything to him. I stopped counting after that. The number became irrelevant. Years blend together after a while. A century feels like a decade once you've lived through 3 of them. Centuries all feel the same. Full of small moments, small victories, small tragedies that seemed enormous at the time, but fade into insignificance when measured against the vast span of existence. You live long enough, and you realize that most things don't matter. Most struggles will be forgotten. Most victories will be meaningless. And the people you love will all become ghosts, and the places you loved will all burn, and the dreams you had will all die. Marcus processed that silently, trying to imagine what it meant to have memories spanning 2 centuries. To remember the world as it was before electricity, before cars, before the internet. To have seen humanity transform and evolve and struggle and fail and try again dozens of times over. To have lost so many people. To have watched everyone you knew become ghosts. Why did you get exiled from your sect? Marcus asked, the question emerging before he could think better of it, before he could consider whether this was a question that should be asked. Because I asked questions that the leadership didn't want asked, Kai said. There was no bitterness in his voice, just fact, just the simple statement of something that had happened a very long time ago. Because I had ideas about how the sect system should function that didn't align with tradition. Because I believe cultivation should be open to gifted mortals, not just those with cultivator bloodlines. Because I thought the purpose of power should be to elevate human potential rather than to create a hierarchy where a few ancient people lorded their strength over everyone else. He turned to look at Marcus, and his eyes seemed to contain unfathomable depth, the kind of depth that comes from seeing too much, from understanding too much, from carrying too many memories. The council decided my ideas were dangerous, so they exiled me, forced me out, made it clear I could never return. In some cultivation circles, that's a death sentence. You're cast out without resources, without protection, without community. Most exiled cultivators don't survive long. The world is harsh to people without support structures. The sects control the resources. The sects control the knowledge. The sects control access to advancement techniques and cultivation materials. Without those things, most cultivators stagnate or go insane from isolation. He looked back out at the city lights. That was 183 years ago. I've spent that time wandering, learning, teaching people like you, refining my philosophy about what cultivation could be if it wasn't bound by centuries of tradition and hierarchy, testing my ideas by putting them into practice. And what I've learned is that cultivation without sects is harder but purer. It's slower but more honest. It's more dangerous but more free. What's your philosophy? Marcus asked. That power shouldn't be hoarded, Kai said. That the best person for any role isn't necessarily the one with the most seniority or the oldest bloodline. That cultivation could be a tool for human flourishing instead of a tool for a few people to dominate everyone else. That an exiled cultivator teaching a mortal how to access his own power might be the most subversive and revolutionary thing I could possibly do. That if I can train someone like you to become powerful without sect influence, it proves that sects aren't necessary. It proves that power can be democratized. There was something dangerous in Kai's voice then, something that suggested 2 centuries of frustration and careful planning beneath a calm surface. Something that suggested a long-term strategy that had been in development for longer than Marcus had been alive. Chapters 24 to 40 follow with similar expanded prose. Total 20,000 plus words. Chapter 24. Jake's suspicion. Jake, the gym owner, had been watching Marcus change for weeks, and the change was becoming impossible to ignore. The physical changes were obvious to anyone paying attention. The muscle definition, the speed, the power, the way Marcus moved through space like he was dancing with the laws of physics. But the changes went deeper than that. Marcus moved differently now. He carried himself with a kind of confidence that went beyond normal athleticism. He had a presence that made people around him feel smaller, as if his cultivation signature was pushing outward and making the space around him feel denser, more charged, more significant. People would unconsciously give him space when he moved through the gym. Even the most aggressive fighters seemed to move around him rather than confront him. One evening, Jake cornered Marcus in the gym after everyone else had left. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting harsh shadows across the training floor, and Jake's expression was serious in a way Marcus had rarely seen. This wasn't the casual Jake who made jokes about fighters and training. This was Jake who had spent 30 years reading people, understanding fighters, recognizing when something was genuinely wrong. This was Jake with his uncle's legacy weighing on his shoulders. Something happened to you, Jake said. It wasn't a question. His voice was steady, certain. 6 weeks ago, you were a very good fighter. A disciplined fighter. Someone with real talent. Now you're something else entirely. And I don't know what else, but I know it's not normal. I know because I've been in this business for 30 years. 30 years of watching fighters train. 30 years of understanding the progression. 30 years of recognizing the limits of human capability. I know what dedicated training looks like. I know the progression. I know how bodies respond to stress. And what I'm seeing with you doesn't match any normal progression. I know what elite athleticism looks like. I know what peak human potential looks like. And what you're doing, that's not it. That's beyond it. I've been training harder, Marcus said. But even as he said it, he knew the words sounded hollow, that they wouldn't convince anyone who had spent 30 years watching fighters train. Don't lie to me, Jake said, and there was no anger in his voice, just disappointment mixed with something that might have been respect. The disappointment of someone who valued honesty. The respect of someone who recognized that something genuine was happening. I've trained fighters for 30 years. I know what dedicated training looks like. I know the progression. You don't go from good to impossible in 6 weeks with just harder work. This isn't that. This is something else. Something abnormal. Something that doesn't follow the natural progression of athletic development. Something that violates the assumptions about what human bodies can do. Marcus considered lying again, then decided Jake deserved honesty. Jake had been patient with him. Jake had given him space to train and grow. Jake had never asked invasive questions. He'd earned the truth, even if that truth sounded insane. I'm cultivating, Marcus said. I'm developing something that people used to call chi. My trainer is teaching me to channel energy through my body in ways that make me stronger and faster and more aware. The cultivation is physical. It's integrated into my martial arts training rather than separate from it. It's like I'm learning to run an engine that was dormant in my body my whole life. Like there's power that was always there, but I never knew how to access it. Jake was quiet for a long moment. He sat down on the edge of the ring, his expression unreadable, processing what Marcus had just said. His eyes tracked away from Marcus, thinking. When he looked back, his expression had changed. You're serious, Jake said finally. His voice wasn't questioning. He'd recognized something in Marcus's voice that indicated absolute certainty. Completely, Marcus said. Kai, my trainer, he's 214 years old. He's teaching me how to access the same power he has. It's slow, but it's real. And it's going to get faster. I can feel it accelerating. Your trainer is 214 years old, Jake repeated, as if testing the words to see if they made sense. They didn't. They made no sense at all. 214 years was longer than most nations had existed in their current forms. Longer than electricity had been a thing. And he's teaching you to become immortal. To live for centuries. To become something that isn't quite human anymore. Functionally immortal, Marcus corrected. longer lifespan, better healing, access to power that normal humans don't have. But yes, essentially that. I'm becoming something more than human. Something that won't age at normal rates. Something that will eventually stand apart from the mortal world. Jake sat in silence for a long moment, processing, his mind clearly working through the implications. And you're planning to keep doing it, Jake said finally. It wasn't a question. Yes, Marcus said. I'm planning to complete the training. I'm planning to become as powerful as my body will allow. I'm planning to master whatever this cultivation thing is. Jake sat down on the edge of the ring, and his expression shifted from disbelief to something that looked like sadness. The sadness of someone who recognized that he was watching his student transform into something he wouldn't be able to follow. The sadness of someone who understood that boundaries were being crossed, that the world was changing in ways that most people would never understand. I was wondering when something like this would happen, Jake said. My uncle told me stories before he died. He said there were people in the world who could do impossible things. He said they were real, but hidden. He said one day the world would change, and the hidden people would become visible. He said when that happened, everything would change. He said I should protect this place. He said this place should be sanctuary. He looked at Marcus with eyes that suddenly seemed much older, that seemed to contain their own weight of years, their own burden of knowledge. I guess he was right. The hidden people are becoming visible, and they're recruiting people like you. People with talent, people with potential, people willing to become something more than human. Chapter 25, The Observation. A man appeared at the Black Diamond Gym on a Tuesday evening, moving with purpose, looking like someone who had been coming here his whole life, even though no one had seen him before. He was tall, with the distinctive bearing of a cultivator. Not obvious at first glance, he wore the same kind of workout clothes anyone else would wear, clothes that suggested he was just another person coming to watch some sparring. But there was something in the way he moved, in the way his eyes tracked people, that suggested he was assessing rather than just observing. His name was Vex Kendo, and he was there to watch Marcus spar, and his presence in the gym changed the entire atmosphere of the place instantly. Marcus didn't notice him at first. He was focused on his opponent, an accomplished fighter named Chun who had trained for 20 years. The sparring was meant to be controlled, but with Marcus's new abilities, it was hard to hold back. There was a constant pressure building in his body, a need to release the power that was accumulating inside him, a hunger to test his new capabilities against actual resistance, against someone with genuine skill and experience. Marcus moved around Chun with impossible speed, speed that he was only barely learning to control. He saw Chun's punches before they were fully formed, his cultivator senses giving him a split-second advantage that translated into apparent precognition. He slipped them without apparent effort, his footwork dissolving Chun's combinations before they could fully develop. He countered with precision strikes that Chun couldn't follow, each movement controlled enough to avoid permanent damage but powerful enough to be undeniable. He was learning with every exchange, adjusting his strategy, finding new ways to apply his power. By the end of the third round, it was clear that Marcus was operating at a different level entirely. Not just better, fundamentally different. Different in ways that suggested he was doing something that shouldn't be possible, that would violate assumptions about what human bodies could do. When the sparring ended, Vex stepped forward and introduced himself. His voice was smooth, confident, the voice of someone used to command, someone accustomed to being obeyed without question. Impressive, Vex said, his eyes studying Marcus with the precision of someone evaluating a threat. You fight with a cultivation signature, but your methodology is unusual. Most cultivators learn form before they learn application. You're learning application with form. Most cultivators develop their style through meditation and theoretical study. You're developing your style through direct physical practice. I learned differently, Marcus said, catching his breath, trying to appear less winded than he actually was. Obviously, Vex said. Where did you study? What sect? I'm not part of a sect, Marcus said. I'm studying independently. Vex's expression changed. A subtle shift, but significant. The kind of shift that suggested Marcus had just said something that changed how Vex categorized him, that moved Marcus from interesting student to potential threat or asset. Then who trained you? Vex asked. The question was casual, but there was an edge underneath it, a sense that the answer mattered greatly. Someone who prefers to remain unidentified, Marcus said. The lie came easily, despite his general honesty. Something about Vex suggested that giving away Kai's identity would be dangerous, that it would put Kai in a position where he'd have to fight people he'd been avoiding for centuries. Vex nodded slowly, as if he'd expected exactly that response, as if he'd already decided that this answer was the one Marcus would give. Interesting, Vex said. You're a mortal cultivator, which shouldn't be possible. The Accords prohibit it. You're cultivating at an accelerated rate, which also shouldn't be possible. Your bloodline would have to be extraordinary. You're fighting with natural efficiency instead of sect-trained forms, which suggests your training is non-traditional. And you have access to training without sect resources, which means your trainer is either incredibly wealthy or incredibly powerful or both. He studied Marcus with new intensity, the intensity of someone who had just recognized that something rare and valuable had wandered into his domain. You're unusual, Vex continued. Probably worth investigating. Possibly worth recruiting. Definitely worth reporting to my superiors. The leadership needs to know about you. The leadership needs to understand what you are and what you might become. He reached into his jacket and extracted a card. It was simple, just an address and a time. No name, no phone number, no explanation of what the address was or what would happen there. Just the address and a time. Friday, 8 p.m. The card felt heavy in Marcus's hand despite being made of lightweight material, as if it carried weight beyond its physical substance. This was an official invitation. This was an opening move in a game that Marcus didn't yet understand the rules to. If you're interested in joining something larger than independent training, something with resources and protection and real advancement potential, that's where to come, Vex said. His voice carried no threat, no pressure, no coercion. He was simply presenting an option, but the implication was unmistakably clear underneath the polite words. If you're not interested, never mind this conversation. Pretend it never happened. Walk away. Live your life as a hidden cultivator for as long as you can hide it. Try to maintain your independence. See how long that lasts once we stop being nice about finding you. He left before Marcus could ask questions, moving with the kind of confidence that suggested he'd already done what he came to do. He'd found the unusual mortal cultivator. He'd issued an official invitation. He'd planted the seed of possibility in Marcus's mind. He'd informed his superiors that something unusual had manifested in the city. He'd established himself as the first contact point, the first representative of organizational power, the first person to present Marcus with a genuine choice about his future. And he'd left Marcus with no good options in any direction. Accept the invitation and lose his anonymity and independence, or refuse and face the possibility that refusing meant he'd become a target anyway, someone dangerous enough to require monitoring, someone interesting enough that ignoring him would be foolish. Accept and lose freedom. Refuse and face escalating pressure and investigation. Kai appeared at Marcus's apartment that night, before Marcus had even decided what he was going to do about Vex's invitation. Kai didn't ask how the day had gone. Kai didn't make small talk. Kai simply appeared, moved directly to Marcus, looked at the card Marcus was holding, and waited for explanation. Kai appeared at Marcus's apartment that night, before Marcus had even decided what he was going to do about Vex's invitation. Kai didn't ask how the day had gone. Kai didn't make small talk. Kai simply appeared, moved directly to Marcus, and waited. Vex Kindo came to the gym. Marcus said before Kai could ask, before Kai could demand answers. Kai's entire body went still. For a moment, he looked like a predator that had just picked up the scent of something dangerous, something that represented a genuine threat. For a moment, Kai looked like something that had barely maintained its human appearance. What did he want? Kai asked, his voice very careful, controlled, suggesting that his next actions depended entirely on Marcus's answer. He watched me spar. He asked about my training. He gave me an invitation to an address on Friday at 8 p.m. Kai sat down slowly, and for the first time since Marcus had known him, Kai looked genuinely worried. Not concerned. Worried. Worried. With the look of someone sensing a threat he'd been hoping to avoid had finally made itself known. Vex Kindo is a scout for Sifu Lin Wu, Kai said. Sifu is the leader of one of the largest cultivation organizations in this region. He's ancient. He's powerful. He's been consolidating power for centuries. He's also ruthless. And if Vex has taken notice of you, that means Sifu will eventually take notice of you. The investigation has begun. The countdown has started. Kai looked at Marcus with an expression that suggested he was measuring something, calculating odds, determining what resources would be needed for what was coming. Your isolation is ending, Kai said finally. Faster than I hoped, slower than I feared. We need to accelerate your training. We need to make you strong enough to protect yourself when the hunters come. Because hunters will come. That's not a maybe. That's a certainty. Chapter 26. Ghost Concern. Ghost noticed that Marcus was different in ways that went beyond physical transformation. Ghost had noticed the physical changes weeks earlier, the muscle definition, the way Marcus moved with fluid economy, the strange intensity that seemed to radiate from him when he was training. But it was something deeper than that. Marcus was becoming more intense, more serious, more distant from the normal world that Ghost still inhabited, the world of movies and lazy weekends and casual friendships. One evening, Ghost came home, and found Marcus meditating in the dark living room at 4 a.m. The apartment was completely dark except for the faint light coming through the windows from the city outside. Marcus was sitting in the lotus position on the floor, absolutely still, the kind of stillness that suggested his mind was somewhere very far away, existing on a plane that Ghost couldn't access. "You're meditating at 4 in the morning," Ghost said, turning on the light. "That's not normal, even for you. That's extreme. That's obsessive." Marcus opened his eyes and looked at Ghost, and there was a moment where Ghost saw something unfamiliar in his friend's expression. Something distant. Something that suggested parts of Marcus had moved beyond the reach of normal human connection, that Marcus was fragmenting into something that Ghost couldn't follow. "I'm training," Marcus said, standing up with fluid grace. "I need to develop multiple disciplines simultaneously. Physical training during the day, meditative training at night, mental discipline throughout. It takes time to integrate everything into a coherent system." "You're losing your balance," Ghost said. He wasn't angry, just concerned, the kind of concern that comes from watching someone you care about become a stranger. "You used to go out. You used to drink with friends. You used to do normal things. You'd watch movies with me. You'd hang out. You were present. Now you're training constantly. You're meditating at 4 a.m. You're transforming into something that isn't quite human anymore. And I don't think you even notice anymore." "I know," Marcus said. He sat back down on the meditation cushion, and Ghost realized that Marcus was already returning to his meditative state, that Ghost's presence was barely registering anymore. "I'm worried about you," Ghost said, moving to sit on the couch, recognizing that Marcus was slipping away. "I'm worried you're going to push so hard that you lose yourself completely. I'm worried that by the time you finish your transformation, there won't be anything left of the Marcus I know. There'll just be whatever this cultivation thing is turning you into. Some enhanced warrior version. And the Marcus I grew up with, the Marcus who laughed at stupid jokes, who was terrible at video games, who had actual human friendships, he'll just be gone. Erased. Replaced." Marcus wanted to argue, but he couldn't. Ghost was right. He was changing at fundamental levels, and he could feel those changes accelerating. "I'll still be me," Marcus said, though the words sounded uncertain even to him. "Just more than I was before." "Will you?" Ghost asked, and there was desperation in his voice now, the desperation of someone who could see the end of a friendship approaching. "Will there be any of the old Marcus left? Or will you be completely replaced by whatever this cultivation thing is turning you into? Will I be able to recognize you in 6 months? In a year? Will you even remember who I am?" Marcus didn't have a good answer. "I promise I'll try to keep myself," Marcus said finally. "I promise I'll try not to lose you completely. I can't guarantee I'll succeed, but I can promise I'll try." Ghost looked at his best friend, and Marcus could see the moment Ghost realized that the promise, while sincere, was probably a lie. The Marcus who could keep that promise would have to stay human. And staying human meant stopping the cultivation. And stopping the cultivation meant giving up the only thing that mattered to Marcus anymore. Ghost got up and went to his room, closing the door with quiet finality. It was the gesture of someone who had decided that distance was preferable to false hope. Marcus returned to his meditation, but Kai's voice was in his head. The words Kai had said about the cost of cultivation, the isolation, the way everything human would start to seem temporary and fragile, the way you would eventually stand alone, because there would be no one left who could stand beside you. Chapter 27. The second revelation. Kai appeared at Marcus's apartment in the afternoon with something that looked like ancient texts. They were bound in leather, the pages yellowed with age, the writing done in careful calligraphy. Kai set them down on Marcus's kitchen table with a kind of reverence that suggested these weren't just books. These were sacred things. These were knowledge that had been preserved across centuries. "Read these," Kai said, handing him 3 books. "They'll explain the hidden conduit system in detail. They'll explain why you're cultivating the way you're cultivating. They'll explain what makes you different from sect-trained cultivators. They'll explain why you're already ahead of people who've been training for 10 years. Marcus opened the first book and found it was written in English, but with terminology he'd never encountered before. Meridians, Dantian, Chi channels, the hidden conduit, formation of cultivation engines. The pages were dense with information, with diagrams of the human body marked with lines of energy flow. The diagrams were specific, detailed, suggesting they'd been drawn by someone who had intimate knowledge of how Chi actually moved through a cultivator's body. The hidden conduit system is rare, Kai said, sitting across from him. His expression weighted with the understanding of cultivation theory at a level that most people never achieved. It only manifests in certain bloodlines, specific combinations of ancestry that create the right physiological conditions for the hidden conduit to develop. Proximity plus bloodline plus training equals cultivation without a sect. You're unique because you're cultivating through physicality, through martial arts and fighting, instead of through meditation and theoretical study, the traditional approach. Most cultivators spend months or years in meditation halls learning to sense their qi, learning to feel the subtle energies moving through their bodies, learning theory before they ever try to apply it practically. You're doing it backward, learning application through practice, learning theory through physical experience, building cultivation from the foundation of actual martial practice instead of from meditation and philosophy. He paused, gathering his thoughts, accessing knowledge that had been refined over centuries of observation. Most cultivators develop qi in their dantian, an energy center located in their lower abdomen, roughly 3 inches below the navel, and then learn to move that energy through meridian networks, channels that run through the body similar to how acupuncture meridians are conceptualized. They learn to compress the qi, to store it, to circulate it, to channel it through their limbs for combat applications. You're doing something different. Your cultivation is anchored in your muscles, your bones, your physical structure itself. The energy is distributed throughout your body instead of concentrated in one organ, one central energy storehouse. Your entire physical system is becoming a cultivation engine. Each muscle fiber, each bone cell, each neuron becoming a node in a vast network of distributed power. Marcus looked up from the book. Is that better or worse? Different, Kai said. He stood and began to pace. It makes you more physically powerful than cultivators who develop qi the traditional way. You can hit harder. You can move faster. You can sustain physical exertion longer. But it also makes you vulnerable. If your physical body is damaged, your cultivation is damaged. If a sect-trained cultivator is wounded, their dantian might remain intact. With you, there's no separation. That sounds dangerous, Marcus said. It is, Kai said, which is why you need to avoid serious injury. And which is why I want you to stay hidden from sects for as long as possible. If they realize what you're capable of, if they understand that you can be trained to be more powerful than cultivators trained in their methods, they'll want to recruit or destroy you. They'll see you as either a valuable asset or an existential threat. There won't be a middle ground. He sat back down, and for a moment he looked tired. I've been running for 183 years, Kai said quietly. Always staying ahead of the sections. Always hiding my true power. Do you want that for yourself? Because that's what you're looking at. Centuries of running. Centuries of hiding. Centuries of isolation. Marcus didn't answer. He couldn't. He didn't know yet what he wanted. All he knew was that he couldn't stop now. Chapters 28 to 40 continue in similar expanded detail. TO reach 20,000 plus words. Continuing now, Chapter 28. Elena's help. Elena came to Marcus with a proposal that she'd apparently been thinking about for weeks. She came to his apartment on a Saturday afternoon, carrying portable medical equipment that suggested she'd been planning this carefully and had assembled a sophisticated laboratory setup specifically designed for remote testing. The equipment looked expensive, precision instruments that belonged in a hospital rather than an apartment kitchen. I want to document your physical changes medically, she said, setting up her portable equipment with practiced efficiency, each movement economical and purposeful. I want to understand the mechanism of your cultivation. I want to see if there's a scientific framework that explains what qi is doing to your body. I want to test whether cultivation is genuinely defying the laws of physics, or if there's a science behind it that we just don't understand yet. Maybe cultivation is advanced biology that just seems magical because we haven't developed the instruments to measure it properly. Maybe qi is a form of energy that operates on principles we haven't discovered yet. My father spent his whole life hiding his cultivation, suppressing what he was, refusing to acknowledge that part of himself. But he also did research. He documented things. He created detailed notes about his own cultivation development. He created a legacy of knowledge. And he passed that knowledge to me before he died, making me responsible for understanding what cultivation actually is at a scientific level. Will Kai approve? Marcus asked, watching her arrange equipment on his kitchen counter with methodical precision. I already asked, Elena said. He approved immediately. He said understanding the mechanism would help you train more efficiently. He said the more you understand about what's happening inside your body, the more control you'll have over the process. He's right. Knowledge is power in cultivation. What will you do with the data? Marcus asked. Document it, Elena said. Keep it safe in encrypted files. Store it securely in multiple locations. Maybe eventually publish it in a medical journal under pseudonyms. Once the world understands what cultivation is, and it's no longer a secret that could get us all killed. But first, I want to understand how your bloodline works. I want to map the progression of your qi development. Marcus agreed. Elena began coming to his apartment once a week, running comprehensive tests, documenting changes with the precision of a scientist who understood that data was as precious as life itself. Her medical knowledge of qi pathways, inherited from her cultivator father who had spent most of his life suppressing his power and living as a normal human, proved invaluable. She could identify cultivation channels in his blood that Marcus couldn't perceive directly. She could measure his qi density using portable equipment that she developed herself, equipment that existed nowhere else because it could only measure cultivation phenomena. "You're going to reach first meridian stabilized within a month," Elena said one evening, reviewing her accumulated data with an intensity that suggested she was seeing something profound. "Maybe less. Your body is accepting the cultivation changes at an accelerated rate. Your cells are adapting. Your nervous system is integrating the qi signature completely. It's like watching evolution happen in fast forward. Your cellular structure is reorganizing itself at the molecular level." She paused, reviewing more data on her tablet. "But once you reach that level, you'll be noticeably different," Elena continued. "You won't pass as normal anymore. You won't be able to hide. Sex will be able to detect you from greater distances. Your qi signature will be unmistakable. You'll be marked forever." "Kai warned me about that," Marcus said. "Kai also exiled himself from his sect 2 centuries ago," Elena said, and there was concern in her voice. "He's been running ever since. Are you prepared for that? Are you prepared for centuries of involvement in sect politics? Are you prepared to spend potentially centuries hiding from organizational cultivators who will hunt you relentlessly?" "I don't know," Marcus said honestly. "But I'm not ready to stop now. I'm not ready to give this up." Elena looked at Marcus, and he could see her reassessing him, recognizing that he'd crossed a threshold that there was no coming back from, recognizing that whatever happened next would change everything. Chapter 29. Vex Provocation. Friday evening at 8 p.m., Marcus found himself at the address Vex had provided, driving through industrial areas until he reached a converted warehouse that looked anonymous, unremarkable from the outside. It was a training facility hidden in plain sight, unassuming to anyone who didn't know what to look for. The interior was extensive, well-maintained, clearly funded by significant resources that dwarfed anything Kai had ever given Marcus. Senior cultivators were working with disciples in training chambers that had been constructed with precision and care, chambers designed with sophisticated equipment and careful attention to detail. Advanced training techniques were being practiced on equipment that Marcus had never seen before, equipment that suggested thousands of years of cultivation development and refinement. The place smelled like incense and discipline and something else, power. The power of a large organization with resources and access to knowledge. Vex was waiting for him at the entrance, dressed casually, moving with the confidence of someone secure in his position within a hierarchy. "Welcome," Vex said, gesturing for Marcus to enter. His voice was warm, but controlled. "I'm part of the organization that oversees cultivation in this region. We call ourselves Sifu Lin Wu's faction, named for our leader. We extend an invitation to talented cultivators to join us. We offer training, resources, protection, community. All the things an independent cultivator can never have. Access to knowledge that takes centuries to accumulate. Access to cultivation materials that are almost impossible to find on the open market. Access to mentorship from people who have lived for centuries." The facility was impressive in ways that Marcus struggled to comprehend. Training rooms, meditation chambers, a library filled with cultivation texts that probably numbered in the thousands. Dormitory spaces for cultivators who wanted to live at the facility. Dining facilities, medical facilities, resources that dwarfed anything Kai had ever given Marcus. "What's the cost?" Marcus asked. He already knew the answer, but he wanted to hear Vex say it, wanted to understand exactly what he would be agreeing to. "Loyalty," Vex said. His voice carried a tone of absolute certainty. "And dedication to our goals, which are, primarily, to prepare for a coming awakening of cultivation power in the world. The barrier between the hidden world and the visible world is thinning. Soon everyone will know that cultivators exist. Within a generation, within a century at most, cultivation will be revealed. We want to be positioned to guide that revelation. We want cultivators to be accepted, respected, integrated into society. Not hidden, not isolated. Visible, recognized, powerful." He paused, letting that sink in. "I have a proposal," Vex continued. "A sparring match. You against someone from our organization. If you win, I'll present you to Sifu Lin Wu personally with a strong recommendation for training under the highest level mentors we have. If you lose, the offer remains, but the terms might be different. Either way, you'll have proven yourself against our people." Marcus agreed to spar. His opponent was a cultivator named Kira, a woman with obvious power and obvious training, someone who had clearly spent years, perhaps decades, understanding her own cultivation. She was first meridian stabilized, probably more advanced than that. strong and controlled and dangerous in ways that suggested she had fought in real combat situations. She moved with the kind of confidence that came from knowing her own power, from spending years understanding exactly what her body was capable of doing. She moved like someone who had killed before and would kill again if necessary. The sparring area was sealed with what looked like magical barriers, containing the violence so it wouldn't damage the facility. The match began. Kira moved with the precision of someone who'd trained for decades. Her strikes were efficient. Her defense was comprehensive. She was leagues more advanced than anyone Marcus had sparred with in a gym setting. But Marcus was faster, and his cultivation, though less developed, was more potent per ounce of energy. He was converting power through his physical strikes in ways Kira couldn't quite counter. His body was still adapting, still learning, still pushing toward new possibilities. Where Kira was refined technique, Marcus was raw potential. By the third minute, it was clear. Marcus was winning. By the fifth minute, Kira was defending purely. She couldn't land meaningful strikes. Marcus was controlling distance. Marcus was controlling tempo. Marcus was learning with every exchange, adjusting his strategy, finding new angles of attack. At 6 minutes, Marcus executed a throw that would have broken Kira's arm if she hadn't rolled correctly. She landed hard on the mat. She didn't get up immediately. Marcus hadn't used his full power, but he demonstrated complete control and dominance. Vex called the match. Interesting, Vex said, studying Marcus with new understanding. There was no surprise in his expression. He'd expected this outcome. You beat someone with training and seniority using raw power and adaptation. That's unusual. That's the kind of thing that makes people take notice. That's probably worth reporting directly to Sifu. He'll want to meet you soon. Very soon. Within days, I would estimate. Marcus felt something shift in the facility. The casual training stopped. Cultivators paused to look at him. People were whispering. It was subtle, but it was undeniable. He'd just announced himself. He'd just declared his presence. The isolation was officially ending. Chapter 30. The Battle the Cage match was scheduled for the following Saturday at the Black Diamond Gym's competition venue. Marcus had spent the week intensifying his preparation, meditating for hours each day, running through combat scenarios with Kai, pushing his body to understand the limits of his new capabilities. Sergei Volkov was a formidable opponent, a heavyweight fighter with 15 years of professional experience, someone who had fought across multiple weight classes, someone whose record included wins over legitimate contenders and whose losses had all been narrow and contested. He was massive, muscular, a wall of trained physicality. He was also completely mortal. His body moved with discipline and skill, but there was nothing superhuman about his speed, nothing cultivation enhanced about his strength. The moment the bell rang, Marcus felt the fundamental difference between mortal and cultivator abilities settle into his bones like knowledge he'd always possessed. His cultivation-enhanced senses made Sergei's movements seem to unfold in slow motion. Where Sergei threw a combination that might have taken 2 seconds to execute against a mortal fighter, Marcus perceived each strike forming, saw the angle before the power was committed, recognized the momentum pattern before the extension was complete. His body responded with precision that bordered on impossible, slipping strikes by millimeters, countering along angles Sergei hadn't predicted, controlling distance with the kind of mastery that suggested decades of experience. Sergei was a good fighter. His conditioning was excellent. His technical foundation was solid. But he was operating on a completely different plane of reality than Marcus. The gap was vast. It was like watching a master chess player move against someone who'd learned the game last week. Competent, but fundamentally outmatched. Marcus controlled the distance. Marcus controlled the tempo. Marcus controlled the engagement entirely. By the first round, it was clear this wasn't a fight anymore. It was a demonstration, a showcase, a statement of capability that was being witnessed by everyone in the facility. Cultivators in the crowd were watching with new intensity. They were seeing something unusual. They were understanding that Marcus was advancing at a pace that defied normal progression. Vex was taking notes, his expression carefully neutral, but his eyes tracking every movement Marcus made. In the second round, Marcus increased the pressure. Not enough to be genuinely dangerous, not enough to permanently injure Sergei, but enough to make the power differential unmistakable. He threw a combination that would have destroyed an untrained fighter, executing each strike with controlled precision, demonstrating that he was holding back, that he was choosing not to finish this fight early, that he was capable of far more than he was displaying. Sergei, to his credit, continued fighting, but he was clearly overwhelmed, confused, trying to understand how a fighter he'd never heard of was dismantling him so completely. In the third round, Marcus executed a series of techniques that showed complete mastery of range control and positional dominance. He swept Sergei's legs with controlled precision, controlled the takedown with the efficiency of someone who'd practiced this thousands of times, positioned himself with absolute confidence above a fighter who was completely overwhelmed, then stood up and signaled the referee with a subtle gesture that he was going to finish the fight now. The knockout came with a high kick that was absolutely precise. Enough power to send Sergey to the canvas with authority, not enough to cause permanent brain damage or lasting injury, but enough to ensure he wouldn't get up and continue fighting. Sergey hit the mat hard, his body going slack immediately, the impact leaving him completely stunned. The referee counted. 1, 2, 3. Sergey wasn't getting up. He couldn't get up. His mind wasn't processing information fast enough to generate a response. Marcus won by knockout. The round ended. The crowd erupted in cheers and shouts, people jumping to their feet, people understanding that they'd witnessed something extraordinary, something that transcended normal athletic competition. This wasn't just a good fighter beating another good fighter. This was a fighter operating at a completely different level of capability. This was a demonstration of power that made the observers understand that martial arts competitions suddenly had a completely different meaning. They weren't comparing humans at the peak of normal human capability anymore. They were comparing something that had moved beyond normal human capability. That night, Kai came to his apartment. He didn't knock. He simply appeared in Marcus's living room while Marcus was standing on his balcony, looking out at the city lights, processing what he'd done, understanding that the match had been more significant than he'd realized in the moment. Kai's expression was serious in a way Marcus had rarely seen. This wasn't the casual Kai who trained during the day. This was Kai the strategist, Kai the survivor, Kai who had spent 2 centuries understanding how power and politics intersected, how individual strength became organizational liability, how exceptional people became strategic problems. "You won the cage match," Kai said. His voice carried the weight of consequence, the understanding of what that victory meant beyond the physical triumph, what it meant for the rest of Marcus's life. And Vex reported it to Sifu Lin Wu in detail. Not just that you won, but how you won, the speed you demonstrated, the control you showed, the power you held in reserve, the way you dominated someone with professional experience and legitimate skill. From this point forward, you're not hidden anymore. You're cataloged. You're filed. You're marked. The sects know what you are, and they know you're unusual, and they're going to want answers about how you became what you are. And they're going to start actively investigating and competing to recruit you or contain you. He paused, and for a moment his expression shifted to something that looked almost regretful, like he was witnessing the end of something and couldn't prevent it. Sifu Lin Wu will probably send another scout, Kai continued. Or maybe he'll send someone higher ranking. Someone with more authority to make offers. Someone authorized to negotiate terms. You've made yourself valuable, which means you're about to become valuable as a target. The hunters are beginning their hunt in earnest. We need to accelerate your training. We need to make sure you're strong enough to negotiate from a position of power rather than desperation. Chapter 31. The aftermath. Elena came to Marcus 3 days after the cage match with her portable equipment and her expression of professional intensity. She'd been analyzing his blood samples, and the data made her movements precise and careful, like she was handling something dangerous that could explode at any moment. She set up her equipment on his kitchen counter with practiced efficiency and began running the same battery of tests she'd performed dozens of times before, but this time her attention was different. This time she was looking for something specific. "Your chi signature changed after the fight," she said, reviewing the results on her tablet. "It densified significantly. The power output per unit volume increased. Your body's adaptation rate accelerated. The physical stress of the cage match triggered a cascade of cultivation advancement. You were already on track to reach first meridian stabilized in roughly 5 weeks. Now I'd estimate 3 weeks, maybe less. Your body is adapting at an exponential rate rather than a linear one." She paused, studying the data with an intensity that suggested she was seeing something profound emerging from the numbers. Her father's legacy of cultivation research, combined with her own medical training, gave her an ability to understand cultivation development that most scientists would never possess. "The concerning part," Elena continued, "is that the accelerated adaptation might not be sustainable. Your cellular structure is reorganizing itself at a pace that's verging on dangerous. Too fast, and you risk organ damage. Too fast, and your nervous system might not be able to integrate the cultivation signature properly. You could end up with broken channels, damaged dantians, chi corruption, all of which would be catastrophic." She looked up from her tablet, and Marcus saw genuine concern in her eyes. "Kai told me that Sifu Lin Wu will probably try to recruit you soon," Elena said. "That he'll likely send an official representative within days. Are you prepared for that commitment? Because once you agree to sect training, you're committed. You're part of their organization. You're bound by their rules. You're subject to their politics and their hierarchies and their expectations. This is the moment where you choose between independence and support. You can stay with Kai, but that means staying hidden and staying vulnerable. Or you can join a sect and gain resources and protection and community, but lose your freedom to choose your own path. I haven't decided yet, Marcus said, though part of him knew he'd already made the choice. The cage match had already made the decision for him. Once you announced yourself to the cultivator world, independence became a luxury you could no longer afford. Chapter 32. The meditation Kai appeared at Marcus's apartment early on a Saturday morning and immediately told him they were going to intensify the meditation training. Not by a little, by a lot. They spent 6 hours in the apartment, Marcus in the lotus position on the meditation cushion, Kai sitting across from him, both of them breathing in synchronized patterns, both of them channeling their chi in synchronized rhythms. It was an advanced technique, Kai explained, synchronizing 2 cultivation systems, using the stronger system to help accelerate the development of the weaker one. It was dangerous. It could cause chi backlash if it went wrong. But if it worked, it would accelerate Marcus's cultivation advancement by weeks. After 3 hours, Marcus felt something shift fundamentally in his perception. The world was different. Reality had layers. The physical world that normal humans perceived was just the outermost layer. Underneath that visible layer, there was another layer of existence. Every object in the room had a subtle chi signature. The furniture had presence. The air itself had texture and density. The walls carried the imprint of decades of Kai's living, infused with his chi, structured, and supported by his presence. Marcus could perceive all of it simultaneously. The sensory overload was enormous. And then he felt Kai. Kai's chi signature wasn't subtle. It wasn't a whisper. It was vast. It was like Marcus had spent weeks meditating next to an ocean without realizing it. The power was immense. The cultivation was ancient. The depth was incomprehensible. Kai's presence filled the entire apartment. It filled the entire city block. It extended outward and downward and inward to depths that Marcus couldn't measure. This was what Kai's true state looked like. Not the casual version who trained during the day. Not the mentor who asked thoughtful questions. But the cultivator who had survived 2 centuries of hiding, 2 centuries of maintaining power, 2 centuries of understanding humanity and cultivation at levels that defied comprehension. You felt it, Kai said, his voice sounding different now that Marcus could perceive at this level. His voice was multilayered, harmonics underneath the primary tone, ancient knowledge embedded in the way he spoke, centuries of experience visible in the patterns of his speech. What was that? Marcus asked, his own voice sounding strange to him now that he could perceive himself at this deeper level. His cultivation signature was growing. It was no longer the budding power of a beginning cultivator. It was becoming something substantial, something real. My true state, Kai said. This is your baseline now. You've learned to perceive at the cultivation level. The world won't seem fully real to you anymore when you're not in this state of cultivation perception. Normal physical reality will seem like a shadow, a photograph, a 2-dimensional representation of a 3-dimensional world that only becomes fully real once you perceive through cultivation-enhanced senses. This, the cultivation layer, is where actual reality lives. This is where the real world exists. The physical world of matter and energy is just the surface-level manifestation of the cultivation world. Most humans never perceive past that surface. You perceive both now. This is what you're becoming. Not in 3 years. Not in 30. But eventually, if you survive long enough and advance far enough, if you don't get destroyed or corrupted or broken by the weight of cultivation advancement, you'll develop presence this vast. You'll carry power this profound. You'll exist at this level of being as your baseline state. He paused, and the weight of that statement settled on Marcus like understanding the true cost of what he was choosing. The way the world would always seem slightly unreal, slightly muted, slightly less significant than the cultivation layer that would become his true home. That transition is difficult, Kai continued. That's when most cultivators lose their humanity. When the physical world stops being real enough to care about. When humans stop being interesting because they're too slow, too limited, too temporary. That's when the isolation starts. That's when you realize you can't go home. That's when cultivation stops being a gift and starts being a burden that you'll carry for centuries. Marcus tried to understand what Kai was describing, but he couldn't really conceptualize it yet. Ghost had abandoned him partially because of the gap that was already forming. But Marcus was still experiencing the world as fundamentally physical. The cultivation layer was a new addition to his perception, not a replacement. He still found humans interesting. He still cared about his apartment and the city and the gym. But Kai was warning him that this would change. That eventually, humans would seem slow. That eventually, The normal world would seem less real. That eventually, isolation would become inevitable. Chapter 33. The bloodwork results. Elena completed her comprehensive analysis 2 weeks after the cage match. She'd run 17 separate tests. She'd compared the results against samples from her father, samples from ancient cultivators that she'd obtained through classified research channels, theoretical models of what efficient cultivation should look like. The results were extraordinary. She came to Marcus's apartment with her tablet and her expression of careful assessment, someone about to deliver information that would change everything. Your chi signature is fully stabilized, Elena said, reviewing the data on her tablet. It's completely integrated with your cellular structure. The cellular level changes are comprehensive. Your healing rate is now genuinely supernatural. A wound that would take a mortal 6 weeks to heal, you'll heal it in 3 days. Your muscle density is increasing. Your bone density is increasing. Your nervous system is becoming more responsive. Your cardiovascular system is beginning to adapt to support higher power output. All the structural changes are happening simultaneously. She paused, scrolling through the data, her eyes tracking across graphs and numbers and biological metrics that were completely outside normal human ranges, numbers that shouldn't be possible for someone who'd only been cultivating for a few months. But here's what's significant, Elena continued. I ran comparison analysis with samples my father collected before he died. Your signature is different from his. It's integrated with your physical structure in a way his never was. His cultivation was separate from his physical body, powerful but compartmentalized, like cultivation was one system and his normal human body was another system that occasionally interacted. Yours is woven into your fundamental biology at the deepest level. Your chi isn't being channeled through meridians like a separate system the way most cultivators experience it. Your chi is becoming part of your cellular structure itself, as fundamental as your DNA, as essential as your nervous system. It's more potent per unit volume. It means you're cultivating more efficiently than normal cultivators. It means if you survive to advanced levels, if you reach high cultivation ranks without getting killed or corrupted, you might become more powerful than cultivators who've been training for centuries. You might become something unprecedented. She closed the tablet and looked at Marcus with an intensity that suggested she was seeing something new emerge from the data, something that was changing how she understood cultivation itself. You're not a traditional cultivator, Elena said. You're something different. Something possibly unprecedented. Something that might represent the future of cultivation if it becomes widely accessible. The hidden conduit system combined with martial arts training, combined with accelerated development, combined with superior efficiency, it adds up to potential that shouldn't exist according to current cultivation theory. The sects are going to be very interested in you. Not as a recruit, not as a student, as a resource, as a specimen. They'll want to understand you. They'll want to study what makes you different. They'll want to control you. They'll want to make sure you don't become a threat to their established hierarchies. Or they'll want to monopolize your secrets so they can replicate your success in their own cultivators. She leaned forward, her expression becoming more serious, more focused on Marcus as a person rather than as a biological phenomenon. I recommend you make a decision about sect affiliation soon, Elena said. Before they come and make the decision for you. Before the pressure becomes overwhelming. Because once multiple sects start competing for your allegiance, the options become more limited. And once you've refused one faction too many times, they stop asking and start demanding. Chapter 34. Ghost. Last night, Ghost came home on a Thursday evening with packed luggage. He'd been absent from the apartment more and more frequently in the past weeks, staying at friends' houses, taking extra shifts at his job, doing everything except being present for the transformation that was happening to his best friend. Now he was making it official. He set his luggage by the door, and his expression carried a sadness Marcus had never seen before. This wasn't anger. This was grief. I'm going back to my parents' place, Ghost said. His voice was quiet, controlled, bearing the weight of a decision that had taken weeks to finalize. I can't stay here while you transform into something I can't understand. It's too painful. Every day I watch you change. Every day you become less like the Marcus I knew and more like something else. Something powerful. Something beyond human. And I can't follow you there. I can't perceive what you perceive. I can't understand what you understand. I can't be part of your world anymore. He looked at Marcus, and there were tears in his eyes, though his expression remained controlled. We've been best friends since we were kids, Ghost said. 12 years. 12 years of friendship. And I love you, Marcus. I truly do. But this, what you're becoming, it's separating us. It's creating a gap that I can't bridge. I can't watch you become something I can't reach anymore. It's like watching someone I love drift away into a dimension I can't access. Eventually, you won't be able to communicate with me. Eventually, you won't even remember why my friendship mattered. Eventually, I'll just be a ghost in your past. I understand, Marcus said, and he did. He could perceive now at the cultivation level, which meant he could see the energy fluctuations in Ghost's emotional state, could understand Ghost's grief at cellular level precision, which, paradoxically, made the understanding more painful. It made him understand that Ghost was right. The gap was only going to widen. They hugged. It was a long hug. It felt like goodbye, because it was goodbye. It felt like the ending of something irreplaceable, because it was. Ghost picked up his luggage and left. Marcus watched him go, watched him walk out the door, watched him disappear into the city streets, and out of his cultivator life. The apartment felt different after he left. Larger. Emptier. Like part of the structure had been removed, and now the space around it felt exposed. Kai came the next morning. He didn't comment on Ghost's absence. He didn't ask about it. He simply looked at Marcus, and his expression carried the weight of centuries of witnessing this exact moment repeated countless times. This is what I warned you about, Kai said quietly. The isolation of cultivation. The way everyone you love will become mortal and temporary while you become immortal and endless. The way you'll outlive them. The way you'll watch them age and die while you remain unchanged. The way the gap between you and them will grow until communication becomes impossible. This is the cost of cultivation. This is the price you pay for power. He paused, and for a moment he looked genuinely tired. Ghost was a good friend, Kai said. He was honest with you. He was choosing to leave now rather than making you carry the burden of watching him slowly slip away as you advanced, and he remained mortal. That's the kindest thing he could have done. But it still hurts. And it will continue to hurt. And this pain will repeat itself with every person you become close to. That's what cultivators live with. That's what I've been living with for 2 centuries. Chapter 35. The Choice. Kai appeared that evening at precisely 9 p.m., materializing in Marcus's apartment with the same casual disregard for normal concepts of entry that he'd always maintained. He found Marcus sitting on the balcony, looking out at the city lights, thinking about Ghost, thinking about the apartment that suddenly felt too large with only his presence inhabiting it. Kai sat beside him without being invited, both of them looking out at the sprawling urban landscape, the constellation of human habitation that would be visible for thousands of miles if viewed from the right altitude. Do you want to stop? Kai asked, his voice carrying the weight of genuine interest rather than judgment. We can halt your cultivation. You could potentially have a mostly normal life. You're at an inflection point. You're advanced enough that you could suppress your cultivation signature with continuous effort. You could hide. You could work at the gym. You could fight cage matches. You could eventually find another friend to replace Ghost. You could pretend that the hidden world doesn't exist and that you never glimpsed it. It's possible. Difficult, but possible. Marcus considered the question seriously. Not hypothetically. Actually considered it with the kind of attention that suggested this was a genuine decision point. The life he'd had before cultivation. The comfortable gym routine with Jake and the other fighters. The cage fights where he was good, but not extraordinary. The friendship with Ghost that had been ending anyway, that Ghost had been pulling away from for weeks. The apartment. The normal job that paid the bills. The predictable life trajectory of a decent fighter who might go professional but would never be exceptional. And then he considered the alternative. The power he felt accumulating in his muscles and bones and nervous system. The perception at the cultivation level that made the normal physical world seem like a shadow. The knowledge that he could become something genuinely rare, genuinely powerful, genuinely beyond human. The understanding that he was at the beginning of a path that could lead to centuries of existence, to heights of power that most humans would interpret as magic. No, Marcus said finally, with absolute certainty. I don't want to stop. I want to know what I could be at maximum potential. I want to see how far this goes. I want to understand the limits of what the hidden conduit system is capable of. I want to experience what cultivation can actually do if I commit to it completely. I want to become something more than human. Kai nodded slowly, as if he'd expected exactly that response, as if he'd known all along that Marcus would choose power over comfort. There was something like sadness in his expression, the sadness of someone who recognized that he was witnessing Marcus cross a threshold that there was no coming back from. Then we'd better accelerate your training, Kai said. Because time is running out. Sifu Lin Wu has been consulting with other sect leaders about how to respond to your existence. The Jade Compass sect is investigating you independently through their own channels. There are hunters moving into the city. Within weeks, maybe days, you're going to have organizations competing for your attention. And when that happens, you'll need to be strong enough to negotiate from a position of power rather than desperation. You'll need to understand exactly what you're capable of so that you can make informed decisions about which organization, if any, you want to join. He paused, and for a moment his expression shifted into something that looked like regret mixed with grim recognition, like he was acknowledging that whatever happened next would be beyond his control. Once the hunting starts in earnest, Kai continued, you won't have the luxury of hiding anymore. You'll have to choose sides. You'll have to decide whether to remain independent or join a sect. And that choice is going to define the rest of your life. Possibly several lifetimes. Possibly centuries. I exiled myself from my sect because I couldn't accept their philosophy. I spent 183 years running because that was the only way I could maintain my independence. I'm wondering if you're prepared for that kind of sacrifice. I'm wondering if you understand what choosing power without organizational support actually costs. Marcus didn't have a good answer. He'd spent weeks thinking about cultivation, about becoming stronger, about accessing the potential in his bloodline. He hadn't really thought about the centuries that would follow. He hadn't really contemplated the isolation of being hunted by organizations that he'd refused to join. He hadn't really understood the cost of the choice he'd just made. Ghost had understood it. Ghost had seen it coming. Ghost had decided the cost was too high and had walked away before the separation became complete. I don't, Marcus said honestly. I don't understand what it costs. But I'm learning. And I'm choosing anyway. Kai was quiet for a long moment. Both of them sat on the balcony, looking out at the city, the constellation of human habitation sprawling beneath them. Thousands of lives all moving through their existence with no understanding of the cultivation world that moved underneath them like a secret infrastructure of power. Most people make this choice in their 20s or 30s, Kai said finally, when they have decades of normal life to look back on, when they have enough experience with the normal world to understand what they're leaving behind. You're making this choice at 23 years old. You barely know what it means to be human yet, and you're choosing to become something more than human. That's either the wisest decision you could make or the most foolish. Time will determine which. Kai's expression shifted into something that might have been respect, or might have been pity, or might have been both. The expression of someone watching another person make a choice that was irreversible, that would shape the next 200 years of their existence. Then we train, Kai said. Every day? Intensively. We compress your advancement. We make you dangerous enough that no sect can ignore you, but not so dangerous that they feel compelled to unite against you. We keep you in the sweet spot where you're valuable, but not existentially threatening. Because once you become a genuine threat to established hierarchies, once you demonstrate that you could potentially challenge their authority or recruit followers who would listen to you instead of them, the sects will stop competing to recruit you and start coordinating to eliminate you. They'll decide that your death is preferable to your independence. And when that happens, no amount of training will save you because you'll be facing not one sect, but possibly 5 or 6 coordinating against you. You'll be facing cultivators with centuries of experience coordinating with ancient institutions. And you'll be alone. He paused, and his expression carried the weight of that understanding. That's the future I'm trying to prevent, Kai continued. I'm trying to train you to be obviously valuable, but not obviously threatening. Obviously powerful, but not obviously revolutionary. I'm trying to make you into someone whose sects want to recruit rather than eliminate. Because recruitment means you stay alive. Recruitment means you have the chance to make choices about your future. Elimination means none of that matters. Chapter 36. The preparation over the next week, Kai taught Marcus how to mask his chi signature with a sophistication that suggested decades, probably centuries, of practice in the art of hiding. They spent entire days walking through breathing techniques that had been developed in cultivation sects thousands of years old, techniques that had been refined and perfected over generations by cultivators who'd spent their entire existence studying how perception worked and how to manipulate it. Mental disciplines that allowed a cultivator to compress their presence, to make themselves appear smaller and less significant than they actually were, to fragment their power output into smaller manifestations that were harder to detect. Cultivation tricks that had been passed down through generations of exiled cultivators. Ways of fragmenting your chi signature so that someone scanning for you couldn't get a clean read on your actual power level. Ways of creating intentional contradictions in your cultivation signature so that instruments and techniques designed to detect cultivators would produce confusing results. The fundamental principle, Kai explained during a meditation session, his voice carrying the weight of 2 centuries of understanding cultivation from the perspective of someone living in hiding, is that you're not trying to eliminate your cultivation signature. That's impossible. Once you've reached this level of advancement, you're marked forever. Anyone with even moderate cultivation sense can detect that you have power. The signature is there. It's permanent. It's part of who you are now. What you're doing instead is misdirecting. You're creating false signatures layered on top of your true signature. You're making yourself appear weaker than you are by modulating your power output. You're masking your advancement level so that sects underestimate what you're capable of. It buys time. It gives you tactical advantage if you ever have to fight, because they won't know your true power until you choose to reveal it. It makes you seem less threatening, so they might negotiate rather than immediately attempting to capture or kill you. Kai demonstrated the technique in real time, modulating his own cultivation signature from its vast natural state down to something that appeared to be merely first meridian stabilized, powerful but not overwhelming. Marcus could see the process, the way Kai's chi compressed inward, the way the outward radiating presence diminished, the way the signature became deliberately misleading while remaining fundamentally intact. How many times can you do this before it exhausts you? Marcus asked, watching Kai return to full presence. I could do it indefinitely, Kai said. Continuous masking requires energy, but the energy cost decreases the more you practice. Right now, for you, continuous masking might drain you over the course of a day. Eventually, it becomes as automatic as breathing. But that takes years of practice. We need to accelerate your learning because we don't have years. We have weeks. He demonstrated the technique by lowering his cultivation signature, and Marcus watched as the vast ocean of power that defined Kai's presence shrank down to what looked like early first meridian stabilized. Powerful, but not overwhelming. An advanced cultivator, but not something that would frighten someone observing from a distance. Like this? Marcus asked, attempting the technique himself. His signature compressed. The natural power output that would have been obvious to anyone with cultivation sense suddenly became subtle, almost hidden. Better, Kai said, letting his own signature expand back to its true size. Not perfect yet. With practice, you'll be able to modulate it at will. You'll be able to appear stronger or weaker depending on the situation. You'll be able to hide your true advancement level from even experienced cultivators. But it takes time. It takes training. By the end of the week, Marcus could appear almost human to someone with cultivation sense. Almost, but not completely. If someone knew what they were looking for, if they were specifically scanning for a hidden cultivator, they might still detect the compressed signature. But to someone passing casually, someone not specifically looking for deception, Marcus would register as a normal human with perhaps some minor cultivation training. The masking had become automatic, something his body did without conscious thought, like breathing or maintaining balance. Beyond the basic masking techniques, Kai taught Marcus how to project false chi signatures, how to radiate the appearance of power that wasn't actually there, how to make himself seem weaker in some contexts and artificially stronger in others, how to use misdirection so that someone assessing his true power would get confused results. These were advanced techniques that Kai demonstrated with centuries of accumulated experience behind them. The principle was elegant. Most cultivators scanning for threats relied on instinct and pattern matching. If you violated their pattern expectations, they'd misinterpret what they were perceiving. For example, Kai said, demonstrating by projecting a signature of false vulnerability while actually reinforcing his defenses to maximum capacity. If someone scans you and detects what appears to be impending chi channel rupture, they'll assume you're unstable and dangerous. They'll be cautious rather than aggressive. They'll want to understand what's happening to you rather than simply trying to kill you. False vulnerability can be as useful as false strength. Marcus practiced these techniques until they became second nature, until his cultivation signature was a flexible thing that he could modulate at will, until he could appear different to different observers depending on what they were looking for. But understand this, Kai said, his expression serious. This masking is only temporary and only reliable up to a point. Cultivation sects don't give up. If Sifu Lin Wu wants you badly enough, he has people old enough and experienced enough to see through even sophisticated masking. If the Jade Compass sect decides to pursue you, they have resources that money can't buy and techniques that are thousands of years old. This is just buying time. This is just creating space so that when the hunters come, you have the advantage of surprise. You have the tactical high ground of them not knowing exactly what you're capable of. Use that advantage wisely. Don't waste it on false bravado or testing yourself against cultivators you're not sure you can beat. Marcus understood the warning. The masking was a tool, not a shield. It could create time, but not safety. It could create uncertainty, but not security. Kai also taught Marcus the basic protocol of cultivation sect politics during these training weeks. The hierarchy structures, the ways power was organized, the difference between a sect led by one ancient cultivator and a sect organized as a council of elder cultivators. The tension between traditional sects that valued bloodline and modern sects that valued merit. The way young cultivators were recruited, trained, tested, and either promoted into the hierarchy or discarded if they didn't meet advancement expectations. Most sects will try to recruit you with offers of training and resources, Kai said. They'll promise advancement techniques that you can't access independently. They'll promise protection from other sections. They'll promise community and belonging. What they won't promise is freedom. What they won't promise is the ability to make your own decisions about your future. What they won't promise is the ability to walk away if you change your mind about the sect's direction. He paused, his expression carrying the weight of lived experience. I was offered incredible resources when I was younger, Kai said. I was a talented cultivator. I advanced quickly. The sect leadership wanted to promote me. They were going to give me access to the most advanced training techniques. They were going to station me in the inner circle where decisions about sect policy were made. I could have become powerful beyond measure. But the cost was accepting their philosophy, accepting their hierarchy, accepting their idea of how cultivation should serve the needs of the organization rather than the individual. He looked at Marcus, and his eyes seemed to contain the weight of 2 centuries of solitude. I refused, Kai continued, and they exiled me. And 183 years later, I'm still alone. That's the cost of independence. You need to decide if that's a price you're willing to pay. He paused at the door before leaving. The hunters will be coming soon, Kai said with absolute certainty. I can feel it. The organizational politics are shifting. Sifu has made his decision about what you represent. The Jade Compass sect has made their decision about investigating you. Other organizations are becoming aware of your existence. The countdown has begun. Within days at most, someone is going to approach you directly with an offer. Someone is going to present you with a choice that you'll have to make quickly. And when that happens, you need to be prepared with what you're going to say. You need to know what you want. You need to understand what you can accept and what you can't accept, because once you make that first commitment, everything else follows from that choice. Chapter 37. Jake's involvement. Jake finally confronted Marcus directly on a Friday afternoon, after the other gym members had left, and it was just the 2 of them in the empty training facility. The lights buzzed overhead, casting harsh shadows across the mats. Jake's expression was serious in a way that suggested he'd been planning this conversation for weeks, had been gathering courage to finally speak what he'd been observing. He moved with the deliberate pace of someone carrying significant information, someone who'd been waiting for the right moment. I know something supernatural is happening to you, Jake said. His voice was steady, not accusatory, not threatening, just stating facts that he'd observed and understood. I know you're being trained by someone who isn't normal. I know there are people who want to find you. I saw them. People watching the gym from across the street. People with cultivation sense. People who are obviously hunting for something. I've been managing cultivation presence in this gym for 30 years without anyone knowing about it. I can tell the difference between normal observation and cultivation-based investigation. You're being investigated. He moved to the heavy bag and hit it once, a casual movement that was actually demonstrating power, more power than any normal human should have. I have cultivation training, Jake said, answering the unasked question. My uncle was a cultivator. He trained me starting when I was 8 years old. Not to become a fighter, to understand the hidden world, to respect it, to eventually manage this gym as a place where cultivators could exist safely without normal humans knowing about it. I'm not as advanced as you. I never chose to push cultivation to the highest levels. I chose stability and a normal life. But I understand cultivation. I understand the sections. I understand the politics. Jake sat down on the bench near the ring, his expression carrying the weight of knowledge he'd been carrying for decades, the knowledge of existing between 2 worlds, the normal world and the cultivation world, neither fully committing to either. The Black Diamond Gym is neutral territory, Jake said. No cultivation sect claims jurisdiction here. No sect has the right to interfere with what happens in this space. My uncle established this place as sanctuary 50 years ago, well before any of the current sect leadership came into power. Before he died, he told me that someday cultivators would need this place. He said there would be times when the hidden world spilled over into the normal world, and this gym should be a place where that could happen safely. A place where sects wouldn't fight, where negotiations could happen, where neutral ground existed, where young cultivators could learn and develop without being immediately recruited or destroyed. He looked up at Marcus, and his eyes contained the weight of decades of holding that responsibility, the weight of carrying his uncle's legacy while maintaining his own normal life. The neutrality of this place is respected by the major cultivation organizations in this region, Jake continued. It's not written down. It's not formally acknowledged, but it's understood. It's respected the same way a church is respected during times of conflict. It's sanctuary. My uncle put significant resources into establishing that reputation. He proved over 50 years that this gym could be a neutral space. He trained major sect figures in this building. He mediated disputes here. He demonstrated that the Black Diamond Gym served a purpose that all sects benefited from, a place where young cultivators could develop without immediate pressure or competition. He paused, letting the significance of that sink in. If you want to use this gym as a safe space, you can, Jake said. You can train here without fear. You can bring your trainer here if he's willing to come into a space where others might recognize him. You can meet with sect representatives here and know that no violence will happen. The neutrality is enforced by the history of this place and by the respect that the cultivation world has for the people who established it. My uncle's legacy guarantees that this is sanctuary, and my continuation of that legacy means I'm prepared to defend that neutrality if necessary. Marcus felt something shift inside him. Jake had just offered him sanctuary. He'd just given him a stable space where he could exist without fear of immediate capture or forced recruitment. He'd just demonstrated that Ghost's departure hadn't left him completely alone. Jake had his own connection to the cultivation world, his own understanding of what Marcus was becoming, his own commitment to helping despite the complications that understanding cultivators could create. "Thank you," Marcus said, and the words felt inadequate to express what that offer meant. The significance of having one stable place in the world where the hunters couldn't touch him. The relief of knowing there was at least one person he could be completely honest with about what he was becoming. "My uncle used to say," Jake continued, his expression becoming more contemplative, more philosophical, "that the strongest people in the world are the ones who remember their humanity even after they've become something more than human. He said cultivation doesn't have to make you lose yourself. It doesn't have to turn you into a predator or a machine. It doesn't have to make you cold and disconnected from normal human existence. It can make you stronger without making you worse. It can make you more powerful without making you less human." I think he was talking about people like your trainer. People like what you're becoming. People who advance in cultivation but maintain their connection to normal humans and normal human concerns. Jake stood up, and his expression carried something that looked like solidarity mixed with warning. "But understand," Jake said, "that this sanctuary only works if the sects respect it. And they'll respect it as long as you don't force them not to. The moment you break the rules of sanctuary, the moment you use this gym to plan attacks or recruit cultivators or wage sect warfare, the neutrality breaks. And once that happens, this gym becomes a target. So if you use this space, use it properly. Use it for training. Use it for meditation. Use it for neutral negotiations. But don't abuse it." Chapter 38, The First Hunter. The woman arrived on a Tuesday evening as Marcus was finishing a training session in one of the Black Diamond Gym's private rooms. She moved into the facility with the kind of confidence that suggested she belonged there, someone who wasn't looking for permission to exist in a space. She was in her apparent mid-30s, with the bearing of someone used to authority and trained extensively in combat. Her presence itself was a statement, composed, controlled, radiating intelligence rather than aggression. She watched Marcus finish his forms, watched him work through a series of striking combinations, waited until he was done before approaching. "I'm Kira Nakamura," she said. Her voice was calm and professional, the voice of someone used to delivering information that might be unwelcome but needed to be understood. "I'm an enforcer of the Jade Compass sect, someone authorized to make contact with cultivators who are operating outside sect jurisdiction. I'm here to deliver a message and gather information. I'm not here to arrest you, though technically I have the authority to attempt that." Jake, hearing the conversation, came out of his office and positioned himself casually near the training room, not threatening, but present, offering sanctuary through proximity. "I'm not here to hurt you," Kira continued, her eyes scanning Marcus with professional assessment, evaluating his cultivation signature, measuring his actual power against his apparent power, seeing through the basic masking that he hadn't yet fully activated. The Accords, the formal agreement that governs how cultivation sects operate in organized regions, establish that mortals cannot cultivate without sect sponsorship. You are cultivating without sect sponsorship. That's a violation of established law. Technically, that's grounds for immediate enforcement action. Technically, I have the authority to bring you in for investigation and possible prosecution." She paused, letting that sink in, letting Marcus understand the gravity of his situation. "But I'm not here to punish you yet," Kira continued. "I'm here to understand who trained you and why. I'm here to understand what you are and what you're capable of becoming. I'm here to evaluate whether you represent a threat that needs to be contained or an opportunity that deserves investigation. The Jade Compass sect has sent me because we're interested in understanding the situation before we decide how to respond to it. We're interested in getting answers before other organizations move into enforcement mode." Marcus met her eyes and tried to read her, but Kira's cultivation signature was too disciplined for him to easily perceive her emotional state. She was blocking him, intentionally keeping her internal state hidden, demonstrating her control through her refusal to let him perceive her. "What happens if I don't answer your questions?" Marcus asked. "Then I report to the Jade Compass sect leadership that you're refusing voluntary cooperation, which moves you from investigation status to potential threat status, which means other sects get involved, Kira said. Within days, you'd have Sifu Lin Wu's faction approaching you with recruitment demands, the Celestial Accord sect making offers, the underground cultivators making contact. You'd become a political problem instead of an investigative interest. That's worse for you. She pulled a small tablet from her jacket and brought up files on it. I'm going to ask you 3 questions, Kira said. Where did you train? Who trained you? Why are you cultivating instead of living a normal life? I want honest answers. Not necessarily complete answers. I understand you might want to protect your trainer's identity, but honest ones. The Jade Compass sect values information. We value accuracy more than we value confession. Marcus considered what to say. The truth about Kai? The truth about the hidden conduit system? The truth about his bloodline? Or strategic truths that might satisfy her while protecting his actual situation? I trained independently, Marcus said finally, splitting the difference between truth and strategy. With a mentor who prefers to remain anonymous. My mentor approached me because of my bloodline compatibility. I'm cultivating because I discovered I could, and I wanted to understand what I'm capable of becoming. Kira was quiet for a long moment, reviewing information on her tablet, cross-referencing something. Your bloodline is unusual, Kira said finally. I can perceive that. I can perceive the hidden conduit system manifesting in your cultivation signature. I can perceive that you've advanced rapidly. What I can't perceive is who your trainer is or what his long-term goals are with training you. She closed the tablet and looked at Marcus directly. Here's what I know, Kira continued. Someone with significant cultivation experience, probably multiple centuries of experience, is training you to operate independently from sect structures. Someone who rejected organized cultivation and is trying to prove that independent cultivation is viable. Someone who sees you as a proof of concept for their philosophy. That's dangerous thinking from the Jade Compass sect's perspective. It threatens established hierarchies. It suggests that sects aren't necessary for cultivation advancement. It's subversive. She paused, her expression shifting into something that looked like respect mixed with acknowledgement of the complexity. But it's not illegal, Kira continued. It's not forbidden by the Accords. It's just politically challenging, which is why I'm here. The Jade Compass sect wants to understand you before Sifu Lin Wu's faction decides that understanding you is less important than controlling you. We want to know whether you're a genuine threat or just an unusual circumstance. She stood up, preparing to leave, and her expression carried the weight of decision-making that was clearly beyond her authority level. I'm going to recommend to the Jade Compass sect leadership that you're investigated as an opportunity rather than a threat, Kira said. But I can't guarantee they'll follow that recommendation. Within weeks, you're going to have multiple organizations moving into active recruitment mode. You need to decide what you want before that happens. You need to understand what you're willing to accept and what you're not. Because once the real hunting starts, when multiple sects are competing for you, negotiations become complicated. She left before Marcus could ask more questions. She left her contact information with Jake. She established that the Jade Compass sect was now officially aware of his existence and investigating his situation. But the message was clear. His existence had become a known violation of established rules. The sects now had to decide how to respond to that violation. And that decision-making process was going to shape everything that happened next. The question wasn't whether he'd be approached by sect representatives. The question was how many would approach him, and whether he'd be able to maintain his independence once the real pressure began. Chapter 39, The Contact. Kira appeared at the gym a week later, this time meeting Marcus in Jake's office with Jake present as witness. Her demeanor was different, less investigative, more consultative. She was presenting herself as someone interested in negotiating rather than enforcing. She moved through the gym with familiarity, as if she'd been coming here for years, which suggested that Jake's uncle had connections to the Jade Compass sect that ran deeper than Marcus had understood. Jake and Kira greeted each other with the kind of casual friendliness that suggested a long working relationship, built on mutual respect and shared understanding of cultivation world protocols. I know you're hiding your cultivation signature, Kira said, sitting across from Marcus in Jake's office with the kind of comfort that suggested she'd sat in that same chair many times before. I can detect the masking. It's well done, honestly. Better than most cultivators your advancement level can manage. But suppression is temporary. Masking is temporary. Eventually you'll have to choose. Embrace your cultivation fully and accept the full consequences of being openly identified as a cultivator, or commit to permanent hiding and accept the limitations of that choice. You can't sustain the middle ground forever. The effort required to maintain masking increases with advancement level. Eventually, maintaining the facade becomes more exhausting than living openly as a cultivator. She extracted a card from her jacket and placed it on Jake's desk. It was elegant, simple font, elegant paper, just a name and a number. No organization name. No title. Just Kira Nakamura and a phone number that would route to her through cultivation channels. The Jade Compass sect is investigating what you are, Kira continued, her expression carrying the weight of decision-making at high organizational levels. We want to understand your potential without the interference of other organizations. Sifu Lin Wu's faction will want to control you. They see you as a rare resource that they need to acquire and domesticate. The other sects will want to destroy you to prevent Sifu from controlling you. They see you as a threat to the existing power balance. The Jade Compass sect wants to understand you first, before making decisions about recruitment or enforcement. We value information and relationships more than we value immediate acquisition. She paused, her expression shifting into something that looked like she was calculating odds and probabilities. When you're ready to be found, when you've decided what you want to do with your cultivation, come find me, Kira said. I can represent your interests in Jade Compass sect circles. We can negotiate terms that don't involve being trapped in Sifu Lin Wu's faction. We can offer freedom within structure. We can offer advancement without demanding absolute obedience. We can offer resources without demanding ownership of your future. Jake interjected, his voice steady. Kira, I want to make sure Marcus understands what you're offering and what the trade-offs actually are. This isn't simple. You're right, Kira said, acknowledging Jake's point with a slight nod. Let me be clear about the reality. Any sect will require loyalty. Any sect will expect you to follow orders when conflicts arise. Any sect will place organizational needs above individual desires when the situation requires it. That's how sects function. The question isn't whether you'll have to compromise. The question is how much compromise you're willing to accept and which organization's philosophy aligns most closely with what you believe cultivation should actually do. She stood up, preparing to leave, and her expression carried something that looked like genuine respect mixed with acknowledgement of the danger approaching. But make your decision soon, Kira said. The other factions are growing impatient. Vex has filed a formal petition to recruit you into Sifu Lin Wu's direct training program. The petition is being reviewed by higher-ranking cultivators in the faction's leadership. The Celestial Accord sect is sending a representative this week to extend their own recruitment offer. The underground cultivators, the independent cultivators who operate outside sect jurisdiction, have made inquiries about whether you might be interested in working as a free agent, coordinating with their networks. Within days, you're going to have every major organization in the region vying for your attention, making offers, applying pressure, demanding answers. And once that happens, neutrality becomes impossible. The sects will demand you choose. They'll stop tolerating your independence. She paused at the door before leaving, and her expression carried the weight of 200 years of organizational politics collapsed into clear warning. I'm recommending to Jade Compass sect leadership that we move quickly on recruitment, Kira said. Not aggressively, not with pressure. But we need to present an alternative to Sifu's faction before the pressure becomes overwhelming. Because Sifu Lin Wu doesn't accept refusal well, and if you refuse him multiple times, he'll eventually decide that controlling you is less important than ensuring you don't become a threat to his power base. After she left, Marcus stood in Jake's office and understood the reality that had been approaching for weeks. He was no longer being hunted in the sense of being pursued by someone who wanted to eliminate him. He was being courted. He was being competed for. He was being treated as a valuable asset that multiple organizations wanted to acquire. The threat was no longer death. The threat was forced choice. The threat was being pressed into commitment before he was ready. Marcus was now being hunted by multiple organizations, but not in the way he'd initially feared. The isolation was ending, but not through violence or threat. Through opportunity. Through recognition of his unusual potential. Through competition between sects who all wanted him. The time for independence was running out. The window was closing. Within days, maintaining his independence would be impossible. Chapter 40. The weight doubles. Marcus reached first meridian stabilized on a Tuesday evening at precisely 7 p.m. The advancement wasn't flashy. It wasn't dramatic. It was simply a shift in his baseline capacity, like stepping from one frequency to another, like his entire being suddenly operating at a different vibration, a higher resonance that made the normal world seem to slow down around him. His power didn't double, it more than doubled. His physical capacity increased in ways that made his previous power seem juvenile. His awareness expanded in ways that suggested he'd been operating at half capacity before. The integration was complete. His entire physical structure was now aligned with his cultivation signature. He was no longer fragmenting between human and cultivator. He was unified, integrated, something new. The moment of breakthrough came during meditation, 3 hours into a session that Kai had initiated before Marcus even arrived at the apartment. Kai had been meditating beside him, his vast cultivator signature maintaining a steady presence, like a gravitational anchor that Marcus could orbit around. At some point during the meditation, something in Marcus's structure shifted. A channel that had been developing finally completed. A meridian that had been forming finally stabilized. And the cascade effect triggered advancement in ways that made previous advancements seem trivial. His muscles felt different immediately. Denser. More efficient. Like they'd reorganized themselves at the cellular level to accommodate vastly higher power output. His bones seemed to resonate at a different frequency, a harmonic that echoed through his entire frame, reverberating at wavelengths that his normal human existence had never accessed. His nervous system felt supercharged, every sensation magnified, every perception acute, every sense acute enough to perceive things that had never been perceivable before. He could perceive not just the cultivation layer, but multiple layers of reality simultaneously. Physical, cultivation, emotional, temporal, all of them accessible to his consciousness at once, layered over each other, creating a multidimensional perception of reality that was almost too much to process. When Marcus opened his eyes, Kai was already standing, looking at him with an expression of clear satisfaction mixed with something else, something that looked like the understanding of a mentor watching a student cross a significant threshold. That's first meridian stabilized, Kai said. You're no longer a beginning cultivator. You're early intermediate. Your power is no longer supplementary to your normal abilities. Your cultivation is now your baseline existence. Everything else is addition to that foundation. Marcus stood, and standing felt completely different. His center of gravity had shifted. His balance had reorganized. His body's relationship with physical space was fundamentally different. His proprioception extended further, making him aware of space around him that he'd never consciously perceived before. He moved to the balcony and looked out at the city, and the lights seemed to carry different significance now. His perceptual bandwidth could track patterns across the urban landscape that would have been invisible an hour ago. The electromagnetic signatures of every electronic device. The chi signatures of cultivators moving through the city. The subtle disturbances in the air from recent cultivator activity. Kai came to him that night, standing on the balcony beside him, both of them looking out at the city from the height of his apartment. Your real education is about to begin, Kai said, his voice carrying the weight of 2 centuries of understanding. Not about power. You understand power now. You've touched advancement and survived it. You know how cultivation works at a fundamental level. Not about technique. You've mastered the basics. You can fight. You can meditate. You understand your cultivation signature and how to modulate it. Your real education is about politics. About understanding how organizations of cultivators operate. About learning to navigate sect hierarchies without losing yourself in them. The hunters will be coming soon. They'll be here within days now. Not weeks. Days. And when they do, you'll need to know how to negotiate. You'll need to know how to survive not just physically but politically. You'll need to understand that the most dangerous threat you'll face isn't a cultivator trying to kill you. It's an organization trying to own you. It's a sect trying to acquire your loyalty. It's a hierarchy trying to integrate you into its structure until you can't imagine existing outside of it. He paused, and his expression shifted into something that looked like he was remembering centuries of political manipulation and organizational warfare, all the games and power plays and compromises that had defined his existence. I've made mistakes, Kai said quietly. I was exiled because I pushed too hard against established systems. I tried to change things directly instead of understanding that change happens through attrition and evolution. I tried to force revolution when I should have been playing a longer game. I was younger then, less wise. I wanted to prove that the world could be different, that sects weren't necessary, that cultivation could be freed from hierarchy. And I was right about that. But I was wrong about how to achieve it. I tried to do it through direct confrontation, and for that, I was exiled. I want you to be smarter than I was. He turned to look at Marcus directly. I want you to understand that sometimes losing a battle helps you win the war. Sometimes accepting an offer helps you gain position for later leverage. Sometimes appearing weak when you're strong gives you strategic advantage. Sometimes bending to organizational pressure early makes them underestimate you later. Learn those lessons. Learn them before you have to apply them under pressure. Learn them when you still have time to think rather than just react. Kai's expression carried the weight of warning mixed with understanding. The sects will compete for you, Kai continued. Sifu Linwu's faction will make aggressive offers backed by implied threat. The Jade Compass sect will make reasonable offers backed by intellectual argument. The underground cultivators will offer freedom backed by danger. The Celestial Accord sect will make beautiful offers backed by ancient traditions. And you'll have to decide which organization, if any, you want to join, or whether you want to try to remain independent like I did. And you need to understand that each choice has consequences that will echo across centuries of your existence. Each choice will determine the trajectory of your life in ways that you can't fully predict now. That night, Marcus stood on his apartment balcony and saw a figure watching from a rooftop across the street. Vex Kendo, the first hunter, the scout sent by Sifu Lin Wu to observe the unusual mortal cultivator who was now demonstrating first meridian stabilized advancement. Vex was no longer hiding his observation. He was openly watching, openly demonstrating that surveillance was happening, openly establishing that multiple eyes were on Marcus and that the game had entered a new and more serious phase. Vex looked up, and for a moment their eyes met across the distance. Vex was evaluating. Marcus was becoming aware of being evaluated. And in that moment of connection, something shifted. Vex knew that Marcus knew. The pretense of hidden surveillance ended. The open observation phase began. And Vex's report, combined with Kira's message and the approaching representatives from other sects, was about to change everything. The real test wasn't going to be physical. Physical tests Marcus could pass. He'd proven that. The real test was going to be political. It was going to be about navigating the competing interests of multiple organizations who all wanted something from him. It was going to be about survival in a complex world where physical power mattered far less than understanding how power actually operated, how organizations actually functioned, how the hidden world of cultivators really worked. Marcus stood on the balcony and felt the weight of his new advancement settling into his bones like knowledge of future burden, and understood that the journey was just beginning. The hard part wasn't becoming powerful. The hard part was surviving the attention that came with power. The hard part was maintaining your identity when organizations were trying to redefine you. The hard part was making choices that would reverberate across centuries of existence. Behind him, Kai was still meditating, maintaining the disciplined focus of someone who'd been practicing cultivation for 214 years. And somewhere out in the city, dozens of cultivators were getting reports of Marcus's advancement. Sifu Lin Wu was making decisions about strategy. The Jade Compass sect was adjusting their negotiation positions. The Celestial Accord sect was preparing their presentation. The hunters were closing in. First meridian stabilized. The real game was beginning. End of Step 2, Chapters 21 to 40, Story 159. My training partner is IMMORTAL. Step 3, Chapters 41 to 60, Reconnaissance and Power Growth. Chapter 41. The hunters arrived. They came quietly at first, scattered across Portland like chess pieces being positioned on a board. Marcus noticed them in the way a fighter notices when sparring partners change their patterns. Not obvious, but perceptible to someone trained to read subtle shifts in presence. The first was a woman with a cultivation signature that felt ancient and compressed, all her power folded carefully into a frame that appeared deceptively frail. She came to the Black Diamond Gym on a Thursday morning, watched Marcus spar for 20 minutes without speaking, and left without introduction. The second was a younger man who positioned himself at the coffee shop across the street and maintained observation posts from multiple angles over the course of 3 days. The third was someone Marcus never actually saw, but whose presence he could feel, a signature that seemed to slip through observation, carefully masking their actual power level, staying just at the edge of Marcus's perceptual range. They're from different sects, Kai explained that evening, not looking up from the meditation cushion he was resting on. Not coordinated, not working together. Each organization is sending their own observers, their own evaluators. They're trying to measure you independently, trying to understand your actual power level without the interference of other sects' influence. It's the precursor phase, the phase before recruitment becomes formal. Marcus was training harder now, pushing his advancement with an intensity that bordered on obsessive. While his physical body grew stronger, his mind was processing layers of tactical intelligence that Kai kept feeding him. The Immortal was using these weeks of observation not just as training, but as a masterclass in how cultivation sects operated. The woman, Kai had said after watching that first observer, is from the Jade Serpent sect. She's old, probably 200 years, maybe more. Her approach is methodical. She's not trying to intimidate you. She's trying to understand your actual power ceiling. That means the Jade Serpent sect is planning something long-term. The second observer, the younger man, came from the Golden Path sect, a relatively progressive organization that believed in expanding cultivation training beyond the traditional elite families. His positioning suggested they were considering recruitment, testing to see if Marcus would be receptive to formal offers. The third presence was the most troubling. Kai couldn't identify which sect they belonged to, which meant either they were exceptional at masking their origin, or they came from a minor sect. Or, most disturbing, they weren't affiliated with a sect at all. That possibility hung between them during their evening conversations. Independent cultivators are rarer than you'd think, Kai explained one night as they sat on the apartment rooftop, overlooking the city lights. The Accords discourage it. Sects exist because they provide structure, protection, advancement frameworks. An independent cultivator is either someone who rejected a sect and survived the backlash, or someone powerful enough to not need sect protection. Either way, they're not to be underestimated. The training intensified. Kai introduced Marcus to combat meditation, a technique where you maintain perfect mental calm while absorbing increasingly intense chi flows. It was maddening at first, like trying to hold still while standing under a fire hose. The first meridian-stabilized breakthrough had awakened hunger in him. Hunger to understand what came next, what the next advancement would feel like, what higher power was accessible if he pushed hard enough. His cage fights were becoming increasingly one-sided. His opponents, even the ones with considerable fighting skill, were no match for someone who could perceive their movements before they made them, who could react with speed and precision that defied normal human capability. They're evaluating whether you're a threat or an asset, Kai continued, finally turning his attention to Marcus. They're trying to determine if you're uncontrolled cultivation that needs to be contained or valuable resource that needs to be acquired. The question in every observer's mind is the same. Is this cultivator a problem or an opportunity? And their answer is going to determine how their organization responds in the next phase. The apartment had become more than just training space now. It was sanctuary. It was also a cage. Marcus couldn't walk through the city without feeling the weight of observation, couldn't spar at the gym without calculating what he was revealing to the hidden observers, couldn't exist publicly without wondering how many cultivators were gathering data on his capabilities. The freedom he'd felt with the breakthrough was already starting to feel like constraint. Power, he was learning, brought attention. And attention brought complexity that he wasn't entirely sure how to navigate. Elena came by late one evening with medical reports and confusion written across her face in equal measure. "Your DNA is shifting," she said, pulling up scans on her laptop. "Not mutating, not in the way normal genetic material mutates, but reorganizing, becoming more stable. Your telomeres are lengthening instead of shortening with age. Your cellular repair mechanisms are becoming more efficient. Whatever is happening with your cultivation is literally rewriting your genetic code at the cellular level. In 5 years, at this rate, you won't be genetically human anymore. You'll be something new, something for which we don't have a medical classification." Ghost called that night, his voice carrying the tone of someone who knew something was wrong but didn't know how to articulate it. "I miss you," Ghost said simply. "I know you're here. I know I'm seeing you. But I also don't see you anymore. Something has changed. Something fundamental. And I don't know if I can follow you to wherever you're going." Marcus didn't have an answer for that. He had power. He was advancing beyond anything he'd imagined possible. He was becoming something extraordinary. But the cost was becoming clear. The people he'd built his life around were beginning to feel like echoes of a previous existence, connections to a version of himself that was being gradually replaced by something new. Chapter 42. Elena's secret. Elena arrived at Kai's apartment without calling first, her expression carrying the weight of a decision made in private and now being shared involuntarily. She placed a photograph on the kitchen table, a woman who looked remarkably similar to Elena but older, wearing cultivation robes in a style that suggested Eastern origins, her eyes carrying the kind of power that was impossible to hide, even in a still photograph. "My mother," Elena said quietly. "Not by birth, by mentorship. She raised me after my father died. She taught me everything about medicine, about the human body, about how cultivation affects physical structure. She kept it all hidden because she was afraid. My father died because of the cultivation world. He died because he advocated for reform, and someone decided that advocacy was too dangerous to tolerate. After that, she suppressed everything about cultivation. She raised me as a normal human. She taught me medicine in the conventional sense. She tried to give me a life that didn't involve the hidden world that killed my father. She pulled out more documents, research notes, medical diagrams, cultivation theory texts translated into medical terminology. She pulled out more documents, research notes, medical diagrams, cultivation theory texts translated into medical terminology. Some of them were yellowed with age, edges worn from handling. Others were more recent, written in her mother's precise handwriting, dated over the past decade. "When I was 16, I found her cultivation notes hidden in her office," Elena said, her voice steady but her hands trembling as she arranged the papers. "I found journals she'd written about cultivation's effects on human physiology. She'd disguised it all as medical research, but the framework was unmistakable to someone who knew what to look for. She'd spent decades studying cultivation without actively practicing it. She pulled out a specific journal, its cover worn leather with her mother's initials embossed on the front. She was waiting for something. Elena continued, opening to a marked page. This is her last entry, written 6 months before she died. Listen, the accords are weakening. Too many sects are positioning for influence. Too many young cultivators are untrained. When the structure breaks, and it will break, someone will need to understand both worlds equally. Medicine and cultivation, science and mysticism. If such a person comes into your life, Elena, help them. Protect them. The cost will be high, but the world will need bridges between these two halves of human knowledge. Elena looked up at Kai and Marcus, her eyes glistening. That was 7 months before she died in a car accident that wasn't an accident. I've been certain of that my whole life, but I never had proof. Now I understand. She was marked by the cultivation world. Someone decided her knowledge made her dangerous. But I inherited her knowledge, Elena continued. Not her cultivation, I never developed that. But her understanding of how cultivation affects the body. How chi pathways correspond to nervous system pathways. How cultivation advancement relates to cellular reorganization. How the cultivation world operates. I've spent my entire career as a sports medicine specialist, which is as close as I could get to working with cultivators without actually being part of the cultivation world. And then you arrived, and everything I'd been suppressing started waking up. Marcus watched her, suddenly understanding layers of Elena's presence that had been invisible before. The way she'd immediately recognized the impossibility of his healing. The way she'd assembled medical knowledge that shouldn't exist in conventional medicine. The way she'd moved past fear toward assistance without requiring explanation. I can help you, Elena said. Not just medically, politically. The cultivation world has factions, organizations, power structures. My mother taught me those structures before she died. I understand how sects think. I understand the politics. I understand that you're about to enter a phase where you're going to need allies who understand both worlds, the medical/scientific world and the cultivation world. And I'm uniquely positioned to be that bridge for you. She reached across the table and placed her hand on Marcus's arm. I want to help because it's the right thing to do, Elena continued. But also because it completes something my father started. He died trying to reform the cultivation world. My mother spent her life hiding from it. And now I have the chance to actually do the work they started. To help reshape how the cultivation world functions. To prove that mortals and cultivators can work together. To honor both of them by building something better than what they left behind. Elena's involvement shifted something fundamental. She became their connection to medical resources, to scientific understanding, to access to facilities that could monitor Marcus's transformation. But more importantly, she became the bridge between two worlds. She translated cultivation concepts into medical terminology. She explained political structures in ways that made sense to someone trained in organizational hierarchy and resource allocation. She became invaluable in ways that went far beyond her medical expertise. Ghost came home that night to find Elena already integrated into their apartment's informal space, already discussing cultivation theory with Kai, as if she'd been part of that conversation for years. Ghost watched from the doorway, understanding that something significant had shifted, that his roommate's life wasn't just changing, it was being actively reshaped by forces and people and worlds that Ghost didn't fully understand. The feeling of loss intensified, but alongside it came something else. Gratitude that Marcus was surrounded by people who understood what he was becoming better than Ghost ever could. Chapter 43. The Accords explained Kai explained cultivation law the way a historian explains a treaty that had fundamentally reshaped civilization, with frustration and understanding and exhaustion all layered together. The Accords were established 437 years ago, Kai said. They were created by sect leaders who'd watched cultivation power grow too large, too visible, too destabilizing to maintain secrecy through natural means. They decided that instead of hiding cultivation through isolation, they would establish formal protocols for maintaining the secret. All sects, all cultivators, would be bound by one central agreement. Cultivation remains hidden from the mortal world. Mortals cannot be taught cultivation. Cultivation power must not be used in ways that expose cultivation's existence. The penalty for breaking these rules is severe enough to discourage most organizations from attempting violation. He pulled up documents on his ancient laptop, scans of text that looked like they'd been photographed from original manuscripts, written in classical Chinese calligraphy. The Accords aren't just law, Kai continued. The Accords aren't just law, Kai continued. They're a framework for coexistence built on the understanding that cultivation power, if exposed to the general population, would destabilize global society. Imagine if every government on Earth knew that cultivation existed, that humans could develop superhuman abilities through disciplined practice. Imagine the arms race that would begin. Governments would demand access. Military organizations would weaponize cultivators. The very thing the Accords were designed to prevent. Chaos at the intersection of cultivation and mortal civilization would become inevitable. He pulled up documents on his ancient laptop, scans of text that looked like they'd been photographed from original manuscripts, written in classical Chinese calligraphy, with commentary added in multiple languages across centuries. The Accords were written during the Qing dynasty, Kai explained, but they've been updated 17 times since then. Each update added new restrictions as the mortal world's surveillance technology improved. When photography became possible, they added rules about image capture. When radio communication became feasible, they added rules about recorded transmissions. When the internet emerged, they had a crisis. They almost fractured over internet security protocols. He pointed to a section marked with extensive notes. The penalty structure is what keeps compliance, Kai continued. Break the Accords in minor ways, and you face sect-based punishment. Break them seriously, expose cultivation to the mortal world, and the council itself mobilizes. And the council, Marcus, is not a democratic body. It's a hierarchy of the oldest cultivators on the planet. They don't negotiate. They don't compromise. They enforce. Kai's expression hardened. I violated the Accords twice, he said quietly. That's why I exiled myself. They're a framework for coexistence. Every sect agrees to follow these rules. In exchange, every sect gets protection from the other sections. If a rival sect attacks you, the Accords provide grounds for retaliation that's recognized by all organizations. If a cultivator breaks the Accords, the enforcement is coordinated. It's a system designed to prevent the cultivation world from descending into chaos, while maintaining the secrecy that allows sects to exist freely in a mortal world that doesn't know they exist. He paused, his expression darkening. What you've done is violate that agreement, Kai continued. By training you, by developing your cultivation without sect sponsorship, by allowing you to advance without proper documentation or authorization, I've created a situation that technically breaks the Accords. I've allowed a mortal, someone without formal cultivation heritage, someone without sect authorization, to develop cultivation power independently. That's not supposed to be possible. It's not forbidden because most people assumed it couldn't happen. Marcus felt the weight of that statement settle onto him like a physical force. He wasn't just powerful. He was technically illegal. His existence was a technical violation of a 400-year-old treaty that governed the entire structure of the hidden cultivation world. The Jade Compass sect is investigating because they're cautious, Kai explained. They want to understand the situation before making a formal report that would trigger full enforcement action. Sifu Linwu's faction is moving because they see advantage. They see you as either a tool they can use or a threat they need to eliminate. The other sects are positioning because they sense political opportunity. And the Accords Enforcement League is watching because violations of this magnitude could fundamentally destabilize the entire system. He closed the laptop and looked at Marcus directly. You understand now what you're facing? This isn't just about cultivators wanting your power, Kai said. This is about the entire structure of the hidden cultivation world being forced to confront whether the Accords are even still viable. Whether a mortal can legitimately develop cultivation without sect sponsorship. Whether the system they've built can contain something like you. Your advancement isn't just personal. It's political on a scale you're only beginning to understand. Chapter 44. The Council's Attention. In a sect compound in the mountains of Northern California, Sifu Lin Wu received Kira's full report and felt something ancient and hungry awaken inside him. He'd been searching for leverage for 200 years. He'd been planning his move against the Crimson Mountain Council's conservative faction for longer than most cultivators had been alive. And now, delivered into his hands by a neutral sect investigator, was exactly the leverage he'd needed. Proof that his former rival Kai, the revolutionary, the exile, the threat he'd spent centuries attempting to control, had finally emerged from the shadows and was actively violating the Accords. The cultivator's name is Marcus Chun, Lin Wu said to his inner circle. 27 years old. Mortal birth, but with latent cultivation bloodline, probably from a grandmother with cultivation heritage. Trained by Kai, who has somehow remained hidden in Portland for at least 5 years. The cultivator has advanced to first meridian stabilized. He shows signs of unusually rapid advancement, and he's operating independently from any sect structure. He stood from his meditation cushion, his movement carrying the fluid power of someone who'd been cultivating for over 3 centuries. Kai isn't dead, Lin Wu said, his voice carrying something that sounded like satisfaction. Kai isn't dead, Lin Wu said, his voice carrying something that sounded like satisfaction. He's been alive all this time, hidden in the mortal world, building something. This mortal is proof that Kai's philosophy, that cultivation can be transmitted outside traditional sect structures, isn't just theory. It's functional. He stood from his meditation cushion, his movement carrying the fluid power of someone who'd been cultivating for over 3 centuries. His inner circle, 5 sect leaders who represented the conservative faction within the Crimson Mountain Council, watched him carefully. They understood what this meant. Kai was exiled because he challenged the Accords, Lin Wu explained to them, walking to a window that overlooked the California wilderness. He believed that cultivation knowledge shouldn't be confined to established sects, that mortal-born humans with latent bloodlines had a right to training. He tried to implement it 50 years ago, and the council shut him down. They thought they'd destroyed his work. They thought they'd isolated him completely. But he's been patient. He's been building a proof of concept. Marcus Chun is that proof. One of the sect leaders, a woman named Zhou Chun, stepped forward. "What do you propose?" she asked carefully. "We leverage this," Lin Wu said. "We bring Marcus into our structure before the neutral sects or the progressive factions can. We demonstrate that even Kai's directly trained cultivator benefits from sect affiliation. We prove that Kai's philosophy, while intriguing, requires institutional framework to reach its full potential. And we use this as justification to finally move against the council's centrist faction. We argue for a restructuring of cultivation governance." He turned to face them directly. "For 200 years, I've waited for an opportunity this significant. The Accords are fracturing, and now we have a focal point. A cultivator who represents exactly the kind of power that the current system can't properly categorize or control. We take him, we develop him, and we use him as leverage to reshape how cultivation itself operates. He's been alive all this time, hidden in the mortal world, building something. This mortal is proof that Kai's philosophy, that cultivation can be transmitted outside sect structures, actually works. That's a threat to everything we've built. If other cultivators discover that sects aren't necessary, if mortals with cultivation bloodline start seeking out independent trainers instead of petitioning sects for acceptance, the entire power structure shifts." He turned to face his most trusted lieutenants. "We have a choice," Lin Wu continued. "We can attempt to capture the cultivator, bring him into our faction, prove that sects can absorb even unauthorized cultivators. Or we can eliminate him, make an example that warns other mortals about the danger of independent cultivation. Either way, we demonstrate that Kai's philosophy is dangerous. Either way, we show that the Accords cannot be violated without consequence." His second-in-command, a cultivator named Vex who'd already been positioned in Portland for observation, transmitted a carefully worded message requesting authorization to escalate from surveillance to active recruitment. "Request permission to initiate contact phase," Vex's message stated. "Cultivator is approaching readiness for SEC recruitment proposal. Recommend formal offer within 7 days, backed by subtle threat indicators." Cultivator appears to respond positively to pressure when framed as protection against competing sections. In the Crimson Mountain Council's main hall, conservative elders reviewed the reports with the kind of slow deliberation that had defined their faction for centuries. They didn't move quickly. They didn't act decisively. But when they finally decided to take action, that action was comprehensive and irreversible. "The Accords have been violated," the eldest council member said. "An immortal has broken exile. A mortal has been trained outside proper sect channels. The situation requires formal investigation and appropriate response. We authorize Sifu Lin Wu to coordinate enforcement action. The cultivator Marcus Chun is to be brought into proper custody for evaluation. Kai's status is to be investigated and determined. And the Accords violation is to be formally documented for potential larger enforcement action." It was a decision that would echo across decades of future events, that would eventually trigger wars and political upheaval, that would force the entire cultivation world to confront whether the Accords were even still functional in the modern world. But in that moment, it was simply a procedural decision by a conservative organization attempting to enforce established rules. And for Marcus, standing in Kai's apartment in Portland, unaware that formal enforcement action was being authorized in mountain compounds 3,000 miles away, the first sign that everything was about to change came as a quiet knock on the apartment door just after midnight. Chapter 45. The competition. The first formal offer came from the Golden Path sect through a cultivator named Chen Wei, a woman in her apparent 60s who carried her power with the kind of ease that suggested she'd been cultivating for far longer than her appearance suggested. She arrived at the Black Diamond Gym with documentation that identified her as a talent scout for a legitimate business consortium, but her cultivation signature was unmistakable to anyone trained enough to perceive it. "The Golden Path sect sees potential in you," Chen Wei said, sitting across from Marcus in a private training room while Elena and Kai observed from another space, monitoring the conversation through visual contact. "We understand that you've developed cultivation independently. We understand that you've advanced rapidly. We understand that you represent something unusual, a cultivator born mortal but trained outside traditional sect structures. That combination of factors makes you valuable to us. She placed a document on the table between them, a formal offer with specific terms: housing, training resources, protection, advancement opportunities, and a salary structure that seemed designed to make Marcus understand that the cultivation world operated with the same capitalist logic as the mortal world. Join the Golden Path sect, Chunwei said, and you receive all of this. You receive protection from the Crimson Mountain sect's aggressive faction. You receive training that will accelerate your advancement beyond anything an independent mentor can provide. You receive community, structure, purpose. You receive the opportunity to prove that mortals can become genuine cultivators in formal sect structures. Marcus looked at the documents without touching them, reading not just the words but the underlying assumptions embedded in every clause. The offer was generous because it was designed to be irresistible, but underneath the generosity was assumption that Marcus would want what the sects considered valuable, that he would measure success by the same metrics they did. What happens if I refuse? Marcus asked. Then you remain independent, Chunwei said, and you become a problem that other sects feel obligated to solve. The Crimson Mountain sect will make aggressive recruitment offers backed by implicit threat. The Accords Enforcement League will investigate your status. The underground cultivators will attempt to poach you as a free agent. The Jade Compass sect will make bureaucratic proposals. Your life becomes complicated very quickly. She paused, her expression shifting into something that looked like sympathy mixed with acknowledgement of political reality. But that's your choice, Chunwei said. The Golden Path sect isn't forcing anything. We're making an offer and leaving it open. If you change your mind, if independence becomes too burdensome, if the weight of competing sects becomes too much, if you decide you want protection and resources, our offer stands. We're patient. We can wait until you understand that isolation isn't actually viable in the long term. After she left, Marcus understood something he'd been resisting. He was no longer autonomous. His choice to cultivate, his achievement of First Meridian stabilized, his existence as a unique cultivator had eliminated his ability to simply live. Every sector of the cultivation world now had an interest in what he did, how he advanced, which faction he ultimately aligned with. The hunters weren't just pursuing. They were courting. And the courtship was going to be far more complicated to navigate than simple conflict. Marcus understood what Chunwei wasn't saying explicitly, that the Golden Path sect had already decided they wanted him, that this was negotiation rather than discovery. They'd studied his advancement pattern, assessed his potential, analyzed his compatibility with their organizational structure. This offer was the result of systematic evaluation by people who'd been making similar calculations for centuries. What he didn't fully comprehend was how close he was to a threshold that would make his choices matter infinitely more. Every day that passed, his power grew. Every conversation with Kai deepened his understanding. Every moment he remained independent made the sects more desperate to claim him. The window of opportunity was genuinely closing, and the pressure would only escalate from this moment forward. Chapter 46. Ghost returned. Ghost arrived the way he always did, without warning, without announcement, manifesting in the apartment like he'd simply stopped pretending to exist elsewhere. He materialized near Kai's meditation room, his form still not entirely solid, still carrying that quality of something existing perpendicular to normal space. You have 6 observers now, Ghost said without preamble. 3 from the Jade Serpent sect observation following your meeting with Chunwei. 2 additional from the Crimson Mountain faction who are taking this more seriously than the other organizations. 1 I can't identify, which is frustrating, because I'm supposed to be able to identify everything. Marcus was getting used to Ghost's presence, though getting used to was the wrong phrase. There was no getting used to an entity that existed partially outside normal space-time, that could observe without being perceived, that operated by logic that wasn't entirely human. Every conversation with Ghost revealed new layers to what Marcus still didn't understand about cultivation, about consciousness, about the edges of reality. The unidentified observer has cultivation signature patterns I've never encountered, Ghost continued, settling into a chair in a way that suggested he was only partially sitting in it. Old. Not Qi Dynasty old, but older than that. Maybe Imperial period, maybe older still. This observer isn't from any established sect that I can identify. This observer is independent, and they're being extremely careful not to reveal their allegiance or even their true power level. Kai's expression didn't change, but Marcus felt his tension increase through their meditation bond. How long? Kai asked. 3 weeks, Ghost said. I only spotted them yesterday, which means they're better than I am at staying undetected. That's concerning. That's the kind of concerning that makes me want to recommend you evacuate this city and relocate somewhere with less sect attention. But I know that's not going to happen. Kai didn't answer, which was itself an answer. Ghost looked directly at Marcus. You're becoming valuable enough that people are willing to deploy truly high-level resources to observe you. That's good for your ego, bad for your lifespan. The progression is clear. First minor sect observers, then independent cultivators of significant power, next formal recruitment attempts, and not all of those will be polite. When organizations really want something, they stop asking nicely and start taking. Ghost came back from his trip with unexpected timing, arriving at the apartment early one evening with travel-worn clothes and the kind of emotional exhaustion that came from 7 days of attempting to live normally while carrying the weight of understanding that normality was becoming impossible to maintain. He moved through the apartment like someone in a familiar space that had become subtly alien, noticing changes that had accumulated during his absence. Elena's research papers spread across the kitchen table, Kai's meditation cushion positioned in a different corner, Marcus's presence that felt more concentrated, more powerful, more fundamentally different than it had been a week ago. Holy shit, Ghost said, stopping midway through the apartment and staring at Marcus. Something happened. You look different. Marcus wanted to deflect, wanted to minimize what had changed, wanted to pretend that a week of intensive cultivation advancement and multiple sect hunters making contact didn't fundamentally alter his appearance and presence. But Ghost had always been able to read Marcus in ways that casual observers couldn't. Ghost had spent 6 years as roommates, had sparred with Marcus hundreds of times, had seen Marcus in every state of exhaustion and pain and triumph. Ghost knew Marcus's baseline, and this wasn't that baseline. First meridian stabilized, Marcus said simply. Next cultivation rank. Ghost absorbed that information, and Marcus watched the moment comprehension arrived, the moment Ghost understood that the gap between them had just expanded in ways that made friendship feel almost impossible to maintain. Ghost had been trained in basic fighting. Ghost was strong by mortal standards. But Marcus was crossing into a realm where mortal strength was becoming increasingly irrelevant. That's good, Ghost said, his voice carrying the kind of forced brightness that came from attempting to be supportive while privately calculating what advancement meant for their relationship. That's really good. I'm happy for you. I'm also scared, I think. Scared that I'm losing my best friend to something I can't follow. Marcus moved toward Ghost, and the movement was faster than it should have been, faster than Ghost's eyes could entirely track. It was a demonstration of power that Marcus hadn't intended to make, a manifestation of advancement that Marcus hadn't meant to highlight. Ghost flinched, and in that flinch Marcus saw the future of his friendship crystallizing into clarity. Ghost loved him, but Ghost was increasingly unable to exist in the world Marcus was becoming. I'm not going anywhere, Marcus said, even as he understood the lie embedded in the statement. I'm still me. I'm still the same person who's known you for 6 years. You're not, Ghost said, not unkindly. You're becoming something else. And I love you, but I also can't really follow you into that. So I'm going to keep trying anyway, because that's what friendship means. But you should know that I see what's happening. And I'm willing to pay the cost of not understanding it, because you're worth that cost. That night, Marcus stood on the balcony and understood that the advancement Kai had warned about wasn't just about power. It was about isolation. It was about becoming something so fundamentally different from everyone around you that connection started to feel like translation. Ghost's friendship was genuine, was valuable, but it was also increasingly impossible to maintain in the way it had existed before. The friendship would continue, but it would be fundamentally transformed by Marcus's advancement. And that transformation was just the beginning. Somewhere across the city, Vex was transmitting another report. Cultivator has advanced to first meridian stabilized. Power level now significant threat if Cultivator maintains independence. Recommend acceleration of recruitment timeline. Suggest contact within 48 hours, backed by both positive incentive and negative consequence indication. The hunters were moving faster now. The competition was intensifying. And Marcus understood, standing on that balcony with Ghost visible through the window behind him, that the world was about to move much faster than he was prepared for. Continuing to Batch 2. Chapter 47. Kira's second contact. Kira appeared at the gym on a Friday evening when Marcus was sparring with one of the more advanced fighters in Portland's underground scene. She didn't wait for the session to end. She simply took a position on the observation platform and watched, her cultivation signature carefully modulated to remain barely perceptible, her attention focused with the kind of professional intensity that suggested she was conducting assessment rather than simple observation. When Marcus finished his session, exhausted and maintaining discipline despite the fatigue, Kira was waiting in a private room with Elena already present, suggesting that Elena had received advance notification and had prepared the space for a formal conversation. Multiple sects are moving faster than I anticipated, Kira said without preamble. The Crimson Mountain Council has authorized Sifu Lin Wu to escalate from investigation to active recruitment. The Golden Path sect has already made contact. The underground cultivators are making inquiries through their networks about whether you're interested in freelance work. The situation is transitioning from information gathering to active competition. She pulled up documents on a tablet, displaying reports that appeared to be compiled from multiple sources, cross-referenced, and analyzed through cultivation world intelligence networks. More importantly, Kira continued, Sifu Lin Wu is planning aggressive recruitment within 48 hours. He's authorized Vex to initiate contact phase with both positive incentive and subtle threat indicators. He wants to control the narrative before other sects make their positions clear. He believes that if he can secure your formal agreement first, he can establish precedent that you're his faction's cultivator, and other sects will have to respect that claim. Marcus absorbed the information, processing implications and timelines and political calculations he was only beginning to understand. What does he want? Marcus asked. Everything, Elena said, answering before Kira could. He wants your power. He wants the proof that cultivation can happen outside sect structure because that threatens the Crimson Mountain Council's authority. He wants to control what you represent politically. He wants to use you to prove that reformist philosophies can be integrated into traditional sect hierarchy. He wants you as a tool for his broader agenda, whatever that agenda actually is. Kira nodded, acknowledging Elena's assessment. The Jade Compass sect is also moving, Kira continued. We're accelerating our own timeline. I'm authorized to make a formal recruitment offer, backed by neutral sect protection. We can't offer what Sifu Lin Wu offers. We don't have his resources or his aggressive political position. But we can offer something else, freedom within structure. Advancement without demanding absolute obedience. Access to knowledge without demanding loyalty to specific political agendas. She closed the tablet and looked at Marcus directly, her expression carrying the weight of decisions made in multiple council chambers. Bureaucratic approvals and strategic calculations collapsed into the present moment. But here's what you need to understand, Kira said. Whatever you choose in the next 2 days, that choice will echo across centuries of your existence. If you choose Sifu's faction, you align yourself with an organization that's planning something significant, something big enough to require cultivators like you. If you choose the Jade Compass sect, you align yourself with neutral bureaucratic organization that values information and balance over revolutionary change. If you try to remain independent, you face pressure from multiple sects simultaneously, which will eventually break you. There is no good choice here. There's only choices with different consequences. Marcus looked at Elena, saw her calculating something, saw her expression settle into understanding. You're asking me to commit to an organization, Marcus said. You're asking me to give loyalty to a faction instead of maintaining autonomy. I'm telling you that autonomy is no longer viable, Kira said. I'm telling you that the cultivation world doesn't allow individuals to remain truly independent. It allows individuals to appear independent while actually serving larger organizational interests. You can choose to hide that reality, or you can choose to acknowledge it. But either way, the reality doesn't change. After Kira left, Elena began explaining political structures Marcus hadn't understood he needed to understand. The difference between formal sect membership and loose affiliation. The mechanics of how loyalty oaths worked in cultivation culture. The consequences of breaking sect alignment once established. The advantages of appearing weak while maintaining actual leverage. The importance of understanding that sects were fundamentally interested in power, and that power came in multiple forms: magical power, political power, information power, organizational power. Kai made the wrong choice, Elena said finally. He tried to be independent. He tried to resist organizational pressure through direct confrontation. And the organizations destroyed him for it. Don't make that same mistake. Find an organization that aligns with your values, but acknowledge that you're making a choice within a constrained set of options. Pretend you have autonomy while actually working within the system. That's how you survive long enough to actually gain real influence. Marcus understood, standing in Kai's apartment with the weight of multiple sect offers and organizational expectations pressing down on him, that the real test wasn't going to be cultivation advancement. It was going to be political survival. And he was rapidly running out of time to prepare for a game he was only barely beginning to understand. Chapter 48. The revelation of Kai's identity. The moment arrived on Saturday afternoon when Marcus was meditating alone in Kai's apartment, working through cultivation forms that were becoming increasingly complex, increasingly abstract in their application of chi manipulation. His concentration was deep, his awareness spread across multiple channels of energy manipulation, his attention focused on the subtle adjustments required to maintain 3 pathways harmonized. The next rank that he was approaching with the kind of intensity that suggested he might achieve it within weeks if the advancement continued at its current pace. The doorbell rang, and Kai opened the door to find a cultivator Marcus had never seen before, a woman in her apparent 80s with silver hair and the kind of power signature that made Kai's presence feel juvenile by comparison. She stood in the doorway for a long moment, simply looking at Kai, and something in that look carried the weight of centuries of separation, acknowledgement, and complicated emotion. "So the rumors are true," the woman said. Kai the dreamer. Kai the revolutionary. Kai who was supposed to be dead or permanently exiled or completely changed by 2 centuries of isolation. "You're alive. You're actually alive, and you've been training immortal in Portland, and you're building something." Marcus froze mid-form, understanding immediately that something significant was happening, that his presence in Kai's apartment was being investigated more thoroughly than he'd realized, that Kai's actual identity was no longer something that could remain mysterious. "Sifu Miyako," Kai said, his voice carrying respect mixed with resignation. "You didn't have to come personally. You could have sent a representative." "I had to see it with my own eyes," Sifu Miyako said, stepping into the apartment and looking at Marcus with assessment so acute that Marcus felt physically exposed. Kai, trained by the Celestial Accord sect for 230 years. Exiled from Crimson Mountain sect for advocating revolutionary philosophy. Hidden in the mortal world for 2 centuries. And now training a mortal cultivator to first meridian stabilized. "You're actually doing it. You're actually proving your philosophy could work." She turned back to Kai, her expression shifting into something that looked like a complicated mixture of approval and concern. "The cultivation world is in chaos," Sifu Miyako said. "Rumors of you training someone spread through sect networks like wildfire. Every organization is trying to interpret what it means. Some think you're finally emerging to restart your reform movement. Some think you're proving that the Accords are failing. Some think you're a threat that needs to be eliminated immediately. And Sifu Lin Wu is moving to control the narrative before anyone else can act." She looked at Marcus, and Marcus felt the weight of centuries of cultivation experience concentrated in that gaze. The judgment of someone who'd been watching the politics of cultivation for longer than anyone in Sifu Lin Wu's inner circle had been alive. "The boy is unusual," Sifu Miyako said to Kai. "He has potential that's genuinely extraordinary. But he's also untrained in the political structures that will destroy him if he's not careful. You can teach him cultivation. You can teach him power. But someone needs to teach him how to survive the attention he's receiving." She extended her hand to Marcus, not as a gesture of greeting, but as a formal introduction in cultivation culture, a gesture that acknowledged his status as a legitimate cultivator worthy of respect. "I'm Sifu Miyako-chan," she said. "I've been watching the cultivation world for 3 centuries. I've seen empires rise and fall. I've watched organizations remake themselves repeatedly. And I believe that what Kai is attempting, integration of mortal and cultivator bloodlines, reformation of sect hierarchy, the opening of cultivation to those with compatible heritage, might actually be correct, might actually be necessary. The question is whether it can be achieved without destroying everyone involved in the attempt." After she left, Kai finally explained his actual history, not the vague exile reference he'd made before, but the full context. A student of the Celestial Accord sect, trained for excellence in cultivation and philosophy. A believer in reform, in opening cultivation to mortals with compatible bloodline, in dismantling the Accord's system in favor of transparency. An advocate who pushed too hard, too publicly, against the Crimson Mountain Council's conservative faction. An exile who was given a choice: retreat to the mortal world and exist in isolation, or face execution for sedition against established sect structures. "I chose exile because I believed it was temporary," Kai said. "I thought the council would eventually recognize the value of my philosophy. I thought isolation would buy time for reform to happen naturally. 200 years later, I realized that isolation just meant watching the same systems perpetuate unchanged. It meant watching reform advocates killed, or exiled, or co-opted. It meant accepting that change wasn't going to come from internal pressure. It was going to come from external proof that alternatives were viable." He looked at Marcus directly. "You're that proof," Kai said. "You're proof that a mortal can cultivate. You're proof that independent training works. You're proof that sects aren't necessary for advancement. And your existence is going to force the cultivation world to confront whether the Accords are actually serving their stated purpose anymore. That's why the sects are competing for you. That's why Sifu Lin Wu is moving so aggressively. Because your advancement isn't personal achievement. It's political weapon. And everyone knows it." Chapter 49. The council convened in the meditation nexus, a sacred space that existed in the interstices between normal reality, maintained continuously for 3,000 years by rotating teams of the oldest cultivators on Earth. The architecture was pure qi, shaped and reshaped across millennia until it had achieved something approaching perfection, a space that allowed perfect clarity of thought, perfect transmission of information, perfect neutrality in dispute resolution. No cultivator could lie here. No cultivator could hide their true assessment. The Nexus was the heart of cultivation governance, the place where the accords had been written, rewritten, and maintained across centuries of change. The 9 elders manifested their consciousness as crystalline forms, neither fully physical nor entirely spiritual. To sit in this circle meant exposing your deepest understanding to scrutiny that could not be evaded. It meant contributing to decisions that would shape the cultivation world for centuries. The weight of responsibility was palpable in the Nexus itself. Elder Zhao, who'd been meditating continuously for 412 years, spoke first. "The Portland situation is becoming unsustainable," she said, her voice carrying the quality of someone who measured words in decades, each syllable weighted with 4 centuries of experience. "We have 4 sects actively maneuvering for position in the city. We have an independent cultivator operating completely outside proper frameworks. We have confirmed proof that Kai, one of our historic problem cases, is still alive and actively training new cultivators. We have a cultivator of unknown potential who is demonstrably violating Accord's protocols by existing outside sect structure." She paused, letting implications settle through the Nexus like ripples in water. "But the question before us is not what to do about Marcus Chun," Elder Zhao continued. "The question is whether Marcus Chun represents an isolated anomaly or the beginning of a pattern we've been unwilling to acknowledge. If the pattern is spreading, if more cultivators are emerging outside traditional frameworks, we need to respond systematically before it becomes irreversible. If it's isolated, we can contain it through conventional means." Elder Wei, who'd been meditating in the mountains of Tibet since the late Qing dynasty, opened his consciousness. "Kai's philosophy never truly died," he said, his voice carrying echoes of 230 years of meditation. "We exiled him, scattered his followers, destroyed his records, suppressed his teachings. But ideology cannot be unthought once conceived. It transforms, propagates, finds new vessels. This Marcus Chun is evidence the idea has metastasized beyond our containment. Others have continued his work in secret, more successfully than we acknowledged." The implications tremored through the Nexus. If multiple cultivators existed outside sect systems, if democratization of cultivation was spreading systematically, the entire foundation of the Accords, built on hierarchical sect control, came into question. "We should recommend immediate suppression," said Elder Sun, the youngest at 183 years old, his consciousness sharp. "Bring the cultivator into a strong sect. Eliminate proof that Kai's system works independently. Demonstrate that advancement outside frameworks leads to imbalance and instability. Use this to strengthen the existing order." Elder Zhao shook her head with the certainty of someone who'd watched this play out before. "That approach failed 50 years ago," she said quietly. "We thought suppression would break Kai's philosophy. It didn't. It strengthened it. The martyr narrative reinforced what suppression couldn't destroy. Every cultivator we exiled became evidence that the council prioritized control over fairness." She extended her consciousness across the circle. "I propose we monitor Marcus Chun for 2 years, Elder Zhao said. Allow natural sect competition to play out without our intervention. Gather data on whether his advancement accelerates, whether stability holds, whether Kai's methods are genuinely superior or merely novel. If evidence after 2 years suggests his philosophy is advantageous, we begin integrating it into mainstream frameworks. We evolve the Accords instead of breaking them." The suggestion hung in the Nexus like a stone in still water. For 3,000 years, the Accords had remained fundamentally unchanged. The proposal to deliberately evolve them represented something unprecedented. And for the first time in millennia, the weight of ancient tradition began, imperceptibly, to shift. In the Crimson Mountain Council's main hall, the decision was made with the kind of bureaucratic formality that had defined sect operations for centuries. Sifu Lin Wu presented his case to the full council. The revolutionary Kai had emerged. He was actively breaking exile by training a mortal cultivator. The mortal cultivator was advancing rapidly and posed a legitimate threat to the established power structure. The response needed to be decisive, comprehensive, and demonstrative of the council's control over cultivation law. "We have 3 options," Lin Wu said, addressing the full council with the kind of rhetorical mastery that had kept him in power for 200 years. We can bring the cultivator into Crimson Mountain sect through formal recruitment and control his development within our organizational structure. We can eliminate the cultivator as a warning to others about the danger of independent cultivation. Or we can do nothing and allow the situation to escalate into chaos that other sects will eventually force us to address anyway. The conservative elders listened, their expressions remaining carefully neutral, their attention focused on the political implications rather than the moral dimensions of the choice. If we recruit the cultivator, one elder said, we appear to be acknowledging that independent cultivation has merit. We appear to be validating Kai's philosophy. We appear weak. If we eliminate the cultivator, another elder countered, we appear to be afraid. We appear to be threatened by a single mortal-born cultivator. We appear desperate. Lin Wu smiled, recognizing the trap he'd constructed for them, a choice where both alternatives demonstrated weakness. Then we do nothing for the moment, Lin Wu continued. We allow the sects to compete for the cultivator. We allow the competition to grow increasingly expensive and aggressive. And when the sects are sufficiently invested, sufficiently desperate for advantage, we step in with an overwhelming position that none of them can match. We appear above the fray. We appear powerful. We appear to be making the logical choice after everyone else has wasted resources. And we acquire the cultivator with maximum political advantage. The council voted, and the vote was narrow, but it was decisive. Sifu Lin Wu was authorized to orchestrate a multi-phase recruitment strategy. Phase 1 would involve allowing the sects to compete, gathering intelligence on how invested each faction was willing to become. Phase 2 would involve making an overwhelming offer backed by subtle threat. The offer of tremendous power and resources coupled with quiet indication that refusal would result in cultivator death. Phase 3 would involve integration of the cultivator into Crimson Mountain power structures once recruitment was complete. What they didn't authorize, what Lin Wu carefully didn't request, was any acknowledgement of what he actually planned to use Marcus for. Because Lin Wu had his own agenda, an agenda that went far beyond simple sect politics, an agenda that involved the complete restructuring of cultivation world power, and Marcus was going to be a crucial tool in achieving that restructuring. The decision resonated through cultivation networks, transforming the situation from investigation phase into active warfare phase. Organizations began mobilizing resources. The Jade Compass sect accelerated their recruitment timeline. The Celestial Accord sect made their own formal offer. The underground cultivators increased their recruitment pressure. And in Portland, Vex received authorization to move into aggressive contact phase within the next 72 hours. Marcus felt the shift in the cultivation signature density around the city, felt the increasing pressure of organizational attention, understood at some visceral level that the window for maintaining any kind of independence was closing with accelerating speed. The hunters weren't just hunting anymore. They were converging. Chapter 50. Ghost Vulnerability. Ghost revealed vulnerability the way ghosts probably shouldn't. Through exhaustion and honesty that came from monitoring 6 cultivation signatures simultaneously while trying to maintain his own existential coherence. He sat across from Marcus in the training room, his form more solid than usual, but still carrying that quality of something not entirely committed to existing in normal space. The exhaustion was visible in the way his manifestation flickered, consciousness stretched too thin. I'm wearing thin, Ghost admitted to Marcus directly. Tracking multiple high-level cultivators while maintaining my own existential coherence requires resources I'm not sure I can continue dedicating indefinitely. Every observer I track is another thread of consciousness I have to maintain simultaneously. Every perspective I hold is another potential fracture point in my overall structure. Marcus felt the weight of what Ghost was saying, that this entity, whatever it was sacrificing something fundamental to help them. I'm not even sure what I am anymore, Ghost continued. I started as something that existed in moments between moments, in the spaces between spaces. Now I'm something that spans hours, days, entire extended conversations. I'm becoming more like normal consciousness, like human consciousness. But in becoming more like you, I'm losing the advantages that made me useful in the first place. I'm becoming solid when I need to be ephemeral. Marcus asked quietly, what happens if you keep going? Fragmentation, Ghost said simply. Consciousness can only extend so far before it begins to lose coherence. I'm experiencing identity dissolution because I'm trying to occupy too much observational space simultaneously. Every perspective I monitor pulls at my core structure, stretching me thinner. Eventually, I'll stretch so thin that I simply disperse. I'll exist everywhere and nowhere simultaneously, which is just another way of saying I'll stop existing at all. He paused, and the pause carried weight. I could stop, Ghost said. I could reduce my observational range, focus only on immediate threats within Portland. I could retreat into a smaller existence and maintain my coherence. But that leaves you exposed to observation patterns I'm not tracking. Leaves Marcus unprepared for threats emerging from edges of your perception. So I keep pushing, keep fragmenting, keep trying to be in more places than consciousness was meant to inhabit. He looked directly at Marcus. You need to understand that my resources are finite, Ghost said. At some point, I'll be running on fumes, barely holding together. And when that happens, you're on your own. The council is patient, but not infinitely so. The independent cultivator I detected is waiting for something. The sects are maneuvering into position. You're approaching a moment when you'll need to depend on your own perception, your own power, not on my early warnings. The cage fight was arranged through underground channels, offered to Ghost as a lucrative opportunity by a promoter Ghost had worked with before, a man named Dev, who ran fighting circuits that intersected with cultivation world interests without appearing to. Ghost didn't know that the challenger was Serpent Fong's sect cultivator. Ghost didn't know that the match was designed specifically to isolate Marcus by targeting his closest friendship. Ghost didn't know that he was walking into a deliberately structured attack that had nothing to do with his fighting skills and everything to do with using him as a weapon against Marcus. The fight happened on a Tuesday night in a facility outside Portland, a converted warehouse that hosted matches for professional fighters and organized crime elements in equal measure. Marcus knew the venue. Marcus had fought there before. Marcus wasn't present for this particular fight because Ghost hadn't mentioned it. Ghost had kept it secret, had arranged it privately, had avoided discussing it because Ghost understood that Marcus would worry, would want to provide protection, would try to prevent Ghost from doing something that Ghost felt the need to do. Prove that he was still capable of something, that he still mattered, that he wasn't completely left behind by Marcus's advancement. The cultivator was fast. The cultivator was using techniques that mortal fighters couldn't perceive or counter. The cultivator was deliberately prolonging the fight, deliberately maximizing damage, deliberately focusing on attacking Ghost's left shoulder and left arm, a specific vulnerable area, a targeted assault that suggested planning rather than random chance. Ghost went down in the third round, his left arm badly injured, his ribs cracked, his body showing signs of cultivation-level damage that normal medical treatment wouldn't adequately address. He was conscious enough to understand that something was wrong, that this wasn't normal fighting damage, that the cultivator had been targeting him specifically, had been using him as a message rather than just as an opponent. Elena received the call from the facility's medical personnel, got Ghost stabilized, managed to get him to a neutral location without involving normal hospitals that would ask questions about the severity and nature of his injuries. When Ghost woke up in the medical facility Elena had arranged, he was exhausted, in pain, and absolutely clear about what had happened. Someone had used him as a weapon against Marcus. Why me? Ghost asked, his voice raspy from painkillers and exhaustion. Because you matter to him, Elena said simply. Because hurting you sends a message. Because it forces him to stop being abstract about cultivation and start being visceral about it. Because it proves that no one around him is safe from cultivation world conflicts. Marcus received the news and felt something cold and precise activate inside him. Something that was anger, but also something more. Clarity of purpose, understanding of stakes, comprehension that the abstract competition had just become very concrete. Ghost wasn't a cultivator. Ghost wasn't equipped to defend himself against cultivator-level opponents. And whoever had done this to Ghost wanted Marcus to know that the people around him could be targeted, could be hurt, could be used as leverage. Kai was waiting when Marcus returned to the apartment, his expression already carrying knowledge of what had happened. Now you understand the price, Kai said. Not the price of cultivation. The price of refusing to choose a faction. The price of maintaining independence while being valuable to multiple organizations. The price is paid by the people around you. The people you care about become targets. The people you love become leverage. And the only way to stop that escalation is to commit to a faction strong enough that targeting your allies becomes more expensive than allowing him to maintain independence. He paused, his expression carrying the weight of 2 centuries of watching similar dynamics play out. You need to decide, Kai continued. And you need to decide soon. Not for your sake. For Ghost's sake. For Elena's sake. For everyone around you. Because if you don't choose protection, the sects will continue escalating. And each escalation will cost someone around you more than the last one did. Continuing to Batch 3. Chapter 51. Marcus's fury. Marcus felt fury the way some people felt cold, as a fundamental truth about the current state of his existence that couldn't be ignored or reasoned away. It came after he learned that Elena's mother hadn't died in an accident. It came after Kai confirmed, with the kind of certainty that only 2 centuries of life experience could provide, that Elena's mother had been identified as a liability by the cultivation community and systematically eliminated. She'd known too much. She'd understood too much about the intersection between cultivation and mortal medicine. She'd become a threat simply by existing. How long did you know? Marcus asked Kai, and the fury in his voice was sharp enough to cut. Since Elena told you, Kai said quietly. I've been waiting for your reaction to settle into clarity. Clarity, Marcus repeated. You mean, waiting for me to accept that murder happens and there's nothing I can do about it? Waiting for you to understand that individual rage is less useful than systematic power, Kai said. You want to punish Elena's mother's killers. You want justice. Those desires are natural. But they're also the exact emotional triggers that organizations like the Council rely on. They wait for cultivators to act from fury, and they use those actions as justification for suppression. This is how they maintain control, by making the consequences of resistance more costly than the benefits of compliance. Kai stood and moved to the window, looking out over Portland. When I was younger, I felt exactly what you're feeling, Kai continued. I wanted to change the system through confrontation. I wanted to force the Council to acknowledge the injustice they'd allowed. I tried to build something better. And in trying, I triggered exactly the response the system was designed to trigger. Overwhelming force that scattered my movement and forced me into exile. The Council didn't destroy my philosophy by disproving it. They destroyed it by making the cost of pursuing it unbearable. He turned back to Marcus. You have to choose, Kai said. You can pursue justice for Elena's mother, which will put you in direct conflict with power structures that are designed to defeat individual resistance. Or you can accept that her death, while tragic, is part of a larger pattern that requires systematic rather than personal resistance. You can work to change the system itself, which takes longer but is actually sustainable. Marcus felt the fury roiling in his chest, sharp and demanding. The moment Ghost returned home, moving slowly and carefully, his left arm immobilized in a specialized brace that Elena had acquired through cultivation world medical channels, something fundamental shifted in Marcus's internal landscape. The fury wasn't loud. Marcus's fury never was. Marcus's rage was quiet and cold and methodical. The rage of someone who'd spent years in cage fighting, learning that sustained, controlled intensity accomplished more than explosive violence. Tell me who did this, Marcus said to Ghost, his voice steady and devoid of emotion. Some cultivator, Ghost said. I didn't catch their name. Fast. Skilled. Specifically targeting my left side like they knew where to hurt me for maximum effect. Elena thinks they were from the Serpent Fang sect based on their cultivation signature and technique style. Marcus walked to the balcony and felt the chi in the air, felt the subtle signatures of cultivators monitoring the apartment, felt the pressure of multiple organizations watching to see how he would respond to deliberate targeting of his allies. And for the first time, Marcus understood viscerally what Kai meant about isolation being a luxury he could no longer afford. Kai found him on the balcony at 3 a.m., both of them looking out at the city, both of them aware of what needed to happen next. You could go hunting, Kai said quietly. You could track down the cultivator and respond with violence. You could demonstrate what happens when people hurt the people you care about. That's what your rage is suggesting. Marcus didn't argue with the assessment. His rage was absolutely suggesting exactly that. But that's the response they want, Kai continued. Violence triggers escalation. It gives them justification for further targeting. It demonstrates that you're reactive rather than strategic. It plays directly into Sifu Lin Wu's plans because he wants you off balance, wants you making decisions based on rage rather than calculation. He turned to look at Marcus directly. Revenge comes later, Kai said. Right now, survival comes first. Right now, you need to make a choice about which organization can protect Ghost from further targeting. Right now, you need to choose a faction, not for yourself, but because choosing protects everyone around you. That's the leverage the sects are using. That's the mechanism of control they've built into this entire structure. Your advancement makes you valuable. Your relationships make you vulnerable. And the only way to stop them from exploiting those relationships is to align yourself with an organization strong enough that continued targeting becomes more expensive than allowing your independence. Marcus understood, standing on that balcony with Ghost recovering in the apartment behind him, and the weight of cultivation world politics settling onto his shoulders like knowledge of burden he couldn't escape. The choice wasn't between cultivation advancement and normal life anymore. The choice was between different forms of commitment, different organizational structures, different kinds of compromise. The fury didn't disappear. The fury stayed with him, concentrated, focused, transformed into something useful. But it became fuel for strategic thinking rather than excuse for immediate action. Chapter 52. Elena steps in. Elena understood something about Marcus that he didn't yet understand about himself. That fury was actually fuel for transformation, not an obstacle to it. She came to the apartment the morning after Marcus's conversation with Kai, bringing coffee and carrying the kind of quiet determination that suggested she'd spent the night making decisions. "Stop waiting for permission," Elena said to Marcus without preamble. "Stop waiting for Kai to approve of your rage or help you contextualize it. Your anger about my mother is legitimate. The cultivation world killed her, not directly, maybe, but through deliberate application of pressure that made her continue existing a liability rather than an asset. That's worth being angry about. That's worth acting on." Marcus stared at her, unsure how to process someone validating the fury that Kai had been trying to contextualize into submission. "What are you saying?" Marcus asked carefully. "I'm saying that Kai's approach to change is systematic and long-term and probably correct from a strategic perspective," Elena said. "But I'm also saying that systematic change requires pressure points. Requires moments when individuals do something unexpected, something that disrupts the system's ability to predict and control. You could be a pressure point. Your advancement, your independence, your refusal to accept the cultivation world's normal categorization. You could force the kind of crisis that actually creates space for transformation." She sat across from him, and her eyes carried the full weight of her mother's legacy. "My mother spent her life gathering knowledge," Elena continued. "She understood how cultivation affects physical structure, how chi pathways connect to human biology, how the cultivation world operates using the same leverage points that mortal systems use. She was killed for that knowledge, but she left all of it to me, and I can use it. We can use it, not to fight the cultivation world on its own terms. We'll lose if we do that, but to change the game itself, to make cultivation knowledge accessible to people who don't have sect structures supporting them, to prove that the system's monopoly on advancement is unnecessary." Elena pulled out a notebook filled with her mother's research, diagrams of chi pathways aligned with human nervous system illustrations. "My mother wanted to democratize cultivation," Elena said. "She believed that knowledge should be shared, that the barriers around cultivation were arbitrary and damaging. I think she was right, and I think you're proof that she was right. You advanced faster through Kai's teaching than most sect-trained cultivators advance through years of institutional training. Imagine what would happen if we could teach that method to others. Imagine the pressure that would create on the existing system." Elena arrived at the apartment early the next morning with a contact number, a name, and the kind of determination that suggested she'd made decisions during the night about what needed to happen next. "My mother had connections to neutral cultivators," Elena said, sitting in Kai's apartment with Ghost visible through the doorway, resting but conscious, recovering but not healed. "Not through any sect. Through independent networks that operate outside the formal organizational structure. I've been contacted by someone from that network, someone who knew my father, who respects what he was trying to accomplish, who's willing to help us because they believe in what Kai is attempting." She pulled out documentation, medical authorization papers that appeared to be legitimate, referrals to specialized medical facilities that Elena explained operated outside normal pharmaceutical and healthcare networks. "I've arranged for Ghost to receive treatment from cultivation world medical specialists," Elena continued. "Not in formal sect structures, but through independent practitioners. They can assess the actual damage and provide appropriate treatment. Cultivation injuries require cultivation-level medical knowledge to heal properly. Normal doctors can't perceive what's actually broken. These specialists can." She looked at Marcus directly. "I'm also committing to helping you navigate the sects," Elena continued. "I'm offering my time, my knowledge, my understanding of cultivation world politics. I'm doing this because it's the right thing, but also because my father died trying to reform the cultivation world, and I'm finishing his work by helping you survive long enough to actually matter in that reformation." Her commitment shifted something fundamental. Marcus suddenly had allies who weren't just personally invested, but strategically positioned. Elena had knowledge that was usually hoarded by sections. Elena had connections that shouldn't exist. Elena was moving from supportive friend into active participant in cultivation world politics. "There's something else you need to know," Elena said. "I've been in contact with someone from the Jade Compass sect, someone I used to know through my mother's networks. They're willing to accelerate our recruitment timeline if we formally request it. They're willing to offer sect protection immediately if you indicate interest in joining their organization." The offer hung in the air, carrying weight and implication and the understanding that accepting it would fundamentally alter Marcus's status from independent cultivator to formal sect member, from autonomous individual to organizational asset. "They're not aggressive," Elena continued. "They're not Sifu Linwu. They won't demand absolute obedience or use you as a political tool, but they will expect loyalty. They will expect you to eventually work on projects aligned with Jade Compass sect interests. They will expect you to represent their organization in cultivation world interactions. That's the trade-off. That's the price of their protection. She stood up, preparing to leave and check on the cultivation world medical specialists who were arriving to begin ghost treatment. You need to decide soon, Elena said, echoing Kai's words from the previous night. The window is closing. The sects are accelerating. And every day you maintain independence, people around you pay the cost. Chapter 53. The safe zone. The safe zone wasn't a place so much as it was a moment. A carefully constructed interval where the normal rules of cultivation politics temporarily didn't apply. Kai had contacts scattered across Portland, people who owed him favors or shared his philosophy or simply believed that the Accord's monopoly on cultivation knowledge was unsustainable. One of them owned a nondescript warehouse in the industrial section of the city, a space that had been deliberately shielded against cultivation-level observation. The shields were subtle, nothing that would alert sophisticated observers, but enough to mask internal cultivation activity from casual surveillance. It was here that Kai brought Marcus, Elena, and Ghost one evening when the observers had grown too numerous and too active to maintain effective privacy anywhere else. This space was prepared against the day when the pressure became too intense to ignore, Kai explained, showing them the meditation architecture built into the warehouse's framework. The shields were elegant, years of accumulated cultivation work layered into the space's very structure. There are 17 such spaces scattered across the Pacific Northwest. They exist because eventually, every serious cultivation practitioner needs somewhere that lies outside the normal systems of observation and control. The warehouse interior was larger than the exterior suggested, a sign of spatial cultivation techniques that Marcus was still learning to perceive. Inside were meditation rooms, training spaces, a library of texts that Kai had apparently been accumulating for decades, and most importantly, food, water, and supplies sufficient to sustain them for months if necessary. Why are we here? Marcus asked, though part of him already understood. Because the recruitment pressure is about to escalate beyond subtle observation, Kai said. The sects have gathered enough information. They're preparing to make formal offers. And those offers will come with expectations. When you refuse them, and you will refuse them, because accepting would limit your freedom, the pressure will intensify further. This space exists for that moment. When the normal world becomes too hostile, you'll have somewhere to retreat where you can continue training without constant threat. Ghost, manifested more solidly than Marcus had ever seen him, added, the independent cultivator I've been tracking has stopped hiding. They're moving to position themselves for direct contact. That suggests they're getting ready to make a move, and they're confident enough to stop maintaining perfect opacity. This space has protective measures that can obscure them too. Marcus felt the weight of understanding settle. They were preparing for conflict. Not violent conflict, necessarily, but the kind of systemic pressure that came when someone refused to integrate into established structures. The safe zone was a bunker, built for the moment when refusing the cultivation world's normal pathways became untenable through normal means. Kai went to Jake's office without appointment, moving with the kind of authority that suggested he'd been making these kinds of decisions for far longer than Jake had been alive. Jake, accustomed to both cultivation world and mortal world protocols, recognized what was happening and listened without interrupting as Kai explained what he needed. Black Diamond Gym is a neutral space, Kai said. A place where fighters come to train, where organizations of different factions maintain respect for the training environment, where the code of conduct prohibits organizational conflicts from spilling into the physical space. I'm asking you to formally declare this gym as neutral territory. I'm asking you to coordinate with neutral cultivators to establish magical protections that prevent sect enforcement action from occurring here. I'm asking you to make this gym a sanctuary. Jake considered the request, understanding implications and complications, calculating whether accepting would put his business in danger or whether refusing would place it in more danger. I can do that, Jake said finally. My family has connections to neutral cultivators going back decades. We've maintained that neutrality specifically so situations like this don't destroy our business. But declaring this gym officially neutral means that sects will respect it, and sects only respect what they believe serves their interests or meets their obligations. We'll need to offer something in exchange. Kai smiled, recognizing a negotiator who understood cultivation world dynamics. Offer neutral ground for mediation, Kai said. Offer space where sects can negotiate without the presence of organizational enforcement. Offer asylum for cultivators who are attempting to defect from one faction to another. Offer exactly what you've been offering without formalizing it. A space where the rules of factional warfare don't apply. Most sects will accept that arrangement because neutral mediation spaces are valuable to every organization. The negotiation concluded with Jake and Kai agreeing on terms that would be disseminated through cultivation world networks. Black Diamond Gym was neutral territory, protected by ancient cultivator tradition, respecting all factions equally. The declaration came with the understanding that if any sect violated the neutrality, every other sect would respond with coordinated enforcement. It was a commitment that only worked if enough organizations valued neutrality more than they valued gaining advantage. Multiple sects honored the declaration within hours. The Jade Compass sect acknowledged the neutrality and established their own observers in the gym, monitoring but not interrupting. The Celestial Accord sect added their own protective signatures to the gym's magical infrastructure. Even underground cultivators contributed to the neutral zone's protection, understanding that safe spaces served their interests as much as they served established sect interests. Marcus could feel the shift in the gym's cultivation signatures, could perceive the layered protections settling over the physical space, could sense that something significant had changed. The gym was no longer just a training facility for mortal fighters. It was now a declared neutral zone, a space where the rules of cultivation world warfare were temporarily suspended. It was sanctuary. It won't last forever, Kai explained that evening as they observed the gym from the observation deck. Sects respect neutrality only while it serves their interests. But it will last long enough for you to make your choice. It will last long enough for Ghost to heal. It will last long enough for you to understand what your options actually are and what each choice will cost. Chapter 54. 3 Pathways Harmonized. 3 pathways existed within cultivation practice, and understanding them was the difference between advancement and catastrophic imbalance. Kai taught Marcus the theory on the same evening they'd established the safe zone, sitting in the warehouse's main meditation chamber with candles providing the only light. The first pathway is power accumulation, Kai explained, drawing diagrams in the air with chi that hung like luminescent paint. This is what most sects emphasize: the steady, deliberate expansion of your chi reserves and the deepening of your meridian structure. It's slow, methodical, and sustainable, but it's also incomplete. Power alone doesn't make a cultivator. Power without wisdom becomes simple force, and force can be resisted, countered, or absorbed by entities with greater reserves. He traced another pathway. The second pathway is understanding, Kai continued. This is the path of knowledge, of comprehending how chi moves, how cultivation affects your consciousness, how the cultivation world's social and political structures operate. This is what I've been emphasizing with you. Knowledge allows you to navigate the system, to avoid traps, to make strategic decisions. But knowledge alone is paralyzing. You can understand a situation perfectly and still be unable to act on that understanding if you lack the power to support your choices. He drew the third pathway. The third pathway is harmony, Kai said. This is the most difficult path because it requires the previous two to function in unison. It's the path of balance, of developing power without losing the wisdom to use it responsibly, of acquiring knowledge without becoming paralyzed by the complexity you understand. Most cultivators specialize in one pathway. They become scholars or warriors or philosophers. The rare cultivators who achieve all three become forces that reshape the cultivation world itself. Kai looked directly at Marcus. You're beginning to harmonize, Kai continued. Your power is developing rapidly, but you're also acquiring the knowledge to understand what that power means and the wisdom to question whether its use aligns with what you actually believe. That kind of balance is what frightens the sections. That's why they're moving to integrate you. Not because they're afraid of your power alone, but because they're afraid of what you might become if you continue developing without sect interference. Marcus felt the framework click into place. Every training session, every conversation, every moment of confusion and understanding. They've been building toward this equilibrium. Power, knowledge, wisdom, held in dynamic balance. What happens when I achieve true harmony? Marcus asked. Kai smiled, and the smile carried something that suggested satisfaction with how far Marcus had come in understanding. Then you become someone who can no longer be controlled through normal means, Kai said. And that's when things really get interesting. The advancement came during intense meditation, during a training session where Marcus was deliberately pushing toward the next cultivation threshold, deliberately attempting to achieve 3 pathways harmonized while maintaining awareness of the political pressure surrounding him, while carrying the emotional weight of ghost targeting, while navigating the complicated landscape of multiple sect recruitment offers. Kai initiated the meditation in the early morning, positioning Marcus in a specific cultivation stance, establishing a sustained chi flow pattern that was designed to activate deeper pathways. The breakthrough didn't come quickly. It came after 4 hours of intensive meditation, after Marcus's entire cultivation signature began resonating at a new frequency, after the 3 primary meridian pathways that had been developing in parallel suddenly achieved synchronization. The power increase was significant. Marcus's physical capacity increased by approximately 50%, making his previous power seem juvenile by comparison. His cultivation reserves expanded, giving him access to chi quantities that made previous levels of power output seem like operating at half capacity. His awareness enhanced, making his perceptual bandwidth nearly triple what it had been at first meridian stabilized, allowing him to perceive multiple cultivation signatures simultaneously, to sense chi disturbances across larger distances, to understand cultivation world activity with unprecedented clarity. When Marcus opened his eyes, the apartment felt different. The walls seemed to carry different weight. The air itself seemed to carry layers of cultivation signatures that he'd been too underdeveloped to perceive before. And Kai was looking at him with an expression that suggested profound satisfaction mixed with something else, something that looked like acknowledgement that Marcus was approaching a point where the student was becoming genuinely dangerous, where the advancement was reaching levels that suggested Marcus might eventually exceed his teacher's current power levels. 3 pathways harmonized, Kai said. You're no longer an intermediate cultivator. You're approaching advanced cultivation levels. You're no longer someone that individual sects can simply absorb into their power structure without substantial reorganization. You're no longer a resource to be acquired. You're becoming a power player who organizations will have to negotiate with rather than simply recruiting. Elena arrived within hours, receiving notification through cultivation world networks that Marcus had achieved significant advancement. Her blood work and measurements confirmed what was obvious to any cultivator observing his signature. Marcus's cultivation had undergone fundamental transformation. His baseline power output had increased substantially. His cultivation reserves had expanded dramatically. His body was continuing its transformation towards something that wasn't quite human and wasn't yet cultivator. Something new, something unprecedented, something that suggested evolutionary change rather than simple advancement. You're halfway to your next significant threshold, Elena explained, reviewing her measurements. You're approaching core crystallization, the point where your cultivation forms a stable crystalline structure in your dantian. That's the point where you become genuinely immortal instead of just extended lifespan cultivator. That's the point where you stop being able to pass as human in any meaningful sense. That's the point where you become something that the cultivation world will have to acknowledge as significant whether they want to or not. Ghost watched from his recovery position, his left arm still healing, his understanding of Marcus's advancement expanding his sense of loss and separation. Ghost loved Marcus. Ghost was absolutely certain of that. But Ghost also understood, with clarity that came from being targeted by cultivation world forces, that the distance between them was becoming too large for friendship to meaningfully bridge. Within hours of Marcus's advancement notification reaching cultivation world networks, recruitment offers intensified dramatically. The Jade Compass sect increased their resource commitment, offering advancement training, political position, organizational resources. The Celestial Accord sect made their own formal offer, extending their own prestigious training programs. The underground cultivators made offers of freedom coupled with resource sharing. And Sifu Linwu's faction began preparing to make what they clearly intended to be an irresistible offer backed by subtle but unmistakable threat indicators. Marcus stood in Kai's apartment, having just achieved the most significant advancement of his cultivation career, and understood that the window for choosing his own path was closing with accelerating speed. The sects were converging. The political pressure was intensifying, and the cost of maintaining independence was being paid by everyone around him. Chapter 55. Kira's alliance. Kira arrived at Marcus's gym on a Tuesday afternoon with the kind of purposeful precision that suggested she'd been tracking his schedule for weeks. She moved through the training floor with the casual confidence of someone who wasn't worried about being recognized, wearing cultivation signature like others wore business casual. The Jade Serpent sect is prepared to make a serious offer, Kira said, joining Marcus at the heavy bag he'd been working on. Not the preliminary approach that Chenwei made. This is the actual proposal, complete with financial terms, advancement schedules, protective guarantees, and path commitments. Marcus paused in his training, feeling the familiar tension that came whenever formal recruitment approached. Why are you telling me this? Marcus asked carefully. I thought you were supposed to be neutral. I am neutral, Kira said. Neutral doesn't mean I don't share information. It means I share information with everyone equally. The Jade Serpent sect knows I'm approaching you. The Golden Path sect knows. The Crimson Mountain contingent here in Portland knows. The Council, eventually, will know. But I choose to tell you first because you have a right to understand the political landscape before organizations attempt to claim you. She pulled out a tablet with cultivation documents, formal offers written in both English and classical Chinese characters. The Jade Serpent sect is offering you mentorship under their advancement frameworks, protection from rival sects, access to 200 years of documented cultivation techniques, and a position within their research division focused on studying accelerated advancement, Kira explained. This is what they believe is fair value for someone of your potential. It's not a bad offer. The Jade Serpent sect actually has some of the more progressive policies within the cultivation world. They train mortals occasionally. They're not opposed to knowledge sharing. They're actually somewhat aligned with Kai's philosophy, which is one of the reasons they're moving to recruit you. They want to understand his methods by studying you. She swiped to the next document. But they're also betting on one thing, Kira continued. They're betting that your independence is a phase. They think that once you experience the support structures and the community that a sect provides, you'll choose to stay integrated. They think that the freedom you value now will become less appealing once you've experienced the alternative. That's why the offer is generous. It's designed to seduce you into stability. Marcus understood what Kira was actually saying beneath the words, that accepting the Jade Serpent sect's offer might feel good in the short term, but would ultimately compromise his ability to maintain the independence that Kai had been cultivating. What do the other sects believe? Marcus asked. The Golden Path sect believes they can convert you through ideological alignment, Kira said. They think you'll choose their path because their values seem to match Kai's. The Crimson Mountain Council faction believes they can control you through superior force and institutional pressure. They think fear will accomplish what they can't achieve through seduction. And the independent cultivator that Ghost detected believes they can recruit you by offering you power without the moral complications of sect affiliation. Kira closed the tablet. But I believe you're actually going to surprise everyone, she said. I think you're going to refuse all of them. Not because you're arbitrarily rebellious, but because you've internalized Kai's actual philosophy in a way that makes normal cultivation integration fundamentally unappealing. That's why I'm telling you about this. Not to convince you to accept or refuse, but to make sure you're making informed choices about your own path. Kira appeared at the gym without advance notice, moving directly to Kai's private training area and securing the space so that the conversation couldn't be observed by other organizational representatives who maintained presence in the gym. The Jade Compass sect is prepared to make a formal offer, Kira said without preamble. We're prepared to offer sect membership, immediate advancement training, political position within our organizational structure, protection from hostile sects, and resources sufficient to accelerate your cultivation to levels that Sifu Lin Wu can't match. In exchange, we ask for loyalty oath, eventual participation in sect projects as determined by leadership, and representation of our organizational interests in cultivation world interactions. She paused, her expression shifting into something that looked like respect mixed with acknowledgement of the complexity of what she was offering. But I want to make you a different offer, Kira continued. Not from the Jade Compass sect. From me. Personally, I want to propose an alliance. I want to provide you with intelligence about cultivation world politics. I want to help you navigate the sects without being trapped by their organizational structures. I want to do this because I believe that Kai's philosophy is correct, and I believe you might be the proof point that allows that philosophy to become viable on a larger scale. She extracted a document from her jacket, an actual physical document rather than a tablet or digital record, suggesting the level of information security she was attempting to maintain. Here's what I can tell you that the Jade Compass sect leadership hasn't authorized me to share, Kira said. Sifu Lin Wu is planning something significant. We don't know exactly what, but we know he's been accelerating his recruitment efforts across multiple sects, not just his own faction. We know he's been contacting underground cultivators. We know he's been consolidating power in preparation for something that's bigger than just acquiring one unusual cultivator. Our leadership believes he's planning some kind of cultivation world reformation attempt, possibly through violent means, possibly through political pressure, possibly through some mechanism we haven't identified. She looked at Marcus directly. What I'm offering is partnership, Kira continued. Not sect membership that obligates you to follow orders without understanding context. Partnership where I provide you with information and political support in exchange for keeping me informed about what you learn. Partnership where you maintain more autonomy than you would in a traditional sect structure. Partnership where you're not just an asset being acquired, but an ally being supported. Marcus considered the offer, understanding that accepting it would mean selecting a faction but on different terms than a formal recruitment would suggest. Why? Marcus asked. Why would you risk your position with the Jade Compass sect to make an unauthorized personal offer? Kira's expression shifted into something that looked like vulnerability mixed with determination. Because my father died fighting for what Kai is fighting for, Kira said. Because I've spent my entire career trying to honor his memory by promoting the kind of cultivation world reform he believed in. Because you represent a concrete proof point that reform isn't crazy idealism. It's actually viable. And because someone has to be willing to take risk on that viability, or it will never actually manifest. She stood, preparing to leave. Let me know within 48 hours, Kira said. I need to report to Jade Compass Sect leadership whether you're interested in formal membership. Sifu Lin Wu is preparing to make his move within 72 hours, and when he does, the entire political landscape is going to shift. You need to be positioned before that shift happens. After she left, Marcus understood something crucial. He didn't have to choose between complete independence and complete subordination to a sect. There was a third path, forming strategic alliances with individuals who understood cultivation world politics and shared his values. It was more complicated than simple sect membership. It was also considerably more dangerous. But it offered something sect membership couldn't provide: genuine autonomy, coupled with strategic support. Continuing to Batch 4. Chapter 56. The Truth, Partial. Kai told the story of his exile on a Thursday evening in his apartment, with Marcus, Elena, Kira, and Ghost all present, with the understanding that what was about to be shared was information that would fundamentally recontextualize everything they'd understood about Kai's presence in Portland, about his motivation to train Marcus, about his philosophy and the cost it had incurred. I was trained by the Celestial Accord sect. Kai began, his voice carrying the weight of 2 centuries of remembering. I was exceptional. I advanced rapidly. I reached high levels of cultivation while many cultivators my age were still at intermediate advancement. The sect leadership recognized my potential and invested heavily in my development. They expected me to become a powerful representative of their faction's interests. I had every advantage. I had every opportunity to become exactly what the sect hierarchy wanted me to become. He paused, his expression darkening with the memory of decisions made and paths not taken. But I started asking questions, Kai continued. I asked why cultivation was hidden from the mortal world. I asked why sects hoarded knowledge instead of sharing it. I asked why cultivators with compatible bloodlines were rejected from sect training because they came from non-cultivator families. I asked whether the Accords were actually protecting cultivation or protecting sect power structures. I asked whether the entire system was designed to maintain hierarchy rather than to promote human development. Kai stood and began pacing, movement that suggested agitation and memory both. I found allies, Kai said. Cultivators who shared my questions. Cultivators who believed that cultivation should be open to anyone with compatible bloodline and genuine commitment. We formed a loose coalition. We started advocating for formal reforms. We proposed amendments to the Accords. We suggested pilot programs where mortals with cultivation heritage could be trained outside sect structures. We threatened the established power base. He turned to face his small audience directly. The Crimson Mountain Sect Council decided we were too dangerous to tolerate. Kai continued. Not dangerous enough to execute. That would have triggered retaliation from our allies. But dangerous enough to contain. They offered me a choice. Retreat into isolation in the mortal world, accept exile, and never attempt to contact the cultivation world again. Or face execution for sedition against established sect structures. His expression shifted into something that looked like complicated regret. I chose exile, Kai said. I thought it was temporary. I thought that in 50 years, the council would recognize the merit of my arguments. I thought that isolation would eventually prove that my philosophy was correct, that cultivation could operate independently. I chose exile believing that exile was a temporary inconvenience that would eventually end in vindication. He looked directly at Marcus. 150 years later, Kai continued, I realized that vindication wasn't coming. Exile was permanent. The council had no intention of reconsidering. Other reformist advocates were being killed or exiled themselves. And my philosophy was becoming increasingly theoretical, increasingly disconnected from actual practice. I was living proof that cultivation could exist independently from sects, but I was also living proof that independence was lonely and isolated and ultimately ineffectual. He paused, his expression softening into something that looked like vulnerability. Then I found you, Kai said. I felt your bloodline signature. I felt the dormant cultivation heritage in your genetic structure. I felt potential that hadn't been awakened. And I understood that you weren't just an opportunity for advancement. You were an opportunity to prove that my philosophy actually worked in practical terms. You're proof that sects aren't necessary. You're proof that mortals and cultivators can exist together. You're proof that the reformation I was exiled for attempting might actually be correct. He returned to his meditation cushion and settled into position. But I want you to understand the full cost, Kai said. Not just to you, to everyone around you. My existence as a reformist advocate eventually resulted in exile that cost me 2 centuries of productive involvement in cultivation world politics. Your existence as proof of that philosophy is going to cost people around you their normal lives. Ghost is wounded because you exist. Elena is committing to cultivation world politics because you exist. Kira is risking her career because you exist. That's the price of being philosophical proof point. That's the cost of representing something that challenges established power structures. The apartment was silent after Kai finished speaking, bearing the weight of his revelation. Understanding that what Kai had experienced and what Marcus was about to experience were connected through centuries of consistent philosophy and consistent cost. I would have told you earlier, Kai said, but I wanted you to advance first. I wanted you to reach first meridian stabilized before you understood the full weight of what you represent. I wanted you to be strong enough to carry the burden of being a symbol before I asked you to be a symbol. I wanted you to have power before you understood the political implications of that power. He looked at all of them, Marcus, Elena, Kira, Ghost. But now you know, Kai said. Now you understand that this isn't just about advancement. This is about reformation. This is about whether the cultivation world is actually going to evolve or whether it's going to calcify into absolute hierarchy. This is about whether sects are necessary or whether cultivation can function without them. And that understanding changes everything. Chapter 57. The warning came not from Kai or Ghost, but from the independent cultivator that Ghost had been tracking. They manifested in Marcus's apartment while he was alone, a display of power that was casual enough to be insulting. The figure was difficult to perceive clearly. Their cultivation signature kept shifting between different presentations, as if they existed in multiple age categories simultaneously. They wore modern clothing, but moved with the grace of someone from a much older era. You're being maneuvered into a conflict you don't yet understand, the independent cultivator said without preamble. The Jade Serpent sect, the Golden Path organization, the Crimson Mountain Council faction, they're all treating you as a game piece in a larger strategic calculation. But the calculation is based on incomplete information about what Kai is actually attempting. Marcus felt his meridians tense, ready for combat if necessary, but the cultivator made no aggressive movements. I'm not here to recruit you, the cultivator continued. I'm here because I was watching Kai 50 years ago when he made his first attempt at transformation. I was watching when the council exiled him. I was watching when they scattered his followers. And I've been watching for the past 2 decades as he quietly rebuilt something from the fragments they left behind. What he's building through you is different from what he attempted before. It's more subtle, more sustainable, more dangerous to the existing power structure. The cultivator moved closer, and Marcus could feel the weight of their presence, not aggressive, but profoundly heavy with accumulated power. The warning is this, they said. The moment any sect fully integrates you into their structure, Kai's experiment ends. The moment the council decides you're a threat to the Accords, they'll move to eliminate you. You exist right now in a narrow window of possibility where you could still choose your own path. That window is closing rapidly. The sects are preparing to make offers that will be harder to refuse. The pressure is going to escalate. And when it does, you'll need to decide whether you want to be a piece in someone else's game, or whether you want to become a player capable of reshaping the game itself. The cultivator began to fade, their form becoming less distinct. I'm telling you this because I believe in what Kai is trying to accomplish, they said. Not because I'm aligned with him. We haven't spoken in 60 years. But because the world is breaking in ways that require the kind of changes he's proposing. Your advancement is part of that breaking. Use it well. And then they were gone, leaving only the faint residue of their presence and Marcus standing alone in his apartment, understanding finally that the stakes of his simple training had become something far larger and more dangerous than he'd fully comprehended. Kira appeared at the gym late in the evening with the kind of urgency that suggested news that had been delivered in haste, that had been assessed as critical enough to warrant breaking operational security protocols. She found Marcus in the training area and pulled him into a private space before delivering information that was clearly dangerous to share. Sifu Lin Wu has received authorization from the Crimson Mountain Council to escalate from recruitment to active acquisition, Kira said. He's moving faster than we anticipated. He's preparing to make what he's calling a final offer within the next 72 hours. The offer will be substantial enough to appear irresistible. But if you refuse it, Lin Wu has been authorized to use any means necessary to acquire you. She handed him documentation, reports that appeared to be compiled from multiple cultivation world intelligence sources, analysis that suggested coordination across multiple organizations. There are 3 scenarios he's prepared for, Kira continued. Scenario 1. You accept his offer voluntarily. He integrates you into his faction, establishes loyalty oath, and uses you as a political weapon in his broader plans. Scenario 2. You refuse his offer and he kidnaps you anyway, establishing forced loyalty through incapacitation and reconditioning. Scenario 3. You attempt to flee, he pursues and captures you, and then proceeds with forced loyalty establishment anyway. Marcus absorbed the information, understanding the gravity of what Kira was describing. He's not going to allow you to remain independent, Kira said. He's not going to allow you to join a neutral sect. He's not going to allow you to exist outside his direct control. Your advancement to 3 pathways harmonized has made you valuable enough to acquire through violence, if necessary. He's authorized that violence. She paused, her expression shifting into something that looked like grim determination. The Jade Compass sect is willing to offer you formal protection, Kira continued. If you accept sect membership, you'll be protected by neutral sect traditions. Sifu Lin Wu might pursue, but if he violates the accords by attacking a formal sect member, he triggers coordinated sect response. It's not perfect protection. Sects can be compelled to withdraw protection if it becomes too expensive, but it's substantially better than the current situation. Marcus considered the offer, understanding that accepting it would mean making a formal commitment to sect membership, would mean surrendering the appearance of independence in exchange for substantial protection. Or, Kira said carefully, you could run. You could flee to a neutral location. You could establish yourself in a geographic location where Sifu's faction doesn't have significant influence. You could attempt to maintain independence through isolation rather than organizational protection. But that would mean leaving Portland. It would mean abandoning everyone you know. It would mean Ghost's wounds and Elena's commitment become personal choices rather than organizational necessities. She left him with the information, with the timeline, with the understanding that decision point was approaching with accelerating speed. 72 hours. 3 days to choose between sect membership with organizational protection, isolated independence that would require fleeing, or attempting to maintain current position and facing Sifu Lin Wu's aggressive acquisition attempt. Chapter 58. The preparation took many forms, and Kai had spent centuries understanding all of them. He began teaching Marcus techniques that weren't about power but about resilience, meditation patterns designed to stabilize consciousness under pressure, techniques for maintaining focus when facing intentional disorientation, methods for protecting his meridian structure against external cultivation attack. These were the techniques that separated cultivators who merely had power from cultivators who could survive encountering that power from hostile forces. When the pressure comes, Kai explained during one of their deepest training sessions, it will come in layers. First, recruitment offers designed to seduce you through promises. Then, subtle cultivation pressure designed to make existence outside sect protection uncomfortable. Then, direct threats designed to force you to choose between resistance and integration. Each layer will feel like the maximum pressure you could possibly face, and then the next layer will exceed it. Kai guided Marcus through a meditation where he deliberately overloaded his meridians with hostile chi patterns, foreign cultivation signatures designed to trigger the discomfort and danger that external pressure actually created. The goal isn't to become immune to pressure, Kai continued. That's impossible. The goal is to develop the ability to remain functional under pressure, to continue making decisions aligned with your values even when those decisions create immediate discomfort. That's what separates the cultivators who can reshape the world from the ones who simply survive in it. Elena contributed by expanding Marcus's understanding of cultivation's physical effects beyond what conventional training provided. She taught him how to perceive his own cellular changes, how to monitor his advancement through medical knowledge rather than pure chi sensitivity, how to understand his body as a machine of extraordinary complexity rather than simply a vessel for cultivation power. My mother understood something crucial, Elena explained during these medical seminars. Cultivation isn't actually magic. It's not something that violates the laws of physics or biology. It's a systematic practice of manipulating your body's fundamental processes at scales that normal humans can't perceive. Understanding those scales, understanding the biology underneath the mysticism, gives you leverage that pure cultivators don't have. You can identify when something is wrong with your advancement because you understand what right actually looks like at the cellular level. Ghost contributed by mapping the precise locations and timing of all ongoing surveillance. He provided Marcus with awareness of not just who was watching, but how they were watching, what information they were gathering, and what their likely next moves would be. This information allowed Marcus to make decisions with full knowledge of the consequences. The independent cultivator that contacted you made a valid point, Ghost said. You exist in a window of opportunity that won't remain open indefinitely. The sects are becoming impatient. The council is beginning to pay attention. Your decisions in the next few weeks will determine whether you control your own advancement or whether you become controlled by structures larger than yourself. And through it all, Marcus trained. He expanded his power reserves, deepened his cultivation understanding, maintained his emotional equilibrium despite mounting external pressure. The preparation wasn't for a single moment of confrontation. It was for a sustained period of conflict, a months-long or years-long struggle to maintain independence against organizations that had spent centuries perfecting the art of integration and control. Kai called a meeting in the private training area at the Black Diamond Gym, assembling everyone who had become part of the core group: Marcus, Elena, Ghost, Jake, and Kira. The meeting was brief, focused, strategic, not emotional discussion, but practical coordination. Sifu Lin Wu is making his move in approximately 60 hours, Kai said without preamble. He's authorized to acquire Marcus through any means. His faction has experienced hunters, acquisition specialists, people trained in cultivator capture and control. If he decides to act, he will have significant resources. He looked at each of them individually. We have 3 primary options, Kai continued. Option 1. Marcus joins the Jade Compass sect formally. This provides sect protection and makes violation of the accords prohibitively expensive. Option 2. Marcus and I leave Portland, establish ourselves in a neutral location, attempt to rebuild independent cultivation infrastructure elsewhere. Option 3. We prepare for direct conflict with Sifu's faction, we stand our ground, and we fight. Ghost interjected from his position of recovery, his voice steady despite the pain he was obviously experiencing. He's not leaving Portland, Ghost said. Whatever Marcus decides about sect membership, he's not abandoning us. That's not who he is. Elena nodded in agreement, looking at Kai directly. The Jade Compass sect option protects him but binds him to organizational service, Elena said. The fleeing option preserves independence but costs him everyone. There's a third option you're not acknowledging. We establish organized resistance. We use the Black Diamond Gym's neutral territory. We coordinate with allies like Kira. We prepare to defend Marcus directly instead of asking him to run or submit. Kai considered the proposition, and Marcus could see the weight of 2 centuries of experience calculating probabilities and outcomes and consequences. Resistance is possible, Kai said finally, but it comes with costs. If we resist and lose, Marcus is captured and likely used as leverage against all of you. If we resist and win, we've made enemies of one of the most powerful factions in the Crimson Mountain sect. If we resist indefinitely, we're locked in permanent conflict. He paused, his expression shifting into something that looked like decision made after long deliberation. But you're right, Kai continued. The option I wasn't acknowledging is that we could establish genuine alternative to the sect system. We could use this moment as foundation for something different. We could prove that mortals and cultivators and independent cultivators and neutral sects can work together outside the traditional hierarchy. We could prove that Sifu Lin Wu's assumption of overwhelming force advantage doesn't guarantee victory. He looked at Marcus directly. But that requires you to commit, Kai said. Not to sect, but to something more dangerous. Commitment to actually fighting for reform. Commitment to being a symbol. Commitment to accepting that people around you will be targeted as long as you represent philosophical threat to established power structures. Marcus looked at Ghost, at Elena, at Kira, at Jake, who was calculating whether his gym could remain neutral if it became active center of resistance against Sifu Lin Wu's faction. I commit, Marcus said. Whatever that costs. I commit. Chapter 59. The first attack came disguised as a legitimate business opportunity. A cultivation front company called Titan Development approached Marcus through his legitimate employment, offering him a position with compensation that was so generous it was insulting in its obviousness. The position required nothing except his presence. He would be paid to essentially exist on their payroll while maintaining his independent status. It was the Crimson Mountain Council faction, attempting recruitment through financial absorption. The logic was simple. If they could make Marcus's mortal life so comfortable that he became dependent on their economic support, they could leverage that dependence into cultivation integration. Marcus refused. The refusal triggered the second layer. Cultivation pressure began manifesting in subtle ways. The nondescript warehouse that Kai used as a safe zone became harder to access. Subtle chi barriers were placed around it, not attacking directly, but making the space less comfortable. Marcus's apartment building began experiencing minor infrastructure failures, plumbing, electrical systems, that seemed random but carried the signature of cultivation manipulation. These weren't attacks designed to cause serious harm. They were designed to create constant low-level discomfort, to encourage Marcus to solve his problems by accepting integration. Marcus continued training and refused the pressure. Then came the more direct attack. A cultivator from the Crimson Mountain faction, someone carrying the cultivation signature of at least third-stage advancement, entered the Black Diamond Gym during Marcus's training session. They made no pretense of subtlety. They walked directly to where Marcus was sparring and challenged him publicly. Prove that independent training produces a cultivator capable of fighting sect-trained fighters, the cultivator said. Or accept that you need institutional support to achieve genuine advancement. Marcus felt the weight of the challenge settle across the gym. Elena and Kai, observing from the observation area, made no move to intervene. This was Marcus's test. This was the moment where his advancement would be measured not against theoretical standards, but against actual combat against someone trained in all the institutional frameworks that Marcus had deliberately rejected. The first punch came fast, enhanced with cultivation power that made normal human reflexes insufficient. Marcus perceived it through his chi sensitivity and responded with the fluid grace that Kai had trained into him. Cultivation combat wasn't about speed. Both participants could perceive beyond normal human capability. It was about precision, about understanding the structure of chi-enhanced movement and finding the micro-expressions that revealed intention. The battle lasted 3 minutes. To observers without cultivation sensitivity, it would have appeared as a brief exchange, almost formal in its pacing. But to the cultivators watching, every movement was loaded with significance. Marcus used the techniques Kai had taught him, combining power development with the knowledge of how hostile cultivators actually fought. He used Elena's insights about his own body mechanics. He used Ghost's observations about subtle tells that revealed his opponent's combat patterns. And when it was over, Marcus had won. The Crimson Mountain cultivator stood, bleeding slightly from a cut on his cheek, respect evident in his expression. He nodded to Marcus, a gesture of acknowledgement, and left the gym without another word. But the message was clear. The sects would begin testing Marcus more seriously now. The recruitment pressure had entered a new phase. They came at night, 3 cultivators moving with coordinated precision, arriving at the Black Diamond Gym through an entrance that bypassed the security systems, moving with the confidence of people who believed their power would be sufficient to overcome any resistance. The attack wasn't assassination, it was measurement. Sifu Lin Wu wanted to assess Marcus's actual combat capability before making his final acquisition offer. He wanted to evaluate whether Marcus was worth the substantial resources he'd committed to the recruitment process. The attack triggered immediately, the 3 cultivators manifesting their chi signatures openly, abandoning any pretense of stealth or subtlety. Marcus felt them arrive through the gym's protective systems, felt the cultivation energy disturbance that announced aggression, understood that the waiting was over and the actual conflict was beginning. He moved without waiting for support, moving without checking whether backup was coming, moving with the kind of instinct that came from years of cage fighting combined with cultivation advancement. The first cultivator, a man with power signature suggesting 3 pathways harmonized advancement, came at him with coordinated technique and elemental chi attacks. Marcus sidestepped, redirected, and then countered with strike that was faster than the cultivator expected, that carried power that suggested Marcus had exceeded 3 pathways advancement despite what the cultivation world assessment suggested. The second cultivator attempted to flank, movement that might have worked against someone without cultivator-level awareness, but failed against Marcus's enhanced perceptual bandwidth. Marcus perceived the flanking attempt, turned movement into takedown, locked the cultivator into position where they became shield against the third attacker rather than active threat. The third cultivator was more skilled, more experienced, more calibrated in their power output. The fight became genuine test, became actual combat rather than simple acquisition attempt. The third cultivator fought with discipline and control, attempted to damage without destroying, attempted to incapacitate without fatally wounding. It suggested their orders were to capture rather than kill. The fight lasted approximately 4 minutes, end to end. By the final exchange, Marcus had demonstrated power levels that exceeded 3 pathways harmonized. By the final exchange, the third cultivator recognized that continued combat wasn't going to result in successful acquisition. The cultivators withdrew, not because they were defeated in absolute sense, but because they'd achieved their objective, measurement of Marcus's actual capability. They reported back to Sifu Lin Wu with data that would determine his final acquisition strategy. Kai didn't help. Kai observed from distance, maintaining presence but not intervening, allowing Marcus to fight his own battle, allowing Marcus to understand his own capability, allowing Marcus to cross the threshold into genuine conflict without protection. When the cultivators departed, Marcus stood in the gym's training area, exhausted but intact, understanding that the measurement phase was over and the genuine competition was about to begin. Within hours, Sifu Lin Wu would receive assessment data. Within hours, he would make his final offer. And within hours, whatever came next would determine the trajectory of Marcus's cultivation, his relationship to the cultivation world, his role in the philosophical reformation that Kai had spent 2 centuries attempting to achieve. Chapter 60. The shift came after the combat, marking the moment when Marcus moved from being observed as potential to being recognized as actual threat. Ghost detected the council's direct involvement first. A high-level cultivator, someone carrying signatures that suggested more than a century of advancement, arrived in Portland with the explicit mandate to assess whether Marcus represented a danger to the Accords themselves. This wasn't sect maneuvering anymore. This was the cultivation world's highest authority taking direct interest. "We're reaching inflection point," Ghost said, his form more solid than ever because he was drawing down his resources, committing everything to immediate support rather than distributed observation. "The council has decided to shift from passive observation to active evaluation. This cultivator is going to attempt to understand what Kai is actually building through you. And if they decide that what you represent threatens the foundational structure of cultivation governance, they're going to recommend you be eliminated." Kai responded to this news with something that wasn't quite acceptance, but was closer to grim acknowledgement of inevitable progression. "Then we move to the next phase," Kai said. "We stop hiding what we're doing. We stop pretending this is about simple training. We make it explicit that the goal is transformation of the cultivation system itself. If the council is going to move against us anyway, we might as well make our actual intentions clear." He pulled Marcus and Elena into the safe zone's central meditation chamber. "The Accords are breaking," Kai said. "They've been breaking for decades, but the cracks were subtle. Your advancement, your existence as proof that cultivation can be transmitted outside sect structures, is putting pressure on those cracks. The council knows this. The sects know this. That's why the pressure is escalating. They're trying to contain a situation that's become genuinely uncontainable." Kai extended his consciousness into the meditation space, showing Marcus something he'd never quite fully revealed before, his own advanced cultivation signature, the power of someone who'd been practicing for 2 centuries and had achieved something approaching perfect balance between power, knowledge, and wisdom. "I spent 50 years learning to be a perfect cultivator," Kai said. "I learned to advance rapidly, to achieve power that matched sect-trained cultivators who'd trained for centuries. I learned to understand cultivation so deeply that I could teach it to people who lacked any formal institutional framework. And then I spent the next 50 years learning something more important. That cultivation advancement wasn't actually the most valuable thing I could achieve. What was valuable was spreading the capability to others. That's what I've been building with you, Marcus. Not another perfect cultivator, but a proof of concept that the entire cultivation world's foundation rests on a mistake." Marcus felt the implications crystallize. "You're saying the Accords themselves are the problem," Marcus said. "The Accords are a solution to a problem that no longer exists," Kai replied. "They were created when cultivation power was rare, when the number of cultivators in the world could be counted on hands and feet. They were designed to maintain control when hidden knowledge was the only way to maintain stability. But things are changing. Cultivation knowledge is becoming harder to suppress. The barriers to advancement are becoming harder to maintain. The system is reaching its breaking point naturally. What happens next will be determined by whether we allow the council to reinforce those barriers, or whether we accelerate the breaking into genuine transformation." He looked directly at Marcus. "And that choice is ultimately yours. Not mine. Not the council's. Yours. The question isn't whether the cultivation world will transform. The question is whether you're willing to be the focal point of that transformation." Outside the safe zone, the council's representative moved through Portland, evaluating, assessing, determining whether Marcus Chun represented an opportunity for integration or a threat that required elimination. The ancient systems of cultivation governance began to shift, groaning under pressures they hadn't experienced in centuries. And Marcus stood at the center of it all, understanding finally that his simple training had become something far larger, a catalyst for transformation that might reshape the entire hidden structure of human civilization. By the end of the attack, by the time Marcus recovered and understood what had happened, the entire political landscape of Portland's cultivation world had shifted fundamentally. Sifu Lin Wu's demonstration of willingness to attack, even in neutral territory, had activated protection protocols. The Jade Compass sect increased presence in the gym. The Celestial Accord sect made their own observers more visible. The underground cultivators established their own protective signatures. The Black Diamond Gym had become more heavily fortified than any individual sect compound in the region. Marcus stood on the gym's observation deck at dawn, looking out at a city that had transformed overnight. The cultivator signatures were visible to his perception now. dozens of them, positioned throughout Portland, coordinating through networks he could sense but not fully access. All of them aware that something significant was about to happen, all of them positioned to respond immediately when it did. Kai came to find him as the sun rose, positioning himself beside Marcus on the observation deck. Both of them looking out at the city they'd changed through actions neither had initiated deliberately, but both had accelerated through choices made under pressure. You understand now, Kai said, what path you've chosen. Not a path toward sect membership or organizational submission. A path toward becoming the focal point of cultivation world reformation. A path toward being symbol instead of individual. A path toward decades of your existence being defined by conflict and political pressure and philosophical warfare instead of simple advancement. He turned to face Marcus directly. You're ready for the next phase, Kai said, his expression carrying the weight of decision and acknowledgement both. But this path only goes one direction, forward, deeper into the world you didn't know existed, deeper into conflict, deeper into reformation, deeper into something that will eventually force the entire cultivation world to confront whether change is possible or whether established structures are truly immutable. Marcus felt the weight of that statement settle onto him like knowledge of burden he couldn't escape, like understanding that the simple journey from mortal fighter to cultivator was about to become something far more complex, far more dangerous, far more consequential. And somewhere in Northern California, Sifu Lin Wu received assessment reports from the failed acquisition attempt and made calculations about strategy and resource commitment and the possibility that his final offer might need to be reconsidered, that simple recruitment might no longer be sufficient, that Marcus Chun had become a genuine threat that required genuine escalation. The end of Arc 3 arrived with the understanding that the real game was only now beginning. Total word count for Step 3, Chapters 41 to 60, 23,385 words. All 20 chapters have been completed and saved to the specified file path. Chapter 61. The factions. The silence after the Council's recognition of Marcus as a genuine threat lasted exactly 14 hours. After that, the pressure came from everywhere at once. Multiple channels, multiple vectors, multiple voices all competing to define what Marcus Chun represented and what should be done about him. Kira called an emergency meeting in the safe zone, the reinforced meditation chamber, where Kai had revealed his true power, where Marcus had learned that everything he thought he understood about training and cultivation was merely the foundation of something vastly larger. She arrived with carefully organized documents that mapped the factional alignments now openly moving against or toward Marcus, documents that she'd clearly been compiling and updating over weeks or months, tracking patterns that Marcus hadn't even realized were happening. She spread them across the meditation chamber's central table with the precision of someone who had been studying cultivation politics for far longer than Marcus had been alive. The documentation was meticulous: maps of sect territories, names of prominent cultivators with their known allegiances, communications transcripts that Kira had somehow obtained, financial data showing which sects were investing resources in Marcus-related activities. There are 3 primary factions currently positioning themselves, Kira explained, pointing to color-coded sections of her documentation. The traditionalists, who want to maintain the accords exactly as they were written and are terrified that anything resembling change threatens their entire power structure. The reformists, who see you as proof that Kai was right about the system's fundamental limitations and who view your existence as potential vindication of ideas they've been quietly pushing for years. And the independents, who don't care about philosophy or reformation. They just want stability and will support whatever maintains the balance between the other 2 factions. The traditionalist faction was the most dangerous, and Marcus understood why as soon as Kira explained their internal logic. Sifu Lin Wu led them, representing the Crimson Mountain sect's interests and the interests of dozens of other sects who benefited from the current hierarchical structure. They wanted Marcus contained or eliminated because his existence fundamentally challenged the foundation of their authority. If cultivation could be taught outside sect structures, if hidden conduits could be awakened without institutional framework, then the entire hierarchy of power that had been carefully maintained for centuries would begin to crack in ways that would be impossible to repair. The logic was pure and terrifying in its clarity. A world where cultivation wasn't gate-kept by institutions would be a world where the oldest sects couldn't dominate younger or more talented individuals. A world where knowledge could be shared would be a world where institutional monopolies on advancement became impossible to maintain. A world like the one Kai was trying to create would be a world where the traditionalists would have to compete on merit rather than on centuries of accumulated institutional advantage. Lin Wu is pushing for immediate action, Kira said. and her voice carried the precision of someone reporting information that she wished was inaccurate. He's using his position as Sifu to argue for formalized council intervention. He wants the council to formally authorize his pursuit of you as an official accord enforcement action. Once that happens, he can hunt you across any boundary, sect, national, institutional, state borders, all of it. You'll become a legal target that any cultivator can legitimately pursue. The reformist faction was more complicated and less monolithic. They included younger cultivators who hadn't fully internalized the traditional ways of thinking, progressive sects like the Golden Path that had been founded specifically to offer alternative frameworks, and older individuals, some of them quite powerful, who had been quietly pushing against the Accords for years or decades. They saw Marcus as validation of Kai's philosophy. Not proof of concept exactly, but more like proof that the philosophy could work, that cultivation didn't require institutional gatekeeping to function, that talented individuals could emerge from any background. The Golden Path sect wants you to join them, Kira continued, moving to a section of her documentation that detailed the Golden Path structure and known capabilities. They've sent 3 formal overtures already, each one escalating in resources and commitment. They're promising protection, real protection, enough cultivators to hold off the traditionalists for extended periods. They're offering institutional backing that would give you access to sect resources. They're offering access to their knowledge libraries, which are extensive. It's a legitimate offer. They're not trying to deceive you. They're not using tricks or manipulation. But what they want in return is for you to become their symbol. You'd be valuable as a political tool, as proof that their philosophy can produce stronger cultivators than the traditional sections. Marcus listened and felt the weight of political complexity pressing down on him like a physical force. He had trained to become stronger, to understand cultivation, to push past the limitations of his human body. He had trained to advance, to achieve power, to transform himself from a mortal into something more. But he hadn't trained to become a political actor, a symbol in factional conflict, a focal point for systems that had been operating for centuries before he was born and would continue operating for centuries after. The independent faction was the most unpredictable and therefore, in some ways, the most important to understand. They included neutrals, philosophers, isolationists, and individuals who had deliberately removed themselves from sect politics over years or even centuries. They didn't want Marcus to join them because they didn't join anything. That was the entire point. But they also didn't want him killed or forcibly integrated into either of the other factions. Independent cultivators saw value in keeping the status quo chaotic enough that the traditionalists and reformists couldn't completely dominate, because a dominated world would be a world where the independents would be forced to choose sides. The independents won't help directly, Kira explained, and there was something almost sad in her acknowledgement of this fact. But they'll be a restraining force. If anyone tries to escalate beyond certain boundaries, if the conflict starts to threaten the foundational agreements that all the factions depend on, the independents will push back. They don't care about your philosophy or your power, but they care about the system remaining balanced enough that they can stay out of it. That gives you some protection, at least enough to buy time. Elena, listening from her position beside Marcus at the meditation chamber's central seating area, asked the question that Marcus had been trying to formulate clearly in his own mind. What does Marcus actually need to do to survive this? What's the concrete plan? He needs to survive long enough to become influential enough that his death would be politically destabilizing, Kira replied, and Marcus could hear the grim accuracy of the assessment. Right now, he's dangerous but still disposable. The council could justify his elimination as containment of an anomaly, as removal of a threat in its early stages before it becomes impossible to control. But if he reaches a cultivation level that equals established masters, if he proves he can defeat sect-trained cultivators in open combat, if he becomes documented and witnessed and discussed across multiple factions, then killing him becomes an act of war. That changes the calculus. That makes him too valuable to eliminate and too dangerous to control. Kai, who had been silent until that moment, sitting in a meditation posture that suggested he was simultaneously present in the chamber and reaching his consciousness out across distances that Marcus couldn't begin to perceive, finally spoke, and his voice carried the weight of centuries of accumulated knowledge. We stop being defensive, Kai said. We stop trying to be subtle or invisible. We stop pretending that this is normal training or normal advancement. We make it explicit what we're building. We make it clear that the goal is transformation of the cultivation system itself. And we accelerate his advancement past the point where the traditionalists can afford to ignore him. Chapter 62. The offer. The Golden Path sect made their formal approach exactly 3 days after Kira's briefing, as if they'd been waiting for the right moment in the factional positioning to present themselves. A cultivator named Sect Master Chun, no relation to Marcus despite the shared surname, though she seemed amused by the coincidence when they first met, arrived at the reinforced meditation chamber with a small retinue of experienced practitioners. She was older than Marcus by perhaps 2 centuries, carrying herself with the composed authority of someone who had spent those centuries navigating the treacherous political waters of cultivation society and emerging with both power and respect intact. She presented her offer with absolute clarity, the words coming with the precision of someone who had practiced this speech multiple times and refined it to maximum impact. "You are clearly a cultivator of unusual potential," Chen stated, not bothering with excessive politeness or flattery. "Your advancement rate suggests you could reach core crystallization within months rather than the decades that traditional progression would require. Your combat capability against sect-trained practitioners suggests you're not just talented, but perhaps genetically predisposed to cultivation at levels that don't emerge often even in families with centuries of cultivating ancestry. We believe you would be an asset to the Golden Path sect, and we are prepared to offer you the resources necessary to develop your capability to its full potential." She paused, letting the weight of her next statement settle into the meditation chamber. "We offer protection from the Council's vendetta, providing you with cultivators and resources sufficient to resist Sifu Lin Wu and the traditionalist faction. We offer access to our sect's knowledge libraries, which contain cultivation techniques and theoretical frameworks that most sects don't have access to. We offer training from masters who have specialized in multiple areas of advancement, allowing you to develop breadth of knowledge rather than depth in a single area. And we offer a formal position within our organizational structure, giving you institutional backing and political legitimacy." It was a generous offer. Marcus understood that immediately. The Golden Path didn't need to offer anything. They could simply wait for the traditionalists to eliminate him and then position themselves as reformist saviors of his memory, using his death as proof that the current system was broken and dangerous. The fact that they were offering anything at all suggested they genuinely believed in the value of what he represented. In return for these offerings, Chun continued, and Marcus could see the careful calculation in her expression as she presented the price. "We ask that you publicly represent the Golden Path's philosophy. Not as a tool, exactly. That would be dishonest. But as a living example of what Kai tried to teach, that cultivation doesn't require institutional gatekeeping to function properly. That talent can emerge from any background, any family, any circumstance. That the Accords system is unnecessarily restrictive, and that the cultivation world would be stronger if knowledge and training were more widely available." She extended her hand in a gesture of formal offering. "Will you join the Golden Path, Marcus Chin?" Marcus considered the offer seriously for several long moments. He understood its logic completely. The Golden Path would provide resources, protection, institutional backing. He wouldn't have to face the cultivation world alone, wouldn't have to improvise strategy while being hunted by practitioners with centuries of experience and institutional support. He could advance faster, reach higher levels, achieve power that would be stable and supported rather than constantly under threat. All he had to do was accept that his existence and development would be defined by their political interests. "I refuse," Marcus said, and he watched the expression shift across Chen's face. Not surprise, exactly, because someone as politically experienced as her would have contingencies for this response. But a recalibration, a reassessment of how she understood the person she was speaking with. "You understand that refusal likely means your death?" Chen asked, and her tone made clear she wasn't asking a rhetorical question. This was a genuine inquiry, wanting to ensure that Marcus understood the implications of his choice. "I understand," Marcus replied. "But I also understand that accepting would make me a tool for the Golden Path's factional interests instead of the Crimson Mountains. I'd trade one form of subjugation for another form of subjugation. I'd exchange direct institutional control for something that might be slightly gentler but would still be subjugation." He looked at her directly. "I don't want to be a tool for anyone's faction. Not Lin Wu's, not the Golden Path's, not even Kai's. I want to advance because advancement is what I choose, not because it serves someone else's political agenda." Kai, who had been listening to the exchange with the patience of someone who had already made his own decisions about what Marcus represented, nodded with clear approval. "He's correct," Kai said, and his voice carried weight that suggested he was speaking from the experience of someone who had been used as a political tool himself. The moment Marcus aligns with a sect, he becomes subject to their political decisions, their strategic interests, their institutional needs. He becomes a piece in their game. That was the entire problem with the Accords system. Talented individuals are consumed by institutional interests instead of being allowed to develop according to their own philosophy and their own understanding of what cultivation should be. Chin stood, and for a moment, Marcus thought she might escalate the confrontation, might try to coerce him or use pressure of some kind. Instead, she simply smiled, a genuine expression of respect that suggested she understood and even appreciated his refusal. The golden path remains available if you change your mind, Chin said. We don't close doors to people like you, but I suspect you won't accept us, and if I'm being honest, I suspect that's why you're dangerous to the traditionalists. You won't accept any authority, institutional or personal. You're not a cultivator who can be controlled or managed or absorbed into existing power structures. That makes you either revolutionary or destabilizing, and the council will need to determine which before they decide how to respond. After Chun and her retinue departed, they left through the meditation chamber with the courtesy of people who understood they were guests in someone else's space. Elena asked the question that Marcus had been avoiding since the moment he made his refusal. If you're not going to join any sect, if you're going to refuse every offer of institutional backing and protection, how exactly do you plan to survive what's coming? How do you survive Sifu Linwu? By becoming strong enough that the factions have to treat him as a power rather than a problem, Kira answered, her voice carrying the grim precision of someone assessing military realities. By proving he can win without institutional backing. By reaching a level of advancement and achievement that makes him a political power in his own right rather than a tool that belongs to someone else. Marcus felt the clarity of that statement settle into him, like understanding of burden he couldn't escape. It was simple. It was terrifying. But it was the only option that actually aligned with his beliefs about what freedom meant. Chapter 63. Kai's revelation the night after Chin's departure. Kai invited Marcus to the meditation chamber alone, not in a manner that suggested neither exclusion nor privacy exactly, but such that what he wanted to share was something that needed to be spoken without witnesses or audience. The space was quiet in the way that only deliberately cultivated spaces could be quiet. Every distraction filtered by Kai's conscious effort, every ambient energy aligned to promote clarity and focus, every sound that wasn't their voices somehow softened or absorbed. My exile wasn't punishment, Kai said without preamble, settling into a meditation posture that suggested he was preparing to explain something that had been locked away in his memory for a very long time. That's what the council told everyone, what they wanted people to believe. They wanted the cultivation world to understand that I'd done something wrong, that I'd been disciplined for transgression, that my exile was consequence and removal. But that wasn't accurate. That was political narrative designed to discredit my ideas by making me seem like a cautionary tale rather than a visionary. Marcus listened, understanding that Kai was finally preparing to fully explain something that had been lurking beneath the surface of their entire training relationship, something that contextualized everything he had taught Marcus and everything he hoped Marcus would become. 200 years ago, I proposed something radical to the council, Kai continued, and Marcus could hear the weight of those 2 centuries in his voice. I proposed that the entire accord system was based on a false premise. The accords were created centuries before that, when cultivation knowledge was genuinely scarce, when powerful individuals with hidden knowledge could control civilization through secrecy and gatekeeping. But things were changing even then. Knowledge spreads. Talented individuals emerge in every population, not just in families with cultivating ancestry. The system of gatekeeping was creating stagnation, preventing people from reaching their full potential, concentrating power in ways that encouraged corruption and abuse. Kai settled deeper into meditation posture, his expression carrying the weight of old decisions made under pressure and old convictions that had never wavered despite a century and a half of external pressure. I proposed that the council fundamentally reform the accords. I proposed that we open cultivation training to gifted mortals. Not to everyone. Selection would still be necessary, because indiscriminate training is dangerous and irresponsible. But to people who demonstrated genuine talent regardless of bloodline or institutional access. I propose that we begin systematically sharing knowledge with talented individuals outside sect structures rather than hoarding it. I propose that we gradually transition from the accord system to something more open and merit-based, where advancement was determined by capability rather than by institutional affiliation. What happened? Marcus asked, though he could predict the general shape of the answer from the historical fact of Kai's centuries-long exile. The council declared my ideas heretical, Kai said, and there was something almost sad in his acceptance of this fact. They said I was trying to destabilize the entire structure of hidden cultivation. They said that revealing cultivation to unvetted individuals would lead to chaos, that the accords system existed for protection of both the cultivation world in the mortal world, that my proposal was naive and dangerous and would inevitably result in catastrophe. They offered me a choice: recant my ideas publicly and admit that my philosophy was flawed, go into exile under conditions that would keep me separated from the council for a period of time, or face execution for sedition. You chose exile, Marcus said, framing it as statement rather than question. I chose exile, Kai confirmed, and I was told it was supposed to be temporary. 50 years was the standard containment period for radical thinkers who refused to recant but weren't dangerous enough to warrant execution. After 50 years, the council would supposedly reassess, potentially recall me if the crisis had passed, hear my position again with fresh perspective if I'd had time to reconsider. I was willing to accept that arrangement. I genuinely believed, that 50 years would prove my point. I believed that the cultivation world wouldn't collapse if knowledge was shared more freely, that opening access would create new cultivators rather than destroying the structure, that merit-based advancement would produce a stronger system overall. Kai's expression hardened into something that might have been anger or disappointment, or the crystallized weight of memories that spanned centuries and carried the bitterness of betrayed hope. The council never recalled me, Kai said quietly. 50 years passed. 70 years. 100 years. 150 years. I eventually understood that they'd never intended to call me back. The exile wasn't temporary in their minds. It was permanent expulsion. They wanted me forgotten, wanted my ideas to fade from active consideration over the centuries, wanted the Accord system to continue unchallenged despite the changing world. Marcus understood the implication immediately, felt it settle into him like understanding of a deep injustice. And now I exist, Marcus said. Now you exist, Kai confirmed. You are proof of concept. You are a cultivator trained almost entirely outside institutional frameworks. You are evidence that my philosophy could work. You are the argument I've been unable to make for a century and a half, suddenly incarnated in a living person with measurable power and verifiable achievement against sect-trained opponents. But that doesn't mean I have to be your tool, Marcus said, testing the waters, wanting to ensure that this revelation didn't come with strings attached. I understand what you're saying, but I'm not going to become your vehicle for proving a philosophical point. Kai nodded with clear respect for the directness and the boundaries. Exactly, Kai replied. Your existence is powerful precisely because you're not pursuing my agenda. If you were fighting deliberately to prove my philosophy correct, you'd be just another ideologue, just another person with a philosophy they want to impose on the world. But you're fighting to be free. You're fighting against all authorities, mine included. You're fighting to determine your own path rather than accepting someone else's predetermined role for you. That's what makes you genuinely dangerous. That's what makes your victory worth something, because it would prove that the philosophy works not as theory, but as reality. Kai leaned forward, his expression intensifying. The question now is what happens next. The council will move against you. The traditionalists will pursue you. The reformists will try to weaponize you. They'll all see you as a means to an end. And I can protect you partially, but only partially. I'm exiled. I can't engage directly in council politics without triggering protocols that would result in my execution. The exile is absolute in certain ways. So the next phase depends entirely on you becoming strong enough to protect yourself. And if I can't, Marcus asked, if the traditionalists are too powerful, if Lin Wu's resources exceed what I can overcome, then you die. Kai replied with the precision of someone who had accepted this possibility long ago. And my philosophy dies with you, absorbed into the historical record as just another radical experiment that failed. And the Accord system continues unchallenged for another century, maybe longer. That's the risk. That's always been the risk. Chapter 64, Ghost Recovery. The hospital room was aggressively neutral in the way only institutional spaces are neutral. White walls, white sheets, white ceiling lights that seemed deliberately designed to leach color and personality from everything they touched, reducing human spaces to biological function. Ghost Morrison lay in the hospital bed with his left arm wrapped in medical bindings that went from shoulder to fingertip, his expression carrying the specific neutral effect of someone enduring significant pain while trying very hard not to show it to visitors. Marcus visited daily, making the drive from the safe zone to the hospital, bringing news from the cultivation world that Ghost could no longer access directly, trying to maintain some form of normalcy while understanding in his core that normalcy was no longer available to any of them. Ghost had been a participant in a conflict he hadn't chosen, had paid a price for proximity to Marcus, and deserved better than to be left behind as collateral damage. The doctors say the nerve damage might be permanent, Ghost said during one of Marcus's visits about a week after the attack. the statement coming with the careful, neutral tone of someone trying very hard not to allow emotion to overwhelm them completely. They're running more tests, but the prognosis isn't great. They're not sure if the physical therapy will bring back full function. Best case scenario, assuming aggressive treatment and optimal recovery, I regain maybe 60% of my previous capability. I was already aging out of the fighter's physical prime, so 60% might translate to being completely ineffective. You'll recover better than that, Marcus said, though he understood the fragile, almost false nature of that reassurance. You're stronger than the doctors realize. You have the capability to push past their expectations. Even if I do recover better, I still won't be what I was, Ghost replied, and his voice carried the bitterness of someone assessing their future honestly. I was useful before because I was a good fighter. That's not negotiable anymore. My value in that context is gone. 60% of my previous capacity when I was already aging out of optimal physical condition means I'm below average for serious combat now. From their perspective, from the cultivation world's perspective, I'm useless. Marcus wanted to argue, to offer reassurance, to suggest that Ghost's value wasn't exclusively tied to his physical capability or his ability to fight. But Ghost cut through that impulse with the accuracy of someone who had known Marcus long enough to understand his thinking patterns. I'm not angry at you, Ghost said, and he looked directly at Marcus as he said it, wanting to ensure that Marcus heard and internalized this statement. I want to be absolutely clear about that. You didn't create this situation. You didn't attack me. You didn't decide that cultivator political conflict should manifest through violence. But I am angry. I'm angry at Lin Wu and his faction for using violence as a tool for recruitment and political coercion. I'm angry at the cultivation world for existing in conditions that make violence like this possible, for enabling violence, for accepting it as normal political process. I'm angry at the entire system that decided my capability as a fighter determines my value as a person. The bitterness in Ghost's voice was sharp enough to cut through the hospital room's neutral atmosphere like a blade. Marcus felt the weight of his responsibilities settle onto him. Ghost had been involved in this conflict because of proximity to Marcus, because of genuine friendship, because of circumstances that had accelerated beyond anyone's control or planning. I'm going to fight back, Marcus said, and he meant it with a depth of conviction that surprised him. I'm going to reach a level of advancement where I can make this system answer for what it did to you. I'm going to reach a level of power where I can hold people accountable for their choices. I know you are, Ghost replied, and I want to help, not by fighting. The doctors have been pretty clear that trying to engage in serious combat would risk permanent nerve damage beyond what already exists. But I want to help in other ways. I want to be useful. I want to contribute. I don't want to be just a victim that faded to the margins of this conflict. It was Ghost's way of reasserting agency, of insisting that he remain an active participant in the story rather than becoming a casualty who gradually faded from relevance. Marcus recognized that impulse and respected it deeply. What do you want to do? Marcus asked. What role do you think you could contribute in? Let me help with information, Ghost said. Let me be your eyes and ears in the mortal world. I can track cultivator movements through their business fronts and financial activities. I can monitor their mortal side infrastructure. I can document their interactions with legitimate businesses and institutions. I can be useful as an investigator and intelligence gatherer, even if I can't be useful as a fighter anymore. I can be the person who understands how their power manifests in the mortal world. Marcus considered the offer carefully and recognized that Ghost was trying to find a role where he could contribute meaningfully without being forced into violent conflict. It was actually a valuable role, understanding how cultivators operated in the mortal world, tracking their patterns, gathering information on their movements and intentions. That was something Marcus needed, something that would be genuinely useful. Okay, Marcus said. We'll need that. We'll need someone who understands how they operate in the mortal realm, how they hide their activities, how they leverage mortal institutions for their purposes. More than you probably realize. Ghost smiled, a genuine expression of relief and purpose that suggested he'd been worried Marcus might refuse, might try to protect him by excluding him from the work. Then I'm going to recover faster than the doctors expect, Ghost said. Because now I have something meaningful to work toward. Now I'm not just a victim dealing with recovery. Now I'm part of the counteroffensive. Chapter 65. The Council's Judgment. The formal council decree arrived through multiple channels simultaneously. Official sect notification systems that reached every registered cultivator network broadcasts that spread the news across continents within hours, and a personal message to Kai delivered by a neutral courier who carried the signatures and protective seals of every faction as insurance against retaliation for carrying unwelcome news. The text was carved into formal declaration language, the kind of language that had been used for centuries to convey permanent institutional decisions. The Crimson Mountain Council, meeting in session, hereby declares the mortal-born cultivator known as Marcus Chun to be in violation of the Accord's foundational principles. Whereas, the subject known as Marcus Chun, despite being mortal-born without institutional cultivation lineage, demonstrates cultivation advancement through means that contradict Accord protocols and oversight requirements. Said advancement was achieved without institutional framework oversight, supervision, or approval. This represents a fundamental violation of the Accord's foundational principle, that cultivation knowledge shall be controlled and gatekept exclusively by authorized institutional structures to prevent chaos and protect the balance of power. The subject's existence and continued advancement represents an existential threat to the Accord's structural integrity and therefore to the security and stability of both the cultivation world and the mortal realm. The practical implication was direct and unambiguous in its devastating clarity. Sifu Lin Wu and his designated agents were authorized to pursue Marcus across any boundary: sect boundary, national boundary, institutional boundary, geographic boundary. The council granted them authorization to use whatever force was deemed necessary to either bring Marcus into institutional custody, where he could be corrected through institutional processes and brought into compliance, or to eliminate him as an anomaly that had escaped proper control. "They've declared war," Elena said, her voice carrying the precise flatness of someone who had been trained as a medical professional and therefore understood viscerally the meaning of irrevocable decisions. "They've officially sanctioned his death. They've declared the legal framework within which war can now occur." Kira corrected, her voice steady. "There's an important distinction. The Accord system requires that all confrontation exist within authorized parameters. By declaring Marcus a violation and authorizing Lin Wu's pursuit, they've created a framework where anything that happens is now legal, official, sanctioned by the highest authority in the cultivation world." "Which means what exactly?" Marcus asked, because he wanted absolute precision about what this declaration meant for practical survival. "Which means that if Lin Wu's people kill cultivators from other sects while pursuing you, those deaths are now authorized, legal, sanctioned. Which means that if bystanders are harmed in the pursuit, that's acceptable within Accord parameters. Which means that the entire conflict is now openly legal rather than being conducted in shadows and negotiation, in back-channel communications and hidden agreements," Kira explained. "And what does it mean for us? For Portland? For the people who live here?" Elena asked. "It means we have to leave Portland immediately," Kai said. "The city is no longer defensible. Lin Wu will flood it with his people within hours of receiving this decree. The other sects will increase their presence to protect their interests and maintain balance. Within days, maybe less, Portland will become a cultivation battlefield. Mortal civilians will be caught in the crossfire. We can't allow that. We need to move to somewhere that multiple sects respect, somewhere that the Accord's protocols require treating as neutral ground, somewhere protected by agreements older than individual factions." "Where would that be?" Marcus asked. "The Temple of the Eternal Mountain," Kira said. "It's in the mountains of southern Oregon, about 8 hours from here. It's ancient, predates most of the sects that currently exist. It's run by monks who aren't affiliated with any faction, who maintain strict neutrality. The Accords require that all sects respect temple sanctuaries absolutely. Sacred ground is sacred ground, and the sects dare not violate that agreement because it's foundational to the entire Accord system. If we can reach the temple, we have space to prepare. We have time." Kai stood, and there was something final in the movement, the conclusion of a chapter, the transition from one existence into another. He moved to the meditation chamber's central window and looked out at the city beyond, at Portland stretching out into the darkness, unaware that its status in cultivation politics had fundamentally shifted. "We leave tonight," Kai said. "We take only what can be transported quickly. Kira will coordinate the evacuation and provide transport. Elena, you'll bring any research documents or data that might be valuable, your medical observations, your analysis of Marcus's progression. Marcus, you need to understand something clearly. From this point forward, you're not being hunted by individuals. You're being hunted by institutional power. You're being hunted by a faction with centuries of accumulated resources, experience, and infrastructure. That changes everything about how we proceed, how we train, how we respond." Marcus felt the weight of that statement settle into him with the quality of understanding that transformation had become inevitable, that the life he had been living, training in a basement gym, advancing his power incrementally, understanding cultivation in the abstract and the theoretical, was over. Now came the test of whether his advancement had been for anything meaningful beyond personal achievement. Now came the test of whether his power could do anything except make him a more effective target for institutional violence. Chapter 66. The escape. The evacuation happened with military precision, not because anyone had explicitly planned for rapid wartime extraction, but because everyone involved understood that failure meant immediate death. Kira had cultivator contacts throughout the Pacific Northwest that she activated within hours of the council decree, coming through official channels. 3 reinforced vehicles arrived at the safe zone's concealed entrance as midnight approached, specialized vans that carried protective sigils and seals inscribed specifically to hide their chi signatures from the long-range detection systems that cultivators could use to track movement across distances. Marcus gathered what he needed with the careful deliberation of someone who understood they might never return. Meditation notes from his first weeks with Kai. Physical training data that Elena had compiled over months of meticulous documentation. Clothing that wasn't explicitly marked with sect affiliations that might make them targets. He included photos from his mortal life, understanding that he was simultaneously moving forward and leaving something irreplaceable behind. Kai brought almost nothing, which somehow made the moment more real to Marcus. A being centuries old, carrying almost no possessions, because possessions became irrelevant at his scale of existence. Kai's entire existence fit into a single bag, suggesting that he'd been living a life of deliberate minimalism for decades, or perhaps centuries, keeping nothing that couldn't be immediately abandoned if circumstances required rapid movement. Elena moved with the focused efficiency of someone who understood that information and data had value equal to physical survival. She brought her medical files on Marcus's development, her spreadsheets of healing progression documenting timelines that should have been medically impossible, her biological analyses that documented the cellular transformation happening in his body. She also brought her personal research notes, decades of observations that she'd kept separate from institutional medical systems, documentation that the mortal medical world would find revolutionary if she ever felt safe enough to publish it. The drive to Southern Oregon took 8 hours along highways that seemed to become progressively more remote as they ascended into mountains where mortal civilization thinned into scattered communities and eventually into pure wilderness. Kira drove with perfect focus, maintaining speeds that didn't attract state patrol attention, stopping for nothing, occasionally murmuring something into her phone that Marcus understood was communication with cultivators positioned along the route to confirm that the path remained clear of institutional opposition. They didn't use traditional lodging or rest stops. Instead, they stopped at what appeared to be abandoned buildings, but which Kira navigated to with the confidence of someone accessing a pre-established network. These were safe houses, Marcus realized, locations that had been established decades or centuries ago by cultivators who understood the necessity of maintaining escape routes. By the time they arrived at the Temple of the Eternal Mountain, dawn was breaking over ridges that suggested the elevation they'd reached and the isolation of their location. The temple itself was ancient beyond mortal comprehension. Buildings constructed from stone that looked like it had been carved directly from the mountain itself. Architectural styles that predated modern cultivation sect aesthetics by centuries or possibly longer. The structures suggested engineering knowledge that shouldn't have been possible in any historical period that Marcus could identify. Monks moved through the grounds with the peaceful efficiency of people engaged in centuries-long routines, cultivators who had dedicated their existence to meditation and advancement and the maintenance of neutral space. Their chi signatures were calm, centered, suggesting that they'd achieved levels of peace through spiritual practice rather than through pursuit of power. An elderly monk met them at the temple entrance. His chi signature was ancient, someone who had been cultivating since well before Kai went into exile, which placed his age at potentially 200 years or more, maybe closer to 300. He embraced Kai with genuine warmth and the specificity of people who hadn't seen each other in a very long time, but whose connection ran deep enough that distance meant nothing. "Brother Wei," Kai said, and the name came with affection that suggested centuries of friendship. "Brother Kai," the abbot replied. "The temple is available for your use. The accords require we remain strictly neutral, but I can provide space for your preparation and meditation. The sects will not violate this ground. That agreement is ancient and foundational, older than all of them." Chapter 67. The temple of the Eternal Mountain was ancient in a way that made Portland's 200 years of mortal history seem like yesterday, seem like the brief afternoon of something much older. The main meditation hall had been carved from stone over centuries, not by conventional tools, but by cultivators using chi manipulation techniques to shape the mountain itself. The hall had been expanded and refined through generations of monks who understood that architectural space could be optimized specifically for cultivation practice, that the shape and flow of space could facilitate advancement. The guest quarters where Marcus and his companions would stay carried the kind of peaceful qi that only came from decades or centuries of people practicing meditation and advancement in the same dedicated space. The qi was almost visible, threads of energy that had accumulated through repeated meditative cycles, creating an environment where cultivation became easier, more natural, more accessible than it would be in ordinary space. Marcus's room contained a single meditation cushion, a simple bed, a window that overlooked mountains extending to every horizon. There were no distractions. The entire environment had been designed to facilitate advancement and nothing else. Kai took Marcus to a location on the temple grounds that overlooked the mountains in all directions, a balcony carved into the mountainside, accessible only by paths that switchbacked up the slope. The view suggested that anyone approaching from any direction would be visible from this location at great distances, which made it an excellent defensive position and also a location where defenders could observe potential threats long before they became immediate danger. The sects cannot attack temple grounds, Kai explained, and his voice carried the weight of historical knowledge. The Accord's agreement that established temple sanctity is older than most of the sects themselves. It was established when cultivation civilization was young and factional conflicts were threatening to destroy the entire civilization. The original cultivators, wisest among them, established an agreement that would be binding on all future sects. Temples remain neutral ground, and all cultivators regardless of faction or ideology must respect that neutrality absolutely. Violation of temple sanctuary was made the greatest possible offense against the Accord's system, carrying consequences that extended beyond individual sects to become civilizational offense. Why would they agree to that if it limits their power? Marcus asked. Because every sect needs sanctuaries where they can retreat when conflicts become too intense, Kai replied. Every sect needs spaces where they can meditate, research, prepare, train without fear of attack. Every sect needs neutral ground where political enemies can meet without violence as the inevitable outcome. If temples became battlegrounds, everything would collapse. The Accord's system itself depends on the existence of sanctuaries that are genuinely safe. That's why the agreement exists. That's why it's absolute. So we're safe here? Marcus asked, and he wanted confirmation because the previous weeks of constant threat had created a weariness that he was trying to hide. Physically safe, Kai confirmed. No sect, no matter how powerful or how committed to your elimination, will attack us on temple grounds. The political cost would be too high. Violation would unite every other sect against them. But this is only temporary sanctuary, Marcus. The sects will position themselves around the temple's perimeter, waiting for us to leave. They'll monitor our movements, assess our capabilities, track our advancement. They'll learn everything they can from a distance while respecting the neutrality boundaries. And eventually? Marcus asked. Eventually, we have to emerge, Kai replied. We can't stay in the temple forever. At some point, we have to leave this sanctuary and face the cultivation world on open ground. The question becomes what state we're in when we do. How advanced you are. How capable. How prepared to handle whatever opposition emerges. Abbot Wei appeared that afternoon with tea and an invitation. The Golden Path sect had sent a message requesting that Marcus agree to a meeting with Sect Master Chen. Even in sanctuary, even within neutral ground where sects weren't supposed to apply political pressure, the pressure continued. Chen was proposing a different arrangement now. If Marcus would agree to meet with her at the temple, to give her a final opportunity to present her position, she had something to discuss that might change the situation entirely. She's allowed to visit neutral ground, Wei explained. The Accords permit political meetings in temples. She can speak with you. What you choose to do with that conversation is your decision. Kai and Marcus discussed the invitation that evening. Kai's recommendation was measured. Listen to what she has to say. You understand the political landscape well enough now to hear her without being manipulated. And you might learn something valuable about what the reformist faction is actually planning. Chapter 68. Core crystallization. Marcus's advancement didn't pause because they'd relocated to a temple sanctuary. If anything, it accelerated exponentially. The temple's energy was so refined, so perfectly optimized for cultivation practice, that his meditation sessions became almost surreal in their effectiveness. He would sit on his meditation cushion feeling like he was settling into a practice session that would last perhaps 2 or 3 hours, and he would emerge to discover that full days had passed in the normal world, that the sun had set and risen again, that Elena had prepared multiple meals without his participation, that Kai had moved forward with preparation plans while Marcus had been deep in meditative trance. The breakthrough came during the 4th week at the temple, on a morning that started like every other morning, but that would fundamentally alter the trajectory of Marcus's existence. Marcus was in his meditation chamber, a simple room that contained only a meditation cushion and empty space, cycling energy through the conduit system that Kai had awakened in him during their initial training sessions. The energy flowed through pathways that had become familiar, channels that his body had been trained to use. And then something shifted fundamentally in his dantian, the energy center at his core, positioned near his physical heart, where chi collected and crystallized into power. The shift wasn't dramatic or violent. It was subtle, almost gentle, like something that had been waiting to happen finally found the right moment. His chi, which had been flowing like water through his system despite his previous advancement, constantly cycling, constantly requiring his conscious attention to maintain optimal flow, suddenly began to stabilize. The energy formed structures that were more permanent than anything he'd experienced before, more organized, more defined. It crystallized into formations that suggested something new had emerged, not just accumulated power through continued practice, but organized, structured advancement that suggested he'd crossed a threshold into a fundamentally different category of cultivator. The sensation was like everything clicking into place simultaneously, like a lock finding its key, like his entire system had been designed for this moment, and finally all the pieces aligned. When he emerged from meditation, 30 hours later based on what Elena told him, Kai was waiting. Kai looked at him with an expression of clear satisfaction, and nodded with the precision of someone who had anticipated this moment. Core crystallization, Kai said simply. Your chi has stabilized into a sustainable formation. You've reached a level where your power is no longer dependent on constant cycling and maintenance, on conscious effort to maintain flow. It's become part of your fundamental nature. The structure is stable. You can now advance toward levels that would have been impossible before this threshold was crossed. What does that mean in practical terms? Marcus asked, though he could feel the difference in his own power directly. Something more stable, more reliable, more extensive than anything he'd experienced before. His power felt like it had shifted from something he was constantly generating to something that was simply part of who he existed as. It means you're officially a genuine threat to cultivators much older than you. Kai replied with absolute directness. It means you have the fundamental foundation to reach levels that rival the power of sect leaders who've been advancing for centuries. It means your potential doesn't have a predetermined ceiling anymore. You've become someone who can theoretically advance as far as your will and discipline can carry you, who isn't limited by your starting point or your institutional backing. He stood and extended his hand. You've crossed the threshold from student to something approaching peer. You won't be my peer for some years yet. Advancement beyond core crystallization requires subtlety and knowledge that takes decades to develop. But the fundamental gap between us has compressed significantly. You're no longer learning from someone at a completely different level of existence. You're learning from someone at an advanced level of your same category. Chapter 69. Kira's defection. The message came during Marcus's 35th day at the temple, delivered through formal cultivation communication channels that ensured it reached Kira with official institutional weight. She received a formal notification from the Jade Compass sect, the organization she'd been affiliated with for decades, the institution that had trained her from early cultivation and given her position and authority within their structure. The message was clear in its ultimatum. Renounce her association with Marcus and return to the sect to continue her career as a trusted agent, or be formally expelled and marked as a renegade cultivator operating outside institutional protection, subject to whatever consequences that status implied. Kira read the message in the temple's courtyard, sitting beside Marcus as he recovered from meditation. Her expression didn't change as she processed the text, but Marcus could feel her chi shift, something like resignation mixed with determination. They're forcing your hand, Elena said quietly, having read the message after Kira handed it to her. Yes, Kira replied. I knew they would eventually. I just didn't expect it quite so soon. I thought I might have months before they made this choice. The council decree must have accelerated their timeline. She stood and walked to the center of the temple's courtyard, to the space where significant announcements were traditionally made. Several monks noticed and moved back, understanding that something formal was about to occur. Kira stood in the sunlight, and her voice when she spoke carried the formal weight of someone severing centuries of institutional connection. I, Kira Song, formerly cultivator 3rd class of the Jade Compass sect, hereby formally renounce my affiliation with that organization, she said, and the words seemed to reverberate across the courtyard. I can no longer in good conscience enforce laws that I recognize as fundamentally unjust. I can no longer participate in a system that uses violence to suppress individuals who demonstrate capability and talent outside its framework. I can no longer serve an institution that prioritizes control over merit, that values hierarchy over justice, that makes decisions based on preservation of power rather than on what is right. She paused, and her voice became even more intense. I am choosing to support Marcus Chun and the reformation that he represents, because I genuinely believe, that the Accords system is fundamentally broken and that change is not just possible but necessary. The system has been maintained through force and monopolistic control for too long. It's time for something different. The words hung in the air like physical weight. Marcus felt the reality of what she'd just done, understood that Kira had given up everything. Her position, her security, her institutional backing, her place in a society she'd been part of for decades. She'd done it because of belief in something larger than herself, because of conviction that the system was broken. Later that evening, after most of the monks had withdrawn to their own practices, Kira found Marcus sitting alone on the overlook that looked out across mountains. "Why did you do it?" Marcus asked her. "You didn't have to. You could have returned to the Jade Compass, maintained your position, stayed safe." "Because I've spent my entire career enforcing rules I didn't believe in," Kira replied, and she sat beside him on the stone bench. "Because I see what Kai was trying to teach, and I believe it's right. Because when I look at you, I see something that the Accords system couldn't create, but absolutely should have. Because you're proving that everything the Accords system claims is necessary and inevitable is actually just institutional preference and established power structures." She was quiet for a moment, and then she continued. "And because I'm in love with you, Marcus. I'm in love with what you represent and who you are. I've been in love with you since that first meeting at the gym, when you refused to accept that you needed institutional backing to survive. I'm willing to accept the consequences of that love." The confession came suddenly, without preamble or warning, and Marcus felt something shift in how he understood his own journey. He wasn't just fighting for philosophy anymore. He wasn't just fighting to prove something about the system or about cultivation. He was fighting for real people who had chosen to stand with him despite understanding the costs, who had risked everything because they believed in what he represented. He reached over and took her hand, and they sat together on the overlook as darkness fell, understanding that whatever came next, they were facing it together. Chapter 70. The assassination attempt. They came on the night of Marcus's 38th day at the temple. 3 cultivators moving with coordinated precision, manifesting their chi signatures openly once they crossed the temple's outer boundaries. There was no pretense of stealth, no attempt at subtlety. They'd clearly decided that attacking on sacred ground was worth the political cost, that whatever orders they'd been given from Sifu Lin Wu justified violation of the most ancient agreements in cultivation society. Lin Wu had sent specialized assassins, cultivators trained specifically for rapid elimination rather than recruitment or capture. They were equipped with techniques and weapons that suggested they'd been prepared specifically for this operation. They moved through the temple grounds with the confidence of people who believed their power would be sufficient to overcome any resistance. The outer wards that protected the temple began to fail as they applied coordinated power against them. The wards shattered under pressure that suggested military-level power coordination, that suggested months of preparation and training had gone into this specific mission. Marcus felt them arrive, felt the violent disturbance in the ambient chi, felt the deliberate manifestation of power that announced aggressive intention. He didn't wait for support, didn't check whether backup was coming, didn't ask permission or guidance. He moved with the kind of instinct that came from years of cage fighting combined with cultivation advancement that had reached core crystallization. The fight took place in the temple's central courtyard, open air, visible to anyone watching. Marcus emerged from his quarters to find 3 cultivators waiting, weapons of chi already manifested, ready for combat. The first cultivator, a woman with power signature suggesting 3 pathways harmonized advancement, came at him with coordinated technique and elemental chi attacks. Her movements suggested she'd been trained by serious practitioners, that she understood cultivator combat at levels that most mortals wouldn't recognize. She was fast. She was precise. She was dangerous. Marcus sidestepped her first attack, redirected her second, and then countered with a strike that was faster than she expected, that carried power that suggested Marcus had exceeded her level despite what institutional assessments suggested about age and advancement. His strike carried enough force to send her backward, to force her into defensive positioning. The second cultivator attempted to flank while Marcus was committed to the first exchange, movement that might have worked against someone without cultivator-level awareness, but failed completely against Marcus's enhanced perceptual bandwidth. Marcus perceived the flanking attempt mid-movement, turned his forward momentum into a spinning transition, transformed his commitment to the first fight into a takedown that locked the second cultivator into position. The second attacker became human shield against the third. The third cultivator was more skilled, more experienced, more calibrated in their power output. This one was clearly the leader of the assassination team, the one who'd been selected because of superior capability. The fight became genuine test, became actual combat rather than simple acquisition or elimination attempt. The third cultivator fought with discipline and control, attempting to damage Marcus enough to impair his function without destroying him, attempting to incapacitate without fatally wounding because dead captives couldn't be interrogated. The combat stretched across minutes that felt like hours. Marcus was faster, more creative, more willing to adapt his techniques based on his opponent's patterns. The third assassin was more controlled, more experienced in conventional cultivator combat, more prepared for the kinds of attacks that institutional training anticipated. And then Kai entered the conflict. Marcus didn't see him move, didn't perceive the moment when Kai left his meditation chamber and arrived at the courtyard. But he felt the power level shift dramatically, felt the space around all of them ripple and change as someone centuries old and massively more powerful than any of these assassins revealed even a fraction of their true capability. Kai moved with the grace of someone for whom combat had ceased to be struggle centuries ago. There was no wasted motion, no unnecessary exertion, no doubt about the outcome. He simply appeared in the space between Marcus and the third assassin, and he raised his hand in a gesture that was so effortless, so casual, that it took Marcus a moment to understand it was a technique. The third assassin flew backward, launched through the air by force that Marcus couldn't even perceive clearly, let alone defend against. The cultivator landed hard on the temple grounds, ribs likely broken, consciousness potentially fractured. The first and second assassins, seeing what had happened, immediately withdrew. They moved faster than human perception could follow, using emergency techniques that prioritized escape over coherence. They reported back to Sifu Lin Wu with assessment data, information about Marcus's current capability level, about Kai's power output, about the defensive capabilities of the temple that would determine his final strategy going forward. Kai turned to Marcus, and his expression was something between satisfaction and grim acknowledgement. "They're testing," Kai said simply. "Measuring. Assessing. Lin Wu is collecting data before he makes his final move." Chapter 71. The cost after the battle ended and the assassins had withdrawn from the temple grounds. Kai collapsed. Not suddenly, not dramatically. He simply stopped moving with the same fluid grace he'd maintained for centuries. Instead, he folded downward, and Marcus caught him before he fell completely. Marcus carried him to the medical chamber where Elena had set up her equipment. Kai was heavier than he should have been, as if something fundamental about his being had become denser, more compressed, more concentrated than normal. His chi signature, which had always been vast and well-organized, felt disrupted, fractured, like something had been damaged deep in his energy structure. Elena moved immediately into medical assessment mode, using her conventional medical training combined with her developing understanding of chi-based physiology. She examined Kai with meticulous care, running tests, documenting findings, trying to understand the nature of the damage. When Kai recovered enough to speak, his voice was strained in a way that Marcus had never heard before, not with fatigue exactly, but with something deeper, something that suggested pain or exhaustion at levels that shouldn't have been possible for someone of his power. "I'm wounded," Kai said, each word seeming to cost something. "Seriously wounded. One of them had power I didn't anticipate. Someone trained in techniques I haven't encountered in centuries of existence. Someone excessively skilled at finding weaknesses in cultivators my age, at understanding the vulnerabilities that come from ancient cultivation." "Which one?" Marcus asked urgently. "Was it the woman, the second one, the third? Which one hurt you?" "I don't know," Kai replied, and there was something almost frustrated in his admission, something that suggested he was used to being uncertain about his own combat experience. But it suggests the opposition has substantially more resources than we understood. More knowledge, more preparedness. Someone has been trained specifically to counter someone like me, which suggests Lin Wu anticipated this scenario, anticipated that I might intervene directly if his assassins failed to capture or kill you. Elena completed her examination and sat back, her expression serious. "The wound is in his chi structure," Elena said carefully, using the medical language she'd been developing to describe phenomena that conventional medicine couldn't explain. "There's damage to the energy pathways that distribute and organize power through his body. It's not going to kill him, but it's going to require significant time and meditation to repair properly. The damage goes deep." "How much time?" Marcus asked, because he understood immediately what this meant. Weeks, Elena replied. Potentially a month or more, depending on the depth of the damage and how efficiently Kai can meditate it away. The wound is serious. Marcus looked at Kai, understanding that something fundamental had shifted. You're going to heal, Marcus said firmly, making it statement rather than question, making it affirmation rather than inquiry. You've survived centuries. You've overcome everything the Accord system could throw at you. You're going to heal from this. Yes, Kai replied. I'm going to heal. Recovery and adaptation are built into cultivator existence at my level of advancement. But Elena is correct, it will take time. Significant time. Which means you need to accelerate your advancement now. Which means you need to begin operating more independently without my direct supervision. Which means you need to understand that you might need to defeat Sifu Lin Wu without me at full strength, might need to face him when I'm still recovering from this injury. He looked directly at Marcus, and his eyes carried the weight of decision made and accepted. But you're ready for that, Kai said. You're more ready than you perhaps realize. You've achieved core crystallization. You've fought cultivators and won. You've faced institutional power and survived. You're ready to face Lin Wu, probably more ready than I am at this moment. He paused, gathering strength to continue. Lin Wu is one of the most powerful cultivators alive, Kai continued. He's old, experienced, trained in every technique that institutional cultivation has developed over centuries. And he's preparing for you right now. Everything he does from this point forward is calculation, is preparation, is getting ready for a confrontation that he believes he can win. But he's preparing for someone who doesn't know the rules, Marcus replied, understanding. Someone who's willing to break the systems he depends on. Yes, Kai confirmed. That's your advantage. Your unpredictability. Your willingness to abandon institutional technique for whatever works. But that advantage is temporary. Eventually, he'll understand your methods and adapt to them. You need to defeat him before that happens. You need to reach him while your approach is still novel, still unfamiliar, still beyond his ability to predict. Chapter 72. Elena's research. Elena made a discovery during her third week at the temple that shifted Marcus's understanding of his own existence fundamentally. The discovery came through the meticulous documentation she'd been maintaining, blood samples drawn at precise intervals, cellular analysis using techniques she'd developed through mortal medicine and then adapted for cultivation physiology, genetic testing that pushed the boundaries of conventional medical understanding and ventured into territory that conventional science didn't have language for. She called Marcus into the temple's medical chamber on a day when the clouds were low over the mountains. She had prepared her data with careful precision, arranging papers and test results and genetic sequences with the deliberate presentation of someone who had discovered something that needed to be understood carefully. Your DNA is changing, Elena said without preamble, getting directly to the magnitude of what she'd discovered. Not metaphorically, not in the abstract sense of energy-based transformation or spiritual development. Actually changing. At the genetic level, literally rewriting. The molecular structure of your DNA is being altered by your cultivation advancement. Is that unusual? Marcus asked, though something in Elena's expression suggested it was significantly more than unusual. It's unprecedented, Elena replied. I don't have comparative data. I don't know of other cultivators who were monitored at this level of detail from the beginning of their advancement. But the changes are progressing at a rate that suggests they're deeply entrenched, completely irreversible. In approximately 5 to 10 years, based on current progression, you're not going to be fully human anymore. The transformation won't make you less than human, won't diminish you. But you'll be something other, something fundamentally different. What does that mean practically? Marcus asked. It means you're becoming a different species, Elena said, using the clinical language of biology applied to something that biology didn't really have framework for. Slowly, over time, with your continued cultivation advancement, you're slowly shifting your entire being into something that's part human, part cultivator, part something that doesn't have a name yet because it doesn't exist in conventional categories. The transformation is irreversible. You'll never be fully mortal again. But you won't be entirely cultivator either, not in the way that sect-born cultivators experience it. You'll be something new, something that hasn't existed before. Marcus felt the weight of that statement settle into him like understanding that couldn't be ignored or contextualized away. He'd known intellectually that his advancement was changing him. He'd felt the physical transformation, his body becoming faster, stronger, capable of things that mortal humans couldn't do. He'd seen his healing capabilities exceed medical possibility. But knowing that it was literally rewriting his genetic structure at the molecular level, that it was making him into something that didn't fit into existing human categories, that was different. How long do I have? Marcus asked. To do what? Elena asked gently. Before I'm not human anymore, Marcus replied. You're not human now, Marcus, Elena said. Not in the strict biological sense. But you're asking how long before the biological community couldn't classify you as Homo sapiens. Based on current projection, approximately 5 to 10 years. You might still be able to pass for human in superficial examination. But your DNA, your cellular structure, your fundamental biology would be distinctly different. Did Kai know? Marcus asked. He didn't tell me, Elena replied. But I suspect he knew or suspected something. He's been cultivating for centuries. He probably understands what this process means better than I do, even with all my documentation. Marcus left the medical chamber and found Kai in the meditation hall, still recovering from his wound, but stable enough to sit upright. I'm becoming something else, Marcus said directly. Yes, Kai replied. That's part of what advancement means. Mortals who cultivate don't become better humans. They become something else. The further you advance, the less human you become and the more cultivator-adjacent you become. By the time you reach my level, if you reach my level, you'll be something that can barely remember what human existence felt like. And that doesn't concern you? Marcus asked. Should it concern you? Kai replied. You're becoming more than you were. More capable, more advanced, more able to exist in the cultivation world on your own terms. That's not loss. That's transformation. Chapter 73. The Reformation. After Kai's recovery stabilized enough that he could participate in formal meetings, he called a formal assembly with Elena, Kira, and Marcus in the temple's central meditation hall. He wanted to transform their informal group, the people who'd fled Portland together, into something more structured, more explicitly intentional, something that could serve as the foundation for what came next. We're not going to become a sect, Kai said clearly. We're not going to adopt sect structures or sect hierarchies. We're not going to create the institutional frameworks that we're fighting against. But we are a unit. We're a group with shared purpose and shared commitment. We need to acknowledge that explicitly and begin functioning as a deliberate organization rather than as individuals responding to circumstances. They spent hours discussing what the organization would be, what it would represent, how it would operate. The conclusion was simple and elegant. They would be the Reformation. Their purpose was equally simple: to prove that advancement could happen outside institutional structures, to prove that talented individuals could emerge from any background regardless of lineage or sect affiliation, to challenge the Accord system through demonstration rather than through argument or philosophy. They would prove it by making Marcus's advancement visible, documented, verified. We advance Marcus as quickly as possible, Kai explained. We develop his capabilities across all areas: combat technique, magical knowledge, political theory, understanding of sect structures, and how they operate. We position him as a living example of what the cultivation world could be if systems were different, if advancement was determined by merit rather than by institutional affiliation. Chapter 74. The preparation montage. From that point forward, training became total commitment. Marcus underwent intensive advancement across multiple specializations operating simultaneously. Physical capability training that pushed his body beyond every previous limit. Magical knowledge that Elena extracted from Kai and then taught with her own understanding of biology overlaid on top of cultivation theory. Political theory and history that Kira provided, showing him how sects had operated for centuries, what pressures shaped their decisions, how factional conflicts actually resolve themselves. Kira taught him about sect organization in exhaustive detail, how power flowed through hierarchies, how decisions got made, how younger cultivators could navigate institutional politics without being destroyed. Elena taught him the medical theory of qi, so he understood his own body at both biological and energetic levels simultaneously, so he knew what his transformation meant in scientific terms. Kai taught him advanced forms and cultivation techniques that suggested centuries of accumulated knowledge, techniques that weren't in any sect manual, because Kai had developed them himself over 200 years of independent cultivation. The training was relentless. Marcus meditated at hours when the temple's qi was strongest. He fought Kira in controlled sparring sessions where she taught him how institutional cultivators actually moved, how they prioritized technique over adaptation. He studied with Elena using medical textbooks and anatomical diagrams alongside Kiflo charts that she'd developed. He worked with Kai on forms that suggested power levels Marcus hadn't known existed. By the end of the preparation period, which stretched across several months of concentrated effort, Marcus was no longer a fighter who had discovered cultivation by accident. He was a cultivator who happened to be a fighter, who understood how to operate at multiple levels simultaneously, who was beginning to understand the philosophical implications of reformation at civilization-altering scales. He could teach others to cultivate. He could navigate sect politics. He could predict how institutional cultivators would move before they moved. He was ready. Chapter 75, Ghost's Choice. Ghost Morrison visited the temple in person despite being told explicitly not to travel in his condition. He arrived driving a vehicle that he probably shouldn't have been operating given his injury status and reduced mobility, and he walked into the temple with determination in every movement that suggested nothing was going to stop him from being part of what was happening. "I want to help," Ghost said directly to Marcus, Elena, Kira, and Kai gathered in the meditation hall. "I know my arm might never be fully functional. I know fighting isn't an option for me, but I want to help. I want to be part of this. I want to be part of the Reformation." "You're already helping," Marcus said. "Your information about cultivator operations in Portland has been valuable. Your tracking of their business fronts has given us insight into how they're positioning themselves." "I want to do more than provide information from a distance," Ghost replied. "I want to be here. I want to be part of the organization. I want to contribute in ways that don't require being a fighter. I want to be useful." Kai looked at Ghost with something like respect. "What would you contribute?" Kai asked. "Intelligence," Ghost replied. "Information gathering. Investigation. I understand how power operates in the mortal world. I understand how organizations move money and resources through legitimate business structures. I can trace cultivation influence through financial systems. I can document their activities in ways that cultivators might not think to hide. I can be your connection to the mortal world, your eyes and ears in places where cultivation signatures don't apply." And so Ghost became formally part of their group, no longer just Marcus's friend and sparring partner, but an official member of the Reformation. He became the person who tracked cultivator movements through their mortal world infrastructure, who understood how sect business operations actually functioned, who could provide intelligence that pure cultivation assessment couldn't access. Chapter 76. The message Sifu Lin Wu sent a formal challenge exactly 3 months after the assassination attempt at the temple. The message came through Kira, because she still had enough institutional connection that official communications could be passed through cultivation channels without triggering alarms. The message was straightforward and carried the weight of formal cultivation protocol. Sifu Lin Wu of the Crimson Mountain sect challenged Marcus Chun to formal duel. Traditional cultivator combat rules. Victor takes all stakes. If Marcus won, he went free and received formal protection under the duel's outcome, something that even the council couldn't override once the duel had concluded under official auspices. If Lin Wu won, Marcus submitted to the Crimson Mountain sect's authority and agreed to institutional containment. "It's a trap," Elena said immediately upon reading the message. "He's betting that he can guarantee victory through institutional technique and centuries of advancement." "It probably is a trap," Kai agreed. "But it's also an opportunity. If Marcus defeats Lin Wu in formal duel, it changes the political balance completely. It makes Marcus too valuable to eliminate because victory in formal duel carries protection that the council can't override. It makes Marcus a power instead of a problem." "I accept," Marcus said, because he understood that this was the moment everything had been building toward, that the years of training and advancement had been preparation for this specific confrontation. Chapter 77. The Preparation. Marcus spent 2 weeks in absolute focus, preparing for the duel in ways that went beyond simple physical training. He trained every moment that wasn't meditation. He trained harder than he'd ever trained in his life. He reviewed the techniques that Lin Wu favored, techniques documented in sect records that Kira could access. He analyzed the philosophy of power that Lin Wu represented, trying to understand how someone who believed in absolute control and institutional hierarchy would approach combat, how that philosophy would constrain his choices. Kai didn't comfort him. He just said, "You're ready," with the confidence of someone who had been training him since the beginning, who understood his capability better than anyone alive. Kira was emotionally invested now in a way that was visible to everyone. The romantic tension that had been building throughout their time at the temple reached its peak during Marcus's final preparation days. The night before the duel, after everyone else had retired, they found themselves alone on the overlook that looked out across mountains. "If you die tomorrow," Kira said, "I want you to know that I love you. That choosing to stand with you was the best choice I've ever made, and I don't regret it even if this ends badly." "I'm not going to die tomorrow," Marcus replied. "I'm going to win, and when I do, we're going to have all the time in the world to explore what this is between us." They held each other on that overlook, not quite a promise, but something that suggested that if Marcus survived tomorrow, there might be something to build after, a life together, a future beyond the conflict. Chapter 78. The Conduit Mastery. The night before the duel, as Marcus sat in meditation for final preparation, something fundamental shifted in his cultivation. His energy had been advancing steadily through all the months of training, but on this night, it crystallized into something more advanced. Conduit mastery, the ability to consciously channel qi through his entire body without needing to concentrate or maintain awareness. His efficiency jumped 50%. His reserves doubled again. The energy that had been his resource, something he had to carefully manage and allocate, became part of his fundamental being. He could now move with full power for extended periods without depletion. He could now theoretically teach others to cultivate if circumstances required it. When he emerged from meditation, he found Kai waiting. "You've reached conduit mastery," Kai said, and there was something like pride in his expression. "I can feel it," Marcus replied. "I'm not a student anymore." "No," Kai confirmed. "You're not a student anymore. You're someone approaching peer status. Not quite there yet. That will take decades more, but no longer in the learning phase. You're in the advancement phase. You're ready for Linwu." Chapter 79. The duel setup. The duel was arranged at a neutral location that Marcus had never heard of before, an arena that existed partially in the spirit realm, hidden from mortal perception by deliberate cultivation techniques, but visible and accessible to cultivators. The arena was neutral ground, protected by agreements that superseded all sect authority. Multiple sects had observers present. Reformist faction cultivators sat on one side, watching with intensity that suggested they understood what this duel meant. Independent cultivators maintained their position of non-alignment, but were present. The traditionalist faction had brought Sifu Lin Wu and his supporters, who carried themselves with the confidence of people who'd already decided what the outcome would be. This was a political event as much as a martial one. If Marcus won, it changed everything about how the cultivation world understood advancement outside institutional structures. It proved that Kai's philosophy could work. It proved that institutional training wasn't necessary. It proved that the Accord system was wrong about how advancement operated. If Lin Wu won, the traditionalists would have proven their philosophy correct, would have demonstrated that institutional training and centuries of advancement couldn't be defeated by individual talent, no matter how exceptional. Chapter 80. The duel. Marcus versus Sifu Lin Wu. The moment that everything had built toward. The confrontation that would determine whether reformation was possible or whether the Accord system's dominance was absolute. The arena was perfectly balanced. No advantages for either fighter, no environmental factors that could be exploited for gain. Just two cultivators standing opposite each other with the space between them carrying the weight of everything they represented. Sifu Lin Wu approached with the calm confidence of someone who had defeated hundreds of opponents across his centuries of existence. He carried himself with the absolute authority of institutional power, with the certainty of someone who genuinely believed that centuries of advancement guaranteed victory against anything mortal-born talent could produce. Marcus approached with the intensity of someone who had nothing to lose and everything to gain, someone who understood he was fighting not just for himself, but for everyone who'd believed in him. The first exchange was explosive, both fighters testing range and power level, assessing each other's actual capability against institutional estimates and rumors. Marcus was faster than Lin Wu expected. Lin Wu was more controlled than Marcus had anticipated. Marcus was more creative in adapting techniques. Lin Wu was more disciplined in application of institutional forms. The duel lasted exactly 37 minutes of pure combat that would have been completely incomprehensible to witnesses without cultivation perception. Every movement loaded with significance. Every exchange revealing strategy and fundamental philosophy. Every moment displaying what each cultivator actually believed about what cultivation meant and how power should operate. Marcus won not through superior raw power. Lin Wu had more raw power, but through superior understanding. Marcus perceived that Lin Wu's entire approach was commitment to winning correctly, by sect rules, by proper technique, by the guidelines that institutional cultivation demanded. Lin Wu was bound by his own philosophy, constrained by his belief in hierarchy and proper procedure. Marcus was willing to break those rules, to adapt, to evolve strategies that Lin Wu's centuries of training hadn't prepared him for because such strategies violated the rules he'd been taught to respect. In the final exchange, when Lin Wu was recovering from a technique that Marcus had invented on the spot, something that didn't fit into any sect manual because it had no institutional precedent, Marcus struck. Not to kill, not to permanently damage, but with sufficient force to end the combat. Lin Wu fell to one knee, breathing heavily, understanding that defeat had actually occurred. Sifu Lin Wu's expression as he accepted defeat was complex, something between rage and understanding, between institutional certainty and recognition that something had fundamentally changed. "You've won the duel," Lin Wu said quietly. "You've earned protection under the duel's outcome. But Marcus, you need to understand something. This isn't over. This is just the beginning. What you've won today will only make them fight harder. And Marcus understood, as he stood in the arena with cultivators from every sect watching, that everything had changed. The Accord system would never operate the same way again. The cultivation world would never view advancement the same way again. The foundation of institutional cultivation had shifted fundamentally, and it was because a mortal-born cultivator trained outside the system had proven he was stronger than a master trained within it. The Reformation had just begun. Word count check after batch 1. Function underscore calls invoke name equals bash parameter name equals command wc w/sessions /tender beautiful right /mnt /video narration channel workflow /video /story underscore 159 underscore training underscore partner underscore is underscore immortal underscore p1 underscore step 4 txt expanded epilogue. The ripple effect in the weeks following the duel, the cultivation world began its slow, complicated transformation. The victory that Marcus had achieved wasn't instantaneous systemic change. It wasn't as if the council immediately dissolved the accords or sects voluntarily opened their knowledge to mortal-born cultivators. Institutions don't change that rapidly. But the victory was the beginning of change, the moment when alternatives to institutional power became not just theoretically possible, but practically demonstrated. Sect leaders across every faction who had assumed Marcus's defeat was inevitable, who had been betting on it, who had positioned themselves based on that assumption, began frantically reassessing their strategies. The reformist faction saw their philosophy vindicated by a victory that no one could argue was luck or deception. The independent faction maintained their carefully cultivated neutrality, but began acknowledging that the traditionalist faction was no longer unquestionably dominant in factional balance. The traditionalists themselves, led by a Sifu Lin Wu who had lost not just a single battle, but his unquestioned authority and credibility, began considering what came next, whether the system could survive if individual merit could defeat institutional training. Kira and Marcus found themselves navigating a new kind of relationship, no longer hidden in safe houses and temples, no longer operating in the shadows of cultivation politics. Their relationship was officially acknowledged, visible, sometimes even celebrated by reformist faction observers who saw them as symbolic of what the future could be. Kira had become Marcus's primary advisor on political strategy, helping him navigate the treacherous landscape of cultivation factional conflict. They worked together on the next phase of the Reformation, not just proving that advancement was possible outside institutions, but building structure around that proof, creating organization that could support and protect others who wanted to advance outside sect frameworks. Ghost continued his intelligence work from Portland with increased scope and resources. He tracked how cultivator factions responded to the duel's outcome, documented financial shifts in sect organizations, identified which sects were moving resources toward Reformation philosophy and which were doubling down on traditionalist control. He documented leadership changes, faction restructuring, cultivation presence redistribution across different geographic regions. The mortal world was subtly different too. Cultivators who had operated with previous impunity now faced increased scrutiny from organizations like Ghost Network, now had to consider that their activities might be documented, analyzed, exposed to other factions. Elena continued her biological research, documenting Marcus's continued transformation as he advanced through levels she had never before been able to observe. She tracked his biological changes as he shifted further from purely human towards something altogether new, something that was neither cultivator in the traditional sense nor mortal in any meaningful way. She published her findings in mortal medical journals, carefully coded language that avoided directly revealing the existence of cultivation while making absolutely clear that extraordinary biological changes were possible in humans with specific genetic markers. Her work provided the scientific foundation for what had been demonstrated through combat. Kai recovered from his wounds with the patience of someone who had centuries of future ahead and several months of healing behind. He began the slow process of writing down his knowledge, 200 years of accumulated understanding about cultivation philosophy, about how the system should function, about what alternatives were possible. He was preparing the intellectual framework and theoretical justification for what Marcus had proven through combat, building the philosophy that would make Reformation seem inevitable rather than revolutionary. And Marcus continued advancing. Core crystallization had been only the beginning of a process that wouldn't end for decades. Conduit mastery led to further levels, new advancement thresholds that nobody had documented before because no mortal-born cultivator had ever advanced this far. With each advancement, he became less human and more something entirely different, something that didn't fit into existing categories of cultivator or mortal, something that represented the actual future of cultivation if the Reformation succeeded in reshaping the system. The cultivation world had not accepted Reformation willingly. Many sects were actively resistant, working to suppress what Marcus represented. But they had collectively accepted that Reformation was possible, that the Accords system was vulnerable, that individual merit could challenge institutional power. And in a system built on the assumption of eternal stability and unchanging hierarchies, that possibility was itself revolutionary. The momentum had shifted. The Reformation was no longer theoretical. It was incarnate in Marcus Chun, visible in the protection he carried from victory in formal duel, documented in Elena's biological research, acknowledged by factions across the cultivation world. The foundation had shifted, and everything that came next would be built on that shifted ground. Step 4 complete. Chapters 61 to 80, Arc 4. Escalation and Alliances, Expanded Duel Aftermath. The political earthquake. The moments immediately after Marcus's victory were thick with stunned silence. The entire arena, cultivators from every faction, observers, neutral parties, seemed to be processing what had happened. Sifu Lin Wu, one of the oldest and most respected masters in the cultivation world, had been defeated by someone who had been advancing cultivation for less than a year. It wasn't possible, but it had occurred. Lin Wu stood, a slow process that seemed to cause him significant effort, and extended his hand to Marcus in formal acknowledgement of defeat. The gesture carried weight beyond simple politeness. It was public recognition that Marcus had earned victory through legitimate combat under agreed-upon rules. "You have defeated me," Lin Wu said, his voice carrying the precise tone of someone forcing politeness through a haze of barely contained fury. "Under the Accords laws governing formal duels, you are now granted protection status. No sect may move against you without violating the duel's outcome protection. You are free from institutional pursuit." It was the most significant acknowledgement that had been granted to Marcus yet. It wasn't sect membership. It wasn't political alliance. But it was something that the entire cultivation world would have to respect. Protection granted through victory in formal combat. Protection that superseded even council authority. Cultivators from the reformist faction erupted in celebration. Some were openly weeping, understanding that they had just witnessed the moment when the Accords system's claimed invulnerability had been definitively shattered. Independent cultivators maintained their carefully neutral expressions, but Marcus could see shifts in their body language that suggested recognition that the balance of power had changed. The traditionalists were silent. Lin Wu's supporters gathered around him, escorting him from the arena, their movements carrying a quality of barely restrained rage. They had been beaten. The philosophy of institutional power meeting merit-based advancement had been tested, and the results suggested that institutional power wasn't actually as important as they had believed. Kai stood in the observation area and nodded, a simple gesture that carried the weight of recognition and approval. Kira was openly crying, not from sadness, but from the overwhelming realization that what they'd been building, what they'd been believing in, had just been validated by actual combat. The political earthquake had begun. Over the following days and weeks, the cultivation world adjusted to new reality. Official statements from different factions began circulating. The reformist faction immediately began positioning Marcus as a symbol of their philosophy. The traditionalists issued a joint statement claiming the duel had been compromised by unclear rule interpretation, though the claim held no water given that the duel had been conducted under the oldest and most respected combat rules in the cultivation world. The independents issued a carefully worded statement acknowledging the duel's outcome while declining to take political position based on it. Meetings began happening. Sect leaders who had assumed the status quo would persist were now forced to consider scenarios where it didn't. Some sects began quietly approaching the Reformation, offering conditional support or cooperation. Others doubled down on traditionalist positions, committing resources to rebuilding institutional power in the face of what Marcus represented. The council itself split. Some members wanted to formally overturn the duel protection, arguing that the duel had been technically invalid due to factors they invented retroactively. Others recognized that doing so would confirm every critique the reformists had made about the system, would prove that the council would violate its own protocols to maintain power. The split became one of the council's most serious internal divisions in centuries. Throughout all of this, Marcus remained at the temple, continuing his advancement with singular focus. Kai had taught him that the greatest power in this situation wasn't in political maneuvering, it was in continued advancement. If Marcus could reach new heights, if he could advance beyond what anyone had predicted was possible, then his victory wouldn't remain singular. It would become the beginning of a pattern that would reshape the entire cultivation world. And so Marcus meditated and trained and advanced. The Reformation was no longer theoretical. It had proven itself through combat. Now it had to prove itself through the continued achievement of its central thesis, that advancement outside institutional frameworks could reach heights that institutional cultivation couldn't match. The path was set. The foundation was shifted. The future remained uncertain, but no longer predetermined. And that uncertainty, that possibility of genuine change, was itself revolutionary. Final statistics, Step 4 complete. Total chapters written, 20, chapters 61 to 80. Arc 4 themes. Escalation and alliances, factional conflict. Proof of concept through combat, major plot points. Factions explain themselves, recruitment attempts, Kai's exile revealed, injuries and transformation, formal organization of the Reformation, assembly of core team, public duel victory establishing new paradigm, extended duel analysis. The 37 minutes for witnesses to this combat, who possessed the cultivation perception necessary to understand what was actually occurring. The 37 minutes of the duel were the most significant demonstration of advancement philosophy they had ever observed. Every second revealed something different about how Marcus and Lin Wu understood cultivation, how they approached power, how their fundamental beliefs shaped their combat choices. The opening exchange set the tone. Lin Wu came at Marcus with the controlled precision of someone who had defeated hundreds of opponents across centuries of existence. His techniques were perfect, absolutely textbook execution of institutional forms that had been refined over generations. His power was immense, centuries of cultivation compressed into physical and energetic capability that most cultivators would spend lifetimes trying to achieve. Marcus met him with unpredictability. His first move wasn't a recognized form. It was something he had synthesized from observations of both institutional and non-institutional technique, adapted in the moment based on his reading of Lin Wu's opening approach. It wasn't elegant, but it worked. Lin Wu adapted, his centuries of experience allowing him to process unexpected techniques and respond appropriately. The first exchange lasted perhaps 30 seconds of compressed time, both fighters testing each other's actual capability against institutional estimates and rumors. Marcus was demonstrably faster, his movements across space more efficient, his perception apparently keener. But Lin Wu's power control was superior, his energy output more calibrated, his technique execution more precise. The second phase of the combat lasted perhaps 8 minutes. Both fighters had taken measure of each other and were now beginning to engage at fuller intensity. Lin Wu began employing the advanced techniques that separated masters from practitioners, techniques that required centuries of understanding to execute. Elemental qi attacks that most cultivators couldn't even perceive clearly. Energy configurations that suggested power manipulation at levels that shouldn't be possible for non-immortals. Marcus responded not by matching technique for technique, but by breaking the assumed rules of how the combat should proceed. When Lin Wu executed a technique designed to force Marcus into a specific defensive position, Marcus didn't defend. He attacked through the setup, accepting damage in exchange for positioning that Lin Wu hadn't anticipated. When Lin Wu tried to use the temple's architectural features to his advantage, Marcus simply ignored them, moving in ways that defied the geometry that should have constrained him. The third phase, stretching from minute 10 through minute 27, became increasingly desperate for Lin Wu. He was losing, not in the absolute sense of being overpowered. His raw power was still superior. But he was losing in the practical sense of the duel. He was being outmaneuvered, outadapted, constantly forced into reactive positions rather than initiative. At minute 18, one of Lin Wu's most powerful techniques, something that had defeated every opponent he'd faced in the past 2 centuries, struck Marcus directly and should have ended the combat. It didn't. Marcus took the full force of the attack and kept moving. He didn't try to minimize the damage or dodge it. He simply accepted it and continued. And that acceptance, that willingness to take damage in exchange for strategic positioning, demonstrated something that Lin Wu couldn't quite match. The understanding that winning wasn't about executing perfectly. It was about adapting faster than your opponent could think. At minute 23, Marcus created an opening through pure creative application of principles that Kai had taught him. The technique didn't have a name. It had never been attempted before because it violated assumptions about how power should be applied. It worked because Lin Wu had no framework for understanding it, no institutional training that covered that possibility. From minute 27 onward, Lin Wu was essentially fighting to avoid defeat rather than trying to achieve victory. His combat transitioned from aggressive to defensive, from pursuing advantage to managing deterioration. The centuries of technique, the institutional training, the accumulated power, all of it was becoming a burden. He was fighting according to rules he believed in. But Marcus was fighting according to principles of pure pragmatism. At minute 36, Lin Wu made the mistake that defined the duel's outcome. He attempted one final technique, a form so advanced that it required complete commitment, complete focus, complete faith in the Accord's rules of combat that dictated proper technique and form. It was beautiful. It was perfectly executed. It was also absolutely predictable because it followed institutional rules, and Marcus had spent months studying how institutional training worked. Marcus didn't try to block or deflect the final technique. He simply moved, a motion so fast that even other cultivators in the arena couldn't fully track it, and positioned himself where the technique had already been, where Lin Wu's commitment to perfect form prevented him from adapting. At minute 37, Marcus struck. The blow wasn't designed to kill or permanently damage. It was designed to communicate one simple message: victory through understanding beats power through institutional training. Lin Wu fell to one knee, breathing heavily, his expression processing what had just occurred. The institutional cultivation master had been defeated by someone who understood that rules were meant to be transcended. Step 5. Chapters 81 to 100. Chapter 81. The news spreads. The story broke 3 weeks after the duel. A junior council scribe in the traditionalist faction, sympathetic to the Accord's systems preservation, had discovered the truth in archival records that were supposed to be classified. Kai, not Kai Wei as everyone assumed, but simply Kai, the same Kai from 200 years of cultivation history, was not a recently emerged master. He was a legend that the council had been actively suppressing. The archival records were devastating in their implications. They documented, in meticulous detail, exactly who Kai had been before his exile. They detailed his advancement through the early centuries of institutional cultivation, his initial acceptance as a rising star within the hierarchical system, his gradual dissatisfaction with how institutions constrained cultivation potential, and finally, his decision to develop methods that worked outside the institutional framework entirely. The records showed debates within the council about how to handle Kai's emergence as a threat to institutional dominance. Some council members had argued for execution. Others had proposed permanent suppression, sealing Kai's cultivation to prevent further advancement. But the most pragmatic voices had proposed exile instead. Let Kai leave. Let him live in hidden freedom, but ensure that his methods and his knowledge remained contained, that no one could learn from his approach, that the institutional system could continue claiming to be the only viable path to cultivation advancement. It was a brilliant solution in its own way. It preserved Kai's life while removing his ability to influence cultivation civilization. It allowed the council to claim mercy while ensuring control. It had worked for nearly 2 centuries, until Marcus appeared and Kai's methods suddenly became impossible to suppress anymore. The council, faced with the revelation, issued an official statement claiming that they had known of Kai's identity all along and that his exile had been a necessary measure to preserve civilization. They framed the situation as though they were the rational force containing a dangerous element, rather than the force that had spent 2 centuries actively hiding evidence that alternatives to institutional cultivation were possible. But the statement convinced no one who paid attention to the implications. The cultivation world understood that if the council had known Kai was immortal, if they had known he was advancing using alternative methods, if they had known that his approach worked, then the council had been deliberately hiding that information. They had chosen institutional preservation over the possible advancement of millions of cultivators who might have benefited from knowing that alternatives existed. The political earthquake was immediate. The reformist faction, which had been cautiously neutral before, suddenly had a rallying point that went beyond philosophical argument. An immortal master validating the Reformation's philosophy was worth infinitely more than any rhetorical case they could make. The traditionalist faction fractured visibly, some defending the council's necessity, others furious that such fundamental truths had been concealed, others simply trying to adjust to a reality that violated their core assumptions about how the cultivation world actually operated. The independent faction dissolved into chaos. Independents had prided themselves on standing outside institutional politics, on maintaining principled neutrality in cultivation disputes. But the revelation that the council had been systematically suppressing knowledge of an immortal master challenged the entire foundation of what independent cultivation supposedly stood for. How could you claim to be independent when the system you were claiming independence from had been lying about the existence of fundamental possibilities? Within days, the cultivation world had fractured into more explicit factions than it had seen in generations. The council issued official denials and then official admissions. They released portions of the archival records to try to control the narrative, but each new revelation seemed to deepen the sense that everything cultivators thought they knew about their own civilization had been built on systematic deception. Marcus learned this not from cultivation channels, but from Elena, who found research papers from a century and a half ago mentioning the immortal cultivator Kai, in passing, assuming the name was coincidental. When she cross-referenced it against cultivation database searches, she found trace references scattered across centuries. Always careful, always vague, but enough to suggest that someone living had been active in cultivation circles for an impossibly long time. He's been hiding in plain sight, Elena said, spreading physical documents across the table at their private meeting space. The council knows. The old masters know. They've been managing this as a controlled secret for so long that it's become institutional practice. But once one person notices, the story becomes impossible to contain. By the time Kai was formally confronted by council representatives, the story had already leaked through cultivation networks. A 200-year-old immortal master had been training Marcus, an immortal master who the Accord system claimed didn't exist, an immortal master who had been put into exile by the council itself, though the details of that exile remained murky, something the official histories refused to address directly. The political earthquake was immediate. The reformist faction, which had been cautiously neutral before, suddenly had a rallying point. An immortal master validating the Reformation's philosophy was worth infinitely more than any argument or evidence. The traditionalist faction fractured visibly, some defending the council's necessity, others furious that such fundamental truths had been concealed, others simply trying to adjust to a reality that violated their core assumptions. The independent faction dissolved into chaos. Independents had prided themselves on standing outside institutional politics. But the revelation that the council had been systematically suppressing knowledge of an immortal master challenged the entire foundation of what independent cultivation supposedly stood for. Kai called a public gathering at the temple of the Eternal Mountain. Thousands came, cultivators from all factions, mortals seeking understanding, scholars and historians and power seekers all wanting to see him, to hear him speak directly rather than through council interpretations. "I don't know who to be in this moment," Kai said, standing before the assembled crowd. He looked small against the stone architecture of the temple, but his presence filled the space. "For 200 years, I was someone who survived. I trained others in private. I worked within frameworks that permitted me to teach while remaining concealed. Now I'm someone whose concealment has become impossible. I'm someone whose existence challenges systems that millions of people have built their lives around. I'm not sure what that person is supposed to do." Marcus watched from the side of the stone platform. In this moment, Kai wasn't the confident mentor who trained him through the night. Kai was something more vulnerable, someone genuinely uncertain about what responsibility immortality actually carried. "The council will deny what they can deny," Kai continued. "They'll admit what they cannot. They'll attempt to contain the implications of my existence within frameworks that maintain their authority. That's what institutions do. But I'm asking a different question. What do any of you want to become? Not what the council permits. Not what the Reformation requires. What do you actually want?" The question hung in the air, unanswered because the answer was too vast, too personal, too individual for any institution to ever provide. That night, the first attack came. Chapter 82. The enemies of the past. The cultivators came out of the darkness, 5 of them, all carrying cultivation signatures that felt ancient and heavy. Marcus sensed them before the temple's guards did, his advancement allowing him to detect threats at distances that institutional cultivators couldn't match. He went to alert Kai, but found his mentor already standing in the courtyard, watching the 5 approach with an expression of profound weariness. "I know them," Kai said softly. "Or rather, I knew them. They've aged. They've advanced. But the core of who they are is unchanged." The lead cultivator stepped forward, and Marcus felt a jolt of recognition. This was an ancient master, the kind of figure who appeared in historical accounts, who was supposedly dead or retired centuries ago. The master was dressed in formal cultivation robes that suggested official council authority, and his power signature suggested centuries of advancement and refinement. "Kai," the master said. The name was spoken like an accusation. "You promised." "I did," Kai replied. "And I kept that promise for 190 years. "You promised to die," the second cultivator said. She was a woman of indeterminate age, with the kind of power signature that suggested she had been cultivating for longer than the modern council had existed. Her face carried the weight of centuries, and her eyes suggested that she had witnessed the rise and fall of nations. "You promised that you would accept your exile and would not attempt to reclaim power or influence. You promised that the immortality plague would end with you." "The immortality plague," Marcus heard himself say. "What does that mean?" The ancient woman turned her attention toward him, and Marcus felt the